all day and all night. KJFM Eagle 102. Area high school basketball is on the air. Every week, Eagle 102 brings you the best of area high school sports. On air at 102.1, online at kjfmradio.com, and on the KJFM radio app. Now to the court for high school basketball on your area sports leader, KJFM Radio.
And good afternoon and welcome to Championship Night of the 25th Annual Clopton Invitational Tournament. Ladies Championship Night, that is. Mark Froelich, Marianne Everhart here in the Dale Miller Gymnasium. And Marianne, we have made it all the way through. No teams dropped out, no schedule changes.
Did you have to jinx it? I mean, we still have one more night to go.
I'm just talking about on the ladies' side.
On the ladies' side only, okay.
We have made it. Everyone will be here tonight. We'll have 3 games, and we'll hand out 3 pieces of hardware tonight to the champions, the third-place team, and the Consolation champions of this tournament. And it's been a fun tournament. We had a great opening round, a little bit of a lull in the semifinal round, but I expect some good matchups here tonight.
I tell you what, you and Jim Ross had quite an opening round night over in the old gym. Not only 2 great games, 2 games that went into overtime and an upset, which is how Mark Twain got here this evening. They are the number 3 seed, and they were defeated by number 6 Winfield. So, Mark, I tell you what, I don't know what you all did over there in that gym, but it was a fun night.
Well, we took the walls in about 5 feet, and we let her rip is what we did, and it was
5 feet. Yeah,
it was very fun over in the old gym, as it always is. We put you over there last night. I don't know if the magic just floated out the door with Jim Ross or what. But
it must have. I do have a question though. I understand from when I was listening that maybe you were the one that jinxed that second game into overtime.
I have mystical powers that have been revealed little by little over the years, and I think that may have had something to do with that one. But it was fun nonetheless, and we all got home on time.
That's right.
And we're here on championship night now, and we're going to start it off the first of 3 games, Mark Twain and Silex for Consolation. This is the 5 against 3 matchup. Mark Twain was the one that took that upset loss in the opening round back on Monday night. So they rebounded okay in the semifinal with a 46-25 victory over Wright City. But I don't think we've seen the best basketball out of Mark Twain yet, and I think they're going to be a little bit better tonight, and they're going to have to be against Silex.
Well, you know, they had kind of like a couple other teams. They've had a few games that have been postponed or missed, not due to their COVID issues, although the boys' team had to do with that, but some other teams. So they were missing a few games in here, and I think now that they've gotten a couple consistent games underneath their belt, we're going to see them. They're going to rely a lot tonight on Emma Ross, of course, Autumn Arndt, and Audrey Ross we heard a lot from as well. So I'll be anxious to see what adjustments they made after that Wright City game to take on a scrappy Silex team.
I think they're even better than scrappy, and they have dealt with some COVID issues on that side. Talking to Coach Sabrina O'Haron earlier in the week, only 8 days since practice opened have all the girls in the program actually been on the floor together. So they have definitely dealt with some issues, had some games canceled or postponed, and I don't think they've played their best basketball, but they look pretty good. This is a very young, hungry team, and they've got some talent on that side. So we'll talk more about this game and the second 2 games, our third-place game in our championship, as we start the pregame show for you next on Eagle 102.
Of people don't take their medication as prescribed. Some never even fill their prescription, even if they don't feel well. Missing or not taking medication can be deadly. For questions about medication, your local Health Mart pharmacy is here to help. For fast, friendly service and affordable prices every day, visit your local Health Mart pharmacy, Bowling Green Pharmacy, located right on the square at 8 North Court in Bowling Green.
Show off your school pride today with the Bulldog debit card from Bank of Louisiana. Every time you use your Bulldog debit card, Bank of Louisiana will make a donation to the Louisiana School District. Stop by the bank today and get your new Bulldog debit card so you can start supporting the teachers and students with every swipe. The Bulldog debit card from Bank of Louisiana. Member FDIC.
This is Tracy Brookshire with the Pike County Health Department. With community transmission cases increasing in Pike County, it's becoming more difficult for healthcare providers to contact positive cases the same day these results are received. The state of Missouri has mandated that we prioritize first the investigations for school exposures, individuals 65 years and older, and cases associated with long-term care facilities. Those that do not fall into those categories will likely experience a delay in initial contact. Therefore, we have made some changes with our calling procedures to help streamline and make our calls more efficient. It is critical that if you have received a positive result or know you have been exposed to someone with COVID-19, you need to begin a 14-day quarantine starting from when your symptoms began or the last day of exposure to the positive case. Your patience awaiting your initial call from our office is very much appreciated. Visit our dedicated COVID page on our website, pikecountyhealth.org, for more information.
Hear all the action from the Eagle 102 broadcast booth, sponsored by Family Drug in Louisiana.
It's time now for the Eagle 102 pregame show, sponsored by Bowling Green Pharmacy.
And welcome back inside the Dale Miller Gymnasium, the championships, ladies championships of the 25th annual Clopton Invitational Tournament. And this is the first of 3 games, Silex and Mark Twain for Consolation, then Elsberry Winfield at 6 o'clock for third place, and then the tournament title game again.
Yeah.
Was this 3 years in a row?
If not more.
Yeah. Monroe City and Clopton.
I think it's been them, those two playing, since Monroe City has come into this tournament, and it's been several years now.
Yeah. So hoping for another Clopton upset, but that is a very tough, undefeated Monroe City team. And they were undefeated the year that Clopton beat them for the tournament championship, which was, 2 years ago? I think so. In this,
it was Caitlin Coons' senior year, I believe.
Yeah, and she was spectacular in that game, as were all the Lady Hawks in that upset win over Monroe City. But let's talk about this one a little bit, or a little bit further. Silex and Mark Twain. I think Silex has played much better than a 5 seed in this tournament, while Mark Twain has struggled a little bit, and we know the reasons why. They just haven't had enough experience this season playing basketball.
Well, you know, I had the chance to go over and watch Mark Twain play against Bowling Green before the tournament, and they seem to struggle with a little bit of consistency. Mm-hmm. And so hopefully tonight they will get on track and get those wheels rolling. But as you mentioned, Silex, you know, they're the ones, they're not afraid to get on the court. They're not afraid to be diving for that basketball. They fight for every point they have, and they're one of those teams that's so much fun to watch because it's do or die. They could be a do or die team is basically all it boils down to, because there's no giving up.
If they can establish that inside-out game and really get Sarah Gradicke going at the low post, it's going to be lights out for Mark Twain, because they've had not only some consistency issues but some trouble with fouls, as we saw with Emma Ross. She's basically the focal point of their offense, and she was on the bench with 3 fouls early in the semifinal. So she's got to stay on the floor and a productive member for Mark Twain to have a chance in this game. So that's a quick look at it. We'll check our keys to the game when we come back on Eagle 102.
It's a great time to buy or sell a home. I'm Vicki Cadwalder, and I take pride in offering skills that make the process go smoothly from beginning to end. Even after closing, I enjoy staying in touch and being there to help you if you have any other needs or questions. During the process, I'll work closely with your lender and other professionals to make it as effortless as possible. I'm here with you every step of the way, so when you're ready to buy or sell, call me and we'll create a personalized plan just for you. Vicki Cadwalder Real Estate, loving our small town life.
Bowling Green Tractor wants to change the way you think about yard work with their Ego 56-volt ARC lithium battery-powered lawnmowers, weed eaters, blowers, trimmers, and chainsaws. At Bowling Green Tractor, you can walk in and see for yourself just how easy these products are to handle. Bowling Green Tractor, your home for Ego. Power beyond belief.
As many as 50% of people don't take their medication as prescribed. Some never even fill their prescription, even if they don't feel well. Missing or not taking medication can be deadly. For questions about medication, your local Health Mart pharmacy is here to help. For fast, friendly service and affordable prices every day, visit your local Health Mart pharmacy, Bowling Green Pharmacy, located right on the square at 8 North Court in Bowling Green.
Time now for the Eagle 102 Keys to the Game on KJFM, sponsored by Vicki Cadwalder Real Estate in Louisiana.
And our keys to the game for tonight, or for this first game, the Consolation Championship between Mark Twain and Silex. We kind of mentioned it. Mark Twain has to stay disciplined and has to have a consistent effort. Silex just needs to establish that post presence and get some points off the drive. Lexi Plackmeyer can be very good when she's driving the lane. If they can get that going, then they're going to have some success tonight. And
I've kind of been a fan of watching Lexi play for the last 4 years, and I look forward to it again this year as well. But she's one of those ones, too, that you don't want to get into almost a match with her even on a jump ball. She's going to pick you up and throw you down. And she's not afraid of getting fouls either. So I'd like to see her staying on the court. As you mentioned, Emma Ross needs to stay on the court. Ticky-tack fouls tonight aren't going to do the trick. And based on who we're seeing out here who are wearing the black and whites tonight, you're going to have to watch it traveling. Make sure you take care of that basketball. Don't reach in by any means, because foul trouble could be an issue this evening.
Yeah,
so.
Use your feet, not your hands. Get in position so you're not clutching or grabbing. And 4 years, and I have yet to see Lexi Plackmeyer smile on the court.
That is true. That is very much true.
She gets on the floor, and she is all business for sure. We'll take a break, come back with your starting lineups after this on Eagle 102.
Hello, everyone. This is Mark Gooden from Community State Bank of Missouri in Bowling Green and Troy. On behalf of the officers, directors, and staff, we would like to extend our holiday greetings. May the warmth and cheer of the holiday season keep you and your loved ones safe and healthy. We sincerely appreciate your business and look forward to serving you in the new year. Happy New Year from Community State Bank of Missouri, your hometown bank since 1887. Member FDIC.
Bowling Green Insurance is here to serve all your insurance needs. Bowling Green Insurance offers companies to cover your farm, home, auto, and crop needs. Give Bowling Green Insurance a call today to get a quote. 573-324-CROP. Cellular and Satellite Center is the only stop you need to make when it comes to satellite providers, offering DirecTV and Dish Network along with antenna installs. Now, a special message from Matthew Niemeyer himself.
If you call an 800 number and they say we will be the local installer, they are wrong.
Contact Matthew at Cellular and Satellite Center in Bowling Green, your local authorized dealer.
As many as 50% of people don't take their medication as prescribed. Some never even fill their prescription, even if they don't feel well. Missing or not taking medication can be deadly. For questions about medication, your local Health Mart pharmacy is here to help. For fast, friendly service and affordable prices every day, visit your local Health Mart pharmacy, Bowling Green Pharmacy, located right on the square at 8 North Court in Bowling Green.
The Eagle 102 starting lineups on KJFM are sponsored by Community State Bank of Missouri in Bowling Green and Troy.
All right, the answer to that question. How many years in a row is the championship in Monroe City, Clopton?
It is. This is the 6th consecutive year, and it has been since 2013 was the last time someone other than Clopton or Monroe City won this tournament.
Wow. All right, our starting lineups for this ball game. We'll start with the 5-seed Silex Lady Owls. They're coached by Sabrina O'Haron. They'll start a sophomore, number 1, Rita Thurman. Number 11, a sophomore, Maddie Hall. A senior, number 14, Julia Gradicke gets the start tonight. Another senior, number 23, Lexi Plackmeyer. And a sophomore, number 25, Sarah Gradicke, back at the post tonight for Silex. Again, it's Thurman, Hall, Gradicke, and Plackmeyer. For the Mark Twain Lady Tigers, they're the 3-seed, coached by Matt Boswell. They'll start a 5'8 senior, number 3, Emma Ross. Number 15 gets to start a 5'8 junior, Autumn Arndt. Number 24, a 5'2 senior, Elizabeth Trower. She'll be running the point tonight. Number 32, a 5'5 senior, Zoe Miller. And number 33, a 5'8 junior, Emily Evans. So again, for the Lady Tigers, it's Ross, Arndt, Trower, Miller, and Evans. And those are your starters for this Ladies Consolation Championship game to start off championship night here at the Clopton Invitational. Our coverage all week long brought to you by Hayden's Motorsports Center, Brown's Processing and Smokehouse Meats, Calvert's Insurance Agency, McDingers, Northeast Missouri Title Company, and McCoy Blossom Funeral Home and Crematory.
You know, Mark, I have to say that I have to stand corrected again. I have been saying it all week long and did not go back and look because I was basing my information off things that somebody else had told me here from Clopton High School, that I thought that the boys side of the tournament started a year before the girls, so it was actually the 25th anniversary of the boys. But according to this book, that the girls played in '97 as well. So
yeah, I thought that was the case, but
and I can't remember.
I wasn't close enough to put in my 2 cents.
Well, and I would tell you it was someone who should know best as to whether or not that's who that was. So I do stand corrected, but I was told that the girls started a year after. But we'll see. Silex has taken home the Consolation Trophy the past 2 years. Mark Twain ended up in third last year, and we'll see which one of these two teams come home with hardware this evening.
We'll take a quick break, come back with your opening tip after this on KJFM.
Is it time to renew, redo, or rebuild? I'm Christine Rutherford, and we have loans designed specifically for repairs and renovations, along with home equity lines of credit. People's Bank and Trust, member FDIC, equal housing lender, MLO number 421603, NMLS number 407724.
I'm Tylee Mills, the CEO of Pike County Memorial Hospital. You've heard it from your friends, family, and even neighbors. They choose Pike County Memorial Hospital. Quality care from quality people. Pike County Memorial Hospital.
Area High School Sports on Eagle 102 is brought to you by State Farm Insurance, Cindy Blaylock, Young Enterprises Incorporated, and Pike County Memorial Hospital.
Teams being introduced right now. We won't have a national anthem probably until before the championship game, since Clopton's in that game. Silex in this game after an opening round loss in overtime, 48-38 to Elsberry, and then they beat Louisiana 54-20.
Oh, Mark, I am being corrected again. I am being told that I was correct.
Okay.
I like when I was correct, that the book is incorrect, but the girls did start after the boys.
All right. That one tipped back, and Silex will get it. Thurman to the hoop, and she puts it off the glass and in. Rita Thurman.
That's such a nice way to start. 2 points for the Owls.
And it was kind of a loose ball off the tip. Now that one's tipped and taken away. Good defense that time by Silex. And a turnover by the Lady Tigers. But that opening tip was undecided, and they tipped it forward, Silex did, and were able to chase it down, and Thurman got the easy two off the glass. Now Hall has it go to the floor, and it's stolen by Emma Ross. Ross, 2-on-0. She goes to the hoop and puts it in.
So back-to-back buckets here, and we're tied at 2 apiece with 7:20 to go here in the first quarter.
Back the other way. Here comes Thurman. Picks up her dribble on the near point. Now the pass is tipped by Ross, but Plackmeyer able to collect it and gets it to Julia Gradicke. Gradicke hands it back to Plackmeyer, and they'll reset the offense. 7:01 to go here in the opening quarter. Far side for Julia. Back up top for Lexi. Free throw line, Maddie Hall turnaround and hits the front of the rim and comes straight down. Picked up a loose ball, that is, by Emily Evans. Kicks it near corner. They're going to try the three from the near side. That's a foot off the mark. And the rebound comes out the far side for Zoe Miller. Miller back up top now. They'll reset for Elizabeth Trower. Bothered by Rita Thurman. Now a double team as Hall joined her, and they're able to get the ball off to Arndt. Now it goes to the floor again. Picked up by Gradicke. Goes to the floor again and tied up. And the arrow will favor Mark Twain with 6:23 to go, and the game tied at 2.
And Maddie Hall got a hold of that ball while she was laying on the floor, and she wasn't letting anybody else in there. So all Mark Twain could do was reach down and put a hand on it to get the jump ball call.
Here's Autumn Arndt. Goes to the far side into that double team. Now corner for Trower. Baseline cut off. Now she's in a double team, trapped in that corner. And the ball comes out. Somehow she got it to Ross. Somehow it's still in bounds.
It is, and I
Free
tell you
throw,
what.
middle of the lane, and that shot's no good.
Maddie Hall going up strong, pulling down another rebound for the Owls.
Arndt off the miss, and here's Thurman with it. Rita over to Julia Gradicke in the corner. She holds it high, and an opportunity for the three-pointer. Now a turnaround shot for Hall is short again.
And really, she just needs to add a little bit of an extra oomph behind her shot. She's got her angle just right. It's just going off the front of the rim there.
Tipped into the backcourt again by Thurman. Hall joins her. They get it into the corner for Ross. Pass tipped by Thurman. Unable to chase it down. And Miller gets it back, and a timeout taken by the Tigers. 5:22 to play, first quarter. We're knotted at 2 here in the ladies' consolation game from Clopton on KJFM.
When you support a locally owned pharmacy, you're contributing to the growth of the community. The dollars you spend stay right here to support our local community. Health Mart pharmacies are locally owned pharmacies. There's one right here. Health Mart pharmacists have a personal commitment to their communities because, just like you, they support their community. Health Mart pharmacies are locally owned and hometown proud.
Louisiana is a Health Mart town. Family Drug Health Mart Pharmacy. The right people, the right price, right downtown. Health Mart, caring for you and about you.
High school sports on KJFM is brought to you by Abel's Quick Shops, Mike's Tire and Service Center, and All Parts.
Mark Twain ball on the far side after the timeout. Here's Trower with it. In the center circle, yet to cross the line. Now she does. Goes to her right. Now gets it free throw line over to the far side for Autumn Arndt. She's blocked.
That's a nice block in there again by Maddie Hall. And I tell you what, she's been strong underneath the basket all the way around, whether it's from blocking the shot or going up strong, pulling down the rebound.
Here's Plackmeyer with it. Kicks it to Gradicke on the far side. Back up top for Rita Thurman. Rita to Sarah Gradicke. They haven't established that low post yet. Near side. Nothing has actually made it down to the baseline for Silex. Now Plackmeyer loses her dribble. Trying to find somebody, and the timeout taken by Silex. But this game's still knotted at 2. We played almost half the first quarter here in this ladies' consolation from the Clopton Invitational on Eagle 102.
Hey, this is Ryan with Mid-America Auto and Towing in Bowling Green, and we've got the lot looking good and ready to go. We've got something for everybody's budget. We have a constant rotation of new inventory, including cars, trucks, and SUVs. So if you're out and you're looking for a new car, come by and see me. Mid-America Auto and Towing, just off Highway 54 in Bowling Green, is a one-stop shop. Like us on Facebook or check out our website, midamericaautoandtowing.com.
Eagle 102 Sports on KJFM is brought to you by Ingram Plumbing, Bowling Green Pharmacy, and Mid-America Auto and Towing.
4:37 to play here in the opening quarter. 2-2 our score. Silex with the ball underneath the basket after the timeout. Julia Gradicke to inbound. And she goes out high to Rita Thurman. Thurman hands it off for Plackmeyer on the near side. Crossover. Kicks it far side to Maddie Hall from inside 3. Her shot is short. It's tipped out of bounds by Mark Twain and will stay with Silex.
So the Owls looking to move the ball around. Hall was just a little bit off the mark there, but they seem to have good ball movement in that last possession.
Now they get it down low and draws a foul off the inbound play. First foul of this contest, and it's on Autumn Arndt.
Her first, team's first of the first half.
No time came off the clock. 4:24 to go in the first quarter. Back up top. Through Thurman to Hall. Another long shot for Maddie Hall's no good. And the rebound boxed around, and we're going to have a tie-up. It'll stay with the Owls.
This time Gradicke wrapped it up underneath the basket there. As Sarah.
Still 2-2. And the official on the baseline with a little bit of instruction before the inbound play. Here's Julia Gradicke. Her shot's a little long, but Maddie Hall gets the long rebound for Silex. Back to Rita Thurman. They'll reset the offense. Plackmeyer between the circles. Skips it to Julia Gradicke. On the far side, up and around. Everything's on the perimeter.
This 2-3 zone set up by Mark Twain's kind of making them have to move the ball a little more than they probably really want to, but another foul is being picked up. This time it's going to be by Audrey Ross.
Elizabeth Trower.
Oh, whoops.
24.
Wrong line.
Up top now Thurman. Bounce pass to the corner for Julia Gradicke. Her shot's long, and Arndt had the rebound and then saves it into a teammate. Finds Emily Evans, and she brings it across the line. Evans drops it off for Emma Ross. Ross with 3:35 to play in the opening quarter. Gives it to Audrey Ross, who came in the ball game. Here's Arndt with it in the corner. Free throw line for Emma Ross. Now for Elizabeth Trower. 3 ball is long. Had a good line. Put back off the glass too high. And Sarah Gradicke with the rebound for Silex.
You know, Trower has been known in the even in this year there's a 3-point shooter, but I have yet to see the games that I'm calling this year for her to get on track for that this so far here in the 2021 season.
Here's Plackmeyer with it. Has the ball knocked away momentarily by Ross. Now goes past her, finds a little bit of room. She's trying to get to the basket and finds some traffic. Now goes to the floor. And Plackmeyer will get it to the near corner for Sarah Gradicke. Everyone just kind of stopped for a second, expecting a whistle, and it never came.
I think everybody expected a whistle either for a timeout or a jump ball.
Here's Ross back the other way, and Sarah Gradicke's injured on the back end as Ross scores.
So they're going to stop play now. Already set for a substitution is Abigail Mooney for the Lady Owls. Riley is walking out from Pike County Memorial Hospital. Take a look at her, help her walk off as she was walking a little gingerly.
Was that Ross or was it Arndt that scored? I was back looking at.
That was Emma Ross.
Okay. So she has all 4.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. That was Emily Evans.
Emily Evans.
Yes, my apologies.
Emily, it all works.
Well, I saw that I had marked down Emma Ross, and that was the first one I went to. Like, that doesn't sound right.
So Gradicke makes her way to the Silex bench. Like you said, replaced by Mooney, so they lose a lot of height. I think they get a little more ball handling with the freshman Mooney in there. 2:30 to play in a 4-2 game. Kind of a power play goal there for Mark Twain as they had the advantage by a player. That shot's no good, and the rebound pulled down by Evans. Long pass ahead, tipped around as Taya Williams also came in the ball game, and back the other way to the hoop, off the glass and good. That's Abigail Mooney.
Yeah, she's not in the game very long, already making big contributions. Man-to-man defense here, full court from the Lady Owls now.
And a little reach-in foul that time called on Maddie Hall in the backcourt.
We talked about that in the pregame show based on who was out there, that the girls are going to have to watch that this evening.
And into the ball game comes Taylor Howard. She'll replace Hall. You consider this the small lineup for Silex.
With Gradicke and Hall both on the bench, absolutely.
Lob pass inside for Ross, off the glass, good, and a foul. Little two-hand shove there from Taylor Howard. She'll pick up her first personal.
So our first free throw attempts tonight. It looks like our Pike County Memorial Hospital athletic trainer is just going to rewrap Sarah Gradicke's ankle, and hopefully we'll be back on the court soon.
3-point play for Ross. And it's a 7-4 game with now 1:48 to play in the first quarter. Near side, here's Howard with it. Back for Rita Thurlman as they pass between the circles. Now they get it down low to Mooney. Mooney's shot blocked. Howard, the rebounder, put back is no good. And over to the far side, it's picked up by Howard.
Let's chase her own, follow her shot, chase her own loose basketball, and fed it back out to the behind. And now we're trying to get it to where it's another turnover.
And a tie-up. It'll go to Mark Twain with 1:20 to play in the quarter. Howard has a motor, doesn't she?
Yeah, she does. She's fun to watch as well.
All the way up the floor with it, and the ball lost. Williams comes up with it, and Taya hands it off to Abigail Mooney, who looks at her coaches to get a little direction here with 1:10 to play, down 3.
You know, speaking of Taylor Howard, I wonder if she's like all the other pitchers out there where she launches one back the other direction if you want to be on the receiving end of that.
Yeah, I don't know if it kind of be like
I don't want to catch it.
like a quarterback's pass or something.
No kid.
Break a finger or something. Now a steal after Silex had lost that out of bounds. They get it back after the inbound play, and here's Thurlman.
That's 4 turnovers for Mark Twain here in the first with under a minute to go.
Mooney. Good spin move. Gets it to Plackmeyer, and she's fouled by Arndt.
Now I'd like to see Plackmeyer continue that through the basketball game as one of the keys for Silex to win this one. She just takes it in on those post players there. They're going to move. She's someone hard to guard, so for them to hold their position, it's probably going to be fairly tough.
Arndt picks up her second personal here in the quarter, and Plackmeyer is able to put the first one in, her first point of the night.
Arndt's going to take a seat.
Replaced by, was that Ross that came back out? Audrey. Plackmeyer misses the second. Ball goes to the floor. And a timeout taken by Mark Twain with 43.1 seconds to go in the first quarter. Already 2 timeouts taken by Mark Twain, 1 by Silex. 7-5 our score here in the first on Eagle 102.
Bundle at Pike County Mutual Insurance and save. Ask about the great rates on your personal vehicle, farm trucks, big or small, or even your motorcycle and side-by-sides. Stop by and see myself, Corey Buchanan, Buddy Bibb, or Kathy Gam at your hometown insurance company since 1895. Pike County Mutual Insurance on the square in Bowling Green.
Area High School Sports on Eagle 102 is brought to you by Community State Bank of Missouri, Family Drug, and Pike County Health Department, Home Health and Hospice.
Coach Matt Boswell throwing out timeouts like he's Oprah Winfrey or something.
Yeah, I want a timeout here, one timeout there. Everybody's going to get a timeout now.
Look under your seat. It's a timeout.
It's a timeout.
Over to the far side for the Tigers. Now they work it into the lane, and that shot no good, but a foul is going to send Audrey Ross to the line to
No, they're going to call the foul underneath.
Okay.
I think Chad Redding came back, and then he pointed to the floor. There was a foul on the floor.
And that's on Plackmeyer, her first. 33.1 seconds to go, so 10 seconds run off the clock. Tori Mudd was thinking about checking in, then came back to the bench. Usually she is in the ballgame by now. Ross with a shot off the glass, in and out. And Plackmeyer the rebound with 28 seconds left. First quarter action here from the Consolation Championship of this Clopton Invitational. Here's Thurman with it. She starts to skip up the floor. She crossed the line, now hands it off for Abigail Mooney. Mooney trying to find the baseline. Nothing there. She kicks it back. Thurman, 10 seconds to go. Here's Taya Williams on the near side. Out of the corner to Taylor Howard. Howard in trouble, down to 4 seconds. Going to have to fight to get the shot. Makes her way to the basket. Can't quite sneak it over the rim off the glass. And Silex will have to settle with being down by 2 to the Mark Twain Tigers. 7-5 our score after 1 from the Clopton Invitational on Eagle 102.
The Mercantile Bank of Louisiana is introducing Merc BK Mobile with the ability to take a picture of your check and deposit it into your Mercantile Bank account. You'll never have to worry about getting to the bank. Find more information by visiting mercbk.com. The Mercantile Bank, located on the corner of 3rd and Georgia Streets in downtown Louisiana. Member FDIC.
Ingram Plumbing has always been known for its outstanding plumbing service, but did you know that Ingram's is also the largest retail plumbing supply store in the area? We carry Delta faucets, a complete line of Whirlpool tubs and showers, jacuzzi pumps, and many other specialty items. Stop by Ingram Plumbing today, Highway 61, Bowling Green.
Bringing you all the action from the Eagle 102 broadcast booth, sponsored by Family Drug in Louisiana.
Tori Mudd will come in to start the second quarter. As just looking a quick look at the scoring, 2 points each for Thurman and Mooney. The other point by Lexi Plackmeyer on the Silex side. 2 points for Emily Evans. The other 5 for Emma Ross on the Mark Twain side. 8 minutes on the clock. It's a 7-5 game here for Consolation of this Clopton tournament. Our coverage all week long brought to you by Bowen Construction, Liggins Flooring, Wood Smoke Meats, One Multi-Sports Complex, and Midwest Heating and Cooling.
Even better news, Sarah Gradicke back on the court now for the Lady Owls with a long 3 on the way from Plackmeyer.
That's no good, and Emma Ross with the rebound for Mark Twain. They'll try to add to their 2-point advantage as she hands off to number 25, Audrey Ross. Free throw line and a reach-in. That's the second foul on Lexi.
Plackmeyer going to have to watch those reach-in fouls, as that's also the fourth team foul for Silex.
And that's a smile. I saw a smile.
You may have saw a smile.
You're
just not going to see it when you put it down the basket.
Yeah, that's an oh my gosh smile, I think, not an actual smile. Here's Mudd on a steal, puts on the brakes, and a travel called as she tried to get it over to Rita Thurman. She was in trouble. The ball wouldn't settle down for her, and she was in traffic.
So Mark Twain will have to go 3/4 length of the court.
They go into the backcourt with it for Zoe Miller. Miller has Mooney all over. They get it ahead to Ross. Into the corner now for Arndt. Arndt works baseline out the near side for the other Ross. That's Audrey. Back to Emma. Back to Audrey again. Back up top. Long 2. Off the glass. No good. Loose ball. And somehow Ross comes up with it. Get it to the free throw line for Emily Evans. Her shot as she drives is off the glass and good.
She's got 4 in this game, and it gives the biggest lead of the night to Mark Twain at 4. 9-5 with just under 7 minutes to go here in the half.
Got the old Dolly Parton going. 9-5 here with 6:50 to go in the first half. Corner, Plackmeyer. It's under the lane. That's Sarah Gradicke. She goes off the glass. That was fired off the glass and able to catch enough front iron to go down. First 2 points for Sarah as she comes back from that ankle injury.
Silex puts on some full court pressure and gets the steal, and unfortunately Tori Mudd's going to stand up and get the travel call on that one as she was on the knee when she first reached for the ball.
6:30 to play here in quarter number 2. Emma Ross to inbound. She'll go into the backcourt for Audrey Ross. Back near side for Zoe Miller. And all the way up top for Audrey. Pass tipped and taken. And another travel called on Mudd.
Yeah, and unfortunately at this point now, just kind of keep an extra eye on her every time she grabs it. Plackmeyer coming over, giving her a little bit of a pep talk. And
well, she has to redo the shoestrings and the Velcro. Maybe that'll help that shoe stick.
I think that was a little delay there to get some of that frustration out.
I don't know. That strap is still flopping around on her shoe. They go down low. Bounces off of Audrey Ross, or excuse me, Autumn Arndt, and out of bounds.
Well, it's off one of Silex players because it's going to stay with Mark Twain.
Yeah. Gave it to her because she was bumped instead of calling the foul. Nearly 2 minutes gone here in the second quarter. Emma Ross back up top and around. And stolen by Rita Thurman. Thurman goes to the hoop, can't hit the shot. She was bumped from behind by Autumn Arndt, and Arndt got the rebound, no foul call. And now she'll get the bucket at the other end and one.
And it looks like they're going to nail Gradicke, Sarah, with that one. As Arndt's going to head to the free throw line as Gradicke was running with her arms up, but she still made contact.
I still think Autumn got away with one at the other end on that rebound.
I agree.
And the shot is long. Rebound taken on the far side by Tori Mudd. No travel that time.
She planted that pivot foot that time. It wasn't going anywhere.
And here comes Thurman for the Lady Owls. Rita, far side, hands it off for Abigail Mooney. Mooney, little motion here with Lexi Plackmeyer. Plackmeyer is blocked by Ross. Got her own loose ball and puts it back in.
It wasn't pretty, but it got the job done for Plackmeyer.
Her first shot to go from the field. She has 3 points tonight. And a charge called on Arndt.
Hey, let me tell you what, Plackmeyer brought her arms down quickly in shock. She thought she was going to pick up her third foul.
She positioned herself perfectly, though. Arndt had no idea she was there.
No, she didn't. And Arndt picked up her third foul early here in the second quarter. 5:22 to go in the half, and that's going to hurt for Mark Twain.
She'll come out. Elizabeth Trower back in. And the Owls will try and tie this game up or take the lead with a three. Here's Plackmeyer, far side with it. Skips it up top for Mooney. Mooney, bounce pass to Lexi. She'll try the three. Turnaround three is no good. Ball knocked around, and Silex will get it back. Here's Mooney. Sneaks it over the rim too hard. Now the near side picked up by Ross for Mark Twain.
I tell you what, watching Rita Thurman and Emma Ross run toe-to-toe, I'm not sure who was actually faster.
They get it down low. Ross, no, but a foul.
And that's going to be called on Mooney as she was behind Ross and made some contact there as she went up for the putback.
First foul for Abigail.
Ross 1 for 1 from the charity stripe so far this evening.
And the first shot's no good for Emma. So she's 1 for 2. You want to know how much Coach O'Haron trusts the freshman Abigail Mooney?
How much?
Before the game the other night, Sabrina and Coach Monroe from Clopton were talking. And she calls Maddie over and says, Maddie, Winfield scouting report. And has her give the scouting report to Robert Monroe.
Oh, you mean Abigail?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
There you go. And picking up her second foul is Gradicke.
And the first shot's no good.
And sends Evans to the free throw line.
I thought that was interesting that you had the freshman come over and
give a scouting report, huh?
Yeah. Second shot no good, and on the rebound, what do we have?
Lane violation.
Against Silex, so they'll shoot it again.
So I take it that Mooney spends a little time in front of the scouting tape, huh?
You'd think so.
I tell you what.
She has some basketball IQ, that's for sure. And we'll see if everyone can stay in the blocks this time. As she missed the next one as well, and a travel called as Mooney fell backward.
Mooney went tall to get that one along with Plackmeyer, and both of them came down with a hand on the ball. So the travel call stays, and Mark Twain has it under their own basket along the baseline.
Here's Ross to Trower. Trower over to the far side for Taylor Martin, and now the ball stolen away. Here's Plackmeyer on a 2-on-1, gets it to Thurlman. She can't sneak it over, got her own rebound. A lot of traffic there, goes out of bounds. It's going to stay with Silex, and leaving too many opportunities on the table from within 5 feet.
You know, they are, and I can't say that from our angle, I will preface this, from our angle, it looks like a lot of contacts being made as Silex goes up, but no fouls are being called.
And Silex has played, well, they played the last game in the other gym. You know, maybe their sight lines are off a little bit as they lose this one out of bounds. It usually doesn't hurt too much when you're shooting within 5 feet, but you never know. Speculation. And now a travel called against Trower as she lost control.
And that's the 8th turnover for Mark Twain here in the first half. 4 in each quarter with 4:24 to go in the half. Again, Mark Twain leads 11-9.
One of the officials has to tell Trower her shoes untied before something happens. Of course, she's got strings going everywhere from the ankle braces, the knee braces, and then the shoelaces. But, yeah, that's definitely an untied shoe. Foul called.
And that's going to be on Evans, her first, team's 5th.
Mooney to inbound, gets it back up top for Thurlman. Near side, Taya Williams. Bounce pass back up for Thurman, over to the far side for Plackmeyer. Plackmeyer holds it high, gets it back to Rita. She'll try the three from the top of the key. That's just off the mark, and the rebound pulled down by Evans. Emily Evans across the line to the near side for Trower with that untied shoe off the mark. Rebound goes to Emma Ross as she ripped it away from Thurman. Another putback, no good. Plackmeyer's not going to allow anyone to rip it away. And we've got a foul.
That's right. I told you once she gets a hold of it, she wraps it up like it's her prized possession. Emma Ross picking up her first foul of the night. But tell you what, she got in there, wrapped it up tight, and she started going from side to side. No elbows extended, which we've seen quite a bit of this year. But nobody wanted to be near her.
3:40 to play here in the first half of this ball game. Mooney skips it to the corner for Plackmeyer. Gets it back to Abigail over to the far side. Thurman, she'll try the three. In and out, no good. And the rebound pulled down by Emma Ross.
Tell you what, Thurman's on cue for it. It's just not falling for her this evening. I tell you what, and Mark Twain's done a great job of getting in there with the rebounds.
Hand in the face, a three that time goes over everything, and we've got a foul called, I think, on Silex.
I believe, and I think it's going to go on Plackmeyer.
It is.
That is her third, and again, players you want on the court, Lexi's one of them.
They'll bring Maddie Hall back out to replace Lexi Plackmeyer.
It's going to send Emily Evans back to the free throw line, who hasn't had very much luck there so far this evening.
Officially 0 for 2, although she missed 3 last time. Just one of them was called back on a lane violation. Missed the front half of the 1-and-1, and that shot's good for Zoe Miller.
So Miller getting into the scorebooks tonight. Stretches that lead 13-9 with 3 minutes to go here in the half.
Here's Thurman with it. Over to the far side. Mooney going to try the three. It's short, and we've got a something. Oh, Gradicke lost her shoe.
My shoe.
Which, well, if you're already dealing with an ankle, that's probably not.
So while she's doing hers, who was it? Trower needs to adjust hers as well.
Yeah. Which right now Gradicke's blocking Trower, so I don't know if it's still on tied or not, but I never saw her tied back up.
So Maddie Hall coming back out, Tori Mudd coming back in, and then I believe Well, who just came back in? And I tell you what,
Yep.
Mark Twain, what a bunch of sweethearts. They reached down, pull, two of them reached down, pull Sarah Gradicke up off the ground after she gets her shoe on.
Nope, that shoelace still dragging the floor for Elizabeth Trower. Here's Mooney, bounce pass in the corner for Tori Mudd. She'll try the three from the corner. That one's good. Tori Mudd with a tray.
They've been working on it all night. She finally got it, brings it within 1 point for the Lady Owls.
Now a steal. Oh, stolen back, though, as Gradicke couldn't get a handle on it, and an easy lay-in for Audrey Ross. 2 free points there for Mark Twain, as Sarah just couldn't get the ball under control. Thurlman, bounce pass. Gradicke gets it to Mudd. And a travel called against Tori Mudd again. Boy, that was a heck of a bounce she got, though.
And I feel like that based on the calls, that she's racking up some frequent flyer miles with all the traveling she's doing tonight. She better get to go somewhere nice and warm.
Thurlman.
She's a pest up front.
Oh, yeah. Pass tipped by Mooney. Get it back and around to the near side. Down to 2 minutes to go. Low blocks over to the far side now. That shot by Ross, no good, but a foul is going to send Audrey Ross to the line.
All right, well.
Minute 59 to play, 15-12 our score. And the foul was the second on Mooney. First shot, no good. So Ross will get one more, trying to add to her 2-point night so far. And the second shot is good. So she's got 3, and the lead is 4. Matches the biggest of the night for Mark Twain. Here's Thurlman, bounce pass. There was nobody there except for 3 Mark Twain Tigers. Ross makes a little room and kicks it back now to the near side. Here's a 3 for Trower, and that one's good.
Yeah, she's been looking for that one for a while now, and that extends that largest lead of the night to 6. No.
7. 19-12. Mudd. And now a reach-in foul. Called against the Lady Tigers with 1:23 to go. It stops the clock. And that's going to be the second on Emma Ross.
Send Tori Mudd to the charity stripe tonight.
Julia Gradicke going to come back in after the first shot from Tori Mudd.
Well, I don't really understand. They let Emma Ross come off the court.
Maybe she's coming in for
Mudd. Maybe.
That makes it a 6-point game, 19-13. And the next is good as well. Hit that front iron with enough spin that it rolled over.
That answered that question, as Gradicke did come in and Mudd came off. Still a little bit of full court pressure from the Lady Owls. Mark Twain, no problem.
And a offensive foul. Boy, Gradicke sold that one. Evans going to pick up her second personal.
And nope. Now I was going to say, never mind, disregard.
19-14, minute 16 to play.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. I mean, it probably didn't take much to sell that one on Sarah's part, because I saw that elbow go and she gave her a nice shove off. Now, hitting the ground was probably the part that sealed the deal.
Here's Thurlman. And that pass trying to force it into Sarah Gradicke, and it's stolen away. And then the ball thrown away by Mark Twain. It's going to come back to Silex with 1:02 to go in the first half of this contest.
Each team has 5 turnovers here in the second quarter.
Thurlman will bring it up the floor for the Lady Owls. Mooney on the far point. Finds Julia Gradicke in the corner. Gets it back to Mooney. Now back up top for Thurlman. 48 seconds to play in quarter number 2. Here's the 3. It's long off the glass, and the rebound tipped around and taken by Zoe Miller for Mark Twain.
As she was trying to bank it in, we know that there's a bank or two still open this evening. It just was a little too hard.
I'll kick it back up top and set the offense through Miller. Down to the low blocks. Another pass across the lane. Shot went straight up in the air. Now it's to the floor. off the miss, and a tie-up.
Jump ball.
Yeah, Mark Twain ball. Into the ball game, Madison Waddell.
Looks like Taylor Howard's going to come back in the ball game as well.
She'll replace Thurman.
Well, Thurman probably needs a little bit of a breather after all that she did over there up top.
3 from the far side, no good, and Howard will grab the rebound and hand it off for Abigail Mooney with 15 seconds to go in the half. Mooney going to have to hurry here, down to 12. Bounce pass for Howard into the corner now for Gradicke. Julia back up top. They get it to Mooney. Bounce pass far side, down to 3 seconds, and the 3 ball was blocked, turned into a pass to Sarah Gradicke. She hits the side of the backboard, and the horn sounds with Mark Twain leading by 5. 19-14 our score. It's time for the Eagle 102 halftime report here on KJFM.
Here's one question that has no wrong answer. Are you going to choose the new Shell and Fuel Rewards card to be used at Shell stations, or the Shell and Fuel Rewards MasterCard that can be used everywhere MasterCard is accepted? With both, you save 10 cents per gallon, up to 20 gallons every time you fill up. And you also earn 10% rebates on your first $1,200 in non-fuel purchases per year at Shell stations. See? You can't go wrong with either. Visit www.shell.us/getrewards and apply today. At participating Shell stations only. Terms and conditions apply.
High School Sports on KJFM is brought to you by Pike County Mutual Insurance, Brown's Processing, and Bank of Louisiana.
Quick break into this halftime report. Mark Froelich, Marianne Everhart here at the championship, the ladies' championship night of the Clopton Invitational, 25th edition here on Eagle 102. And we brought you all the games so far. We'll continue to the last 2 nights of this tournament, and it's been a fun week of basketball. And we still have 2 more games here tonight on ladies' championship night. As next up, we have the third-place game between Elsberry and Winfield, and we'll round out the night with the ladies' championship between the Monroe City Lady Panthers, undefeated on the season, and the Clopton Lady Hawks. So that's coming up around 7:30 this evening. But 2 quarters in the books in this one. A little more offense in the second quarter. A lot more fouls in the second quarter, and a few more turnovers as well. As however you look at it, business picked up between these 2 teams, and Mark Twain has one of their bigger leads. They've got it as far as 7, but right now a 5-point advantage over the Silex Lady Owls, and they played better, I think, than they did in the semifinal win.
And really, as far as it comes down to scoring for Mark Twain, they could have a much larger lead if they could have dropped some of their free throws. Right now, they're 2 for 9 from the charity stripe, 1 in each quarter they've made, and really, that's. You think about that, an extra 7 points here in the game, and it's all of a sudden a different ball game. As far as Silex goes, they're 3 for 4, so right now they just need to find their way to the free throw line a little bit more if they're going to keep up with that. Leading the scoring right now for Mark Twain is Emily Evans. She has
Emma Ross.
I can't write.
She's so far away from everyone else that's been scoring on this.
Well, no, apparently, I don't know. I was counting something else, and I put the number there. So Emma Ross has 5, Emily Evans with 4, and then with 3, you've got Elizabeth Trower, Audrey Ross, and then 2 each, Autumn Arndt, and Zoe Miller. For Silex, their leading scorer right now is Taya Williams. She has 5, Rita Thurman with 2, Rita Thurman with 3, Lexi Plackmeyer with 3, and then Abigail Mooney and Sarah Gradicke each with 2.
You said Taya Williams, you meant Tori Mudd with 5.
Yep, I sure did.
19-14 is our score through 2 quarters here at the Clopton Invitational. Still a lot of basketball to be had, and I think Silex very much in this ball game. Still have to establish that post presence with Sarah Gradicke, although she missed a lot of time with an ankle and then lost her shoe. And I don't think she's even at 80% right now. Still coming back. She missed all last season, so maybe some leg issues still kind of bothering her and affecting her mobility a little bit. And with a little physicality from Mark Twain, that's not a good recipe for Sarah's style of play at this point in the season. We'll take a break. We'll come back with more of the halftime show after this on KJFM.
The Eagle 102 halftime report is coming up, brought to you by Cellular and Satellite Center in Bowling Green.
Cellular and Satellite Center is the only stop you need to make when it comes to satellite providers, offering DirecTV and Dish Network along with antenna installs. Wait, there's more. They also offer several options for internet service with Viasat, HughesNet, and AT&T. Hold on, there's still more. They can also do security system installations, have TVs in stocks, mounts, and cables. Now a special message from Matthew Niemeyer himself.
If you call an 800 number and they say we will be the local installer, they are wrong.
Contact Matthew at Cellular and Satellite Center in Bowling Green, your local authorized dealer.
Farmers, the crew at Mike's Tire and Service Center is here to serve you. They know the hours you put in, which makes it difficult to get that equipment in for service. Therefore, they offer on-the-farm tire repair. Hi, folks. My name is Cody Kirkendall, Mike's Tire and Service Center, located on Business Highway 61 in Bowling Green.
Daily life is a bit different right now than what we're used to, but let's remember that this too shall pass and try to find ways to keep positive, help others in need, spend quality time with family, exercise, pray, do something that helps you feel empowered and moving forward. Vicki Cadwalder, Real Estate, praying for good to come out of trials.
Hear all the action from the Eagle 102 broadcast booth, sponsored by Family Drug in Louisiana.
It's now time for the Eagle 102 halftime report on KJFM, sponsored by Cellular and Satellite Center in Bowling Green.
19-14 as Silex makes their way out of the locker room ahead of the second half. Mark Twain yet to retake the court before we get into the third quarter of this ballgame. Our coverage all week long on KJFM from this Clopton Invitational, brought to you by Pike County Title Company, Craig's Truck and Tractor Service, Alicia Koenig, RE/MAX Realty Agent, Rawls County Mutual Insurance, and McMaler & Sons Backhoe and Excavating. Glad we have all the sponsors to help bring you all the action of this 25th edition of the Clopton Invitational Tournament as we head into Ladies Championship night and still have Men's Championship night tomorrow. And I'll go through the schedule for that one real quick. We'll start it off at 3:45 pregame ahead of the 4 o'clock Consolation matchup between Wright City and Elsberry. Then at 5:30, Louisiana and Clopton. And at 7 o'clock, the tournament championship between Monroe City and Winfield, and both of those teams were impressive in the semifinals here in the Dale Miller Gymnasium last night.
I do want to remind people that because the number of teams coming into the final two nights have whittled down a little bit, the Clopton administration did decide to issue more tickets to the teams and the players. So if you're coming out, and make sure you have your masks and things like that. I think they changed it from 2 tickets to 6 tickets each.
Oh, wow.
Yes, Clopton very much wanted the players, as many people to be able to be here as possible to cheer on their area teams, but trying to be responsible as well and keep in mind what is going on. So just keep that in mind as you're heading this direction. And, of course, if you don't have a ticket, we have all the coverage for you here on Eagle 102 anyway, not only on air but online at kjfmradio.com, on the KJFM Radio app. And if you have an Alexa-enabled device, you can join us on there as well.
About 3 minutes to go before we start quarter number 3. What does Silex have to do to overtake Mark Twain, and what does Mark Twain have to do to keep the advantage in this one and grow their advantage in the second half?
Well, right now Silex has to control their turnovers. They had 5 in the second quarter, and that's not to say Mark Twain didn't, but some of their turnovers were those ones that are just simple mental mistakes. Take care of that basketball, slow things down just a little bit in there, and going to have to find something, open up that outside shooting a little bit more. Even if you're missing, open up those shots. It's going to pull Mark Twain out, and then maybe you can get that ball back inside to your Sarah Gradicke's, players that have a little bit of height there underneath the basket. As far as Mark Twain, really, same thing. You're going to have to take care of the basketball. When you come down, you don't have to just go straight to the hole. Set up your offense, run it, look for the proper shot, the good shot, and that way you don't have to, you're not taking shots that shouldn't be taken, and then rebounds coming your way, or the opposite team's picking up those second chance rebounds. So really take care of the basketball, slow things down just a little bit. I enjoy a fast-paced game as much as anybody, but right now with the number of turnovers each team has, slow things down and run your offense.
I think, in hockey they call it puck luck, but Silex just didn't get many of the bounces in the first half. They'd pick up a steal, but then they'd get a traveling call right after that, or they'd grab a big rebound and fall down and be called for a travel. So I think if they can get a few more bounces in the second half, they'll be able to make a push in this game.
Well, and I would like to see Silex stay out of some foul trouble. Right now, we talked about it in the pregame. Lexi Plackmeyer sitting with 3, but then on the other hand, Emma Ross has she has 2 for Mark Twain. So really, you're going to have to control those fouls and not just reach in. Make sure if you're going to get a foul, it's a foul that's going to benefit you and your team for the most part. I mean, there's some fouls you just can't help, but the fouls that you can help, those ticky-tack ones, let's avoid those.
That's our halftime report. We'll have the third quarter for you next on KJFM.
Cellular and Satellite Center is the only stop you need to make when it comes to satellite providers, offering DirecTV and Dish Network along with antenna installs. Wait, there's more. They also offer several options for internet service with Viasat, HughesNet, and AT&T. Hold on, there's still more. They can also do security system installations, have TVs and stocks, mounts, and cables. Now, a special message from Matthew Niemeyer himself.
If you call an 800 number and they say we will be the local installer, they are wrong.
Contact Matthew at Cellular and Satellite Center in Bowling Green, your local authorized dealer.
Eagle 102 Sports on KJFM is brought to you by People's Bank and Trust, County Market in Louisiana, and Bowling Green Insurance.
Silex with the ball to start the third quarter. Near side with it is Julia Gradicke. Gradicke up top and around to Lexi Plackmeyer. Plackmeyer trying to find something on the far side. Comes back near side for Thurman. Bounce pass for Julia near corner. Not taking that 3. Free throw line for Maddie Hall. Back to Thurman, over to the near side. Here's Gradicke with it again.
Well, but this is what I was talking about. They're running their offense. A nice 3 ball on the way from Plackmeyer, and it hits the front of the rim and bounces in. It's good.
So Thurman makes it a 2-point game, Plackmeyer with her first tray of the night. Ross into the corner for Trower. Elizabeth Trower going to try the 3. She's off the mark, and the rebound grabbed by Sarah Gradicke.
We'll assume it's just that end of the court that's not having the luck for either team tonight.
Plackmeyer. First shot to go from the field. No, she had a 2 earlier. So she's hit from everywhere. The free throw line, inside 3 and outside 3. Here's Gradicke. Julia back for Thurman. Near side for Sarah. What's she doing out that high?
Well, she's psyching them out.
She'll go to her dribble. Take it far side. Pass tipped, gets it to Thurman anyway. Shot off the glass is no good. And the rebound shot out to the near side by Trower. She gets it to Ross. Her shot off the glass, even with a bump, is good.
Well, and it wasn't even really a bump. It's the fact that she ran in. I think that was Thurman that was posted up. She ran into her and it bounced off. I mean, Thurman didn't even do anything. She just stood there.
Near side, here's Julia Gradicke for Rita Thurman. Thurman back up top for Lexi Plackmeyer. Plackmeyer to the far side for Julia Gradicke. Back for Lexi. Near side for Thurman. Thurman had the 3 momentarily. Julia will take it, and Gradicke hits a tray.
I mean, now's the time to heat up from behind that arc, and it's a 1-point game.
21-20 with 5:52 to go here in the third quarter. Now a tip and out of bounds off of Plackmeyer. And that's that bounce we were talking about.
Well, I mean, Silex is doing a good job of getting themselves in position and holding their ground. They just have to remember to learn when the appropriate time is to fall backwards.
Yeah. Arndt to inbound.
And she needs somebody to throw it to. Her offense isn't moving.
Almost got the 5-second call, did Silex, and they go to the far side with it. Back up top between the circles for Zoe Miller. Miller to the far side for number 24, Elizabeth Trower. Trower dribbles the perimeter, comes near side to Arndt. She goes baseline with the pass to Ross, and a foul going to be whistled on Taya Williams, her first.
And really, I like to see how far out Rita Thurman is coming to put on that the defensive pressure. She's not waiting for them to get to the arc. She's actually out there meeting them between that arc and the circle.
5:35 rather to go here in the third quarter. Off the inbound, a partial block, and Ross will come away with the loose ball. Emma takes it all the way outside and drops it in between the circles for Zoe Miller to the near side for Trower. Long pass inside, partially blocked, and we've got a foul going to be whistled against Plackmeyer. Is that 4?
That's her 4th.
Ooh. That's not good.
And really right at the moment, to be quite honest with you, she's not playing bad. She's not really doing anything wrong. It's just that the way that literally the ball is bouncing tonight, and it's not in her favor. She was walking up. She The girl backed into her, bounced off, and they called the foul off of her.
Yeah, if that ball isn't tipped, there's probably not a foul there.
No.
To the near side, Arndt stops, pops, shoots, and scores. Autumn Arndt. Only 4 points.
Back to a 3-point lead for the Lady Tigers.
Thurlman over to the far side for Abigail Mooney. Mooney back in the ball game for Blackmeyer. Skips it near side for Thurlman. Rita overloaded on this side. They have Mooney available for a three, but the pass is taken away from Gradicke by Trower. Trower trying to go coast to coast. No, but a foul will send Elizabeth to the line.
And really, Mooney just picked up her third foul, and they don't need her on the bench as well. So really, Silex, at this point, you need to play smart basketball. Everybody likes the aggressiveness, but at the same time, you've got to play smart, especially in a game like this.
And at the line is Trower, and she hits the first to make it a two-possession game.
I was happy to see that one fall through. Mark Twain needed a bucket from the free throw line to kind of break the drought they were having.
Second shot, no good. And the rebound picked up by Williams for the Lady Owls. Mooney with it. Playing with 3 fouls, gives it to Thurlman. Rita to the near side for Julia Gradicke. Gradicke back up top for Mooney, and a timeout now.
Yes, Coach Sabrina Heron wants to talk to her Lady Owls, and we'll hear from some of our sponsors. 4:30 to go here in the third. Mark Twain leads Silex 24-20 as you're listening to Clopton Tournament Action on Eagle 102.
As many as 50% of people don't take their medication as prescribed. Missing or not taking medication can be deadly. For questions about medication, visit your local Health Mart pharmacy, Bowling Green Pharmacy, located right on the square at 8 North Court in Bowling Green.
Area High School Sports on Eagle 102 is brought to you by Cellular and Satellite Center, the Mercantile Bank, and Bowling Green Tractor.
24-20, Mark Twain leading Silex here in the third quarter. 4:30 to go in the quarter. And our coverage from the Clopton Invitational brought to you in part this week by People's Savings Bank in Bowling Green, Penrod Real Estate, Bolin Chevrolet. Saw a lot of new Chevys parked out front.
Yep.
Sun Window Company, Spring Valley Accounting, and County Market in Vandalia. Glad they're all with us and helping us bring this 25th Clopton Invitational into your home, your car, wherever you might be
as I say,
listening or watching.
We get to go on the road with you as well. If you haven't downloaded the KJFM radio app, we suggest you do so because lots of great information there as well.
Williams gets it back to Mooney, and we're back underway with 4:30 to play. And she loses control.
And so really again, we talked about that before. How is Emma Ross laying across Mooney not a foul?
Yeah. Somehow Mooney got the ball back, and Silex was able to keep possession.
Well, really, Emma Ross was. She was being smart. Emma Ross was, and she was trying to avoid picking up a foul, so she just stopped moving.
Yeah, she was almost in a push-up position, and then a travel called on Mooney on the far side. Turns it back over. Here's Arndt with it, and the pass tipped out of bounds by Mooney, and she's got to be careful with 3 fouls. They get it in with a bounce pass or a lob pass to Miller. Near side now for Autumn Arndt. Arndt put the ball on the floor once. Now gets it around to Ross. Back to Autumn Arndt. Arndt finds a little room, scores, and is fouled.
Arndt going to go to the free throw line for the old-fashioned three-point play as she was fouled on that one. Picking up the foul is going to be Julia Gradicke. That'll be her first. Team's fourth here of the half. So Arndt at the free throw line. Her +1 on the way is nothing but net.
And she's got 7 points in this ball game, 27-20, so that's the difference, 7 points. Rita Thurlman with it across the line for the Owls. Lob pass for Mooney. She's on the run now trying to find the baseline. Wasn't there for her. She gets it back to Mooney. Hands it back to Thurlman to Mooney. And now a bounce pass for Thurlman again. Lobs it down for Gradicke, out of her reach and out of bounds.
And that's a third turnover for the Lady Owls here in the third quarter. So far, Mark Twain has taken care of the basketball, so they've kind of cleaned up their turnovers.
That's the first time they've really tried that lob down to Gradicke, though, tonight, and it was so effective in the semifinal win. And now a foul going to be whistled on Thurman.
Yep. Thurman was moving her feet. However, she made contact is what they're going to say, and that's going to be the 5th team foul for Silex here in the third. Taylor Howard going to check in the basketball game now.
For Julia Gradicke. She looks like she's hobbled a little bit tonight, too. Arndt in trouble near the line, gets it ahead. They try baseline, find Ross with a pass to her throat, and the 3-ball. They kick it back for the 3-ball to Miller, and it's good.
It's the largest lead of the night now for Mark Twain at 10, 30-20.
Is that a 9-0 run that they're on?
I believe so.
Here's Mooney with it. Kicks it back to Thurman. Now for Howard. To Rita again between the circles. Far side for Sarah Gradicke. Back for Taya Williams. Williams at the point. Over to Mooney. Far side. She gives up her dribble at the free throw line, then throws it away. Turnovers here in the third quarter have allowed Mark Twain to open up a 10-point lead.
I tell you what, Taylor Howard, she has been on both sides of the court tonight. She is moving quickly down there underneath the basket, trying to stop with the defense.
That was a carry of the ball, and they didn't call it. 3 officials missed that one.
And there was another walk, and now they're going to get a call on Williams.
No, Ross with the offensive foul.
Oh, they called the offensive. I gotcha.
And that's the 3rd foul on Ross on the charge as she put Williams down on the floor. Ten-point lead for the Tigers. Silex with the ball. Mark Twain has done everything they've had to tonight to combat. Oh, that just stolen right off the hand of Taya Williams by Anna Mark. Gets it ahead to Emma Ross. Ross's runner is no good. And on the rebound, she gets her hands around the head of Taya Williams, and it's going to be back-to-back fouls on Ross, and that's 4 on Emma.
And really, again, this is one of those ones where, Emma, you're a senior. You've played hard for 4 years. Those are mental mistakes that you shouldn't be making. Tori Mudd, do I get to come on? Do I not? Do I get to? Do I not? It's just I think they're just reminding them that you need to make sure to wait for them to be waved in.
Here's Thurman with it. Silex needs a bucket. Bounce pass inside. Sarah Gradicke off the glass. Too hard. Rebound, Maddie Hall. No, but a foul will send Maddie to the line. And she comes up.
She's looking for her first 2 points of the night. She's had some nice shots. They just haven't fallen for her.
And it was on Arndt. Her 4th. Wow. We're still in the third quarter. And 2 Mark Twain Tigers have 4 fouls. 1 Silex Lady Owl has 4 fouls, and the first shot is good for Maddie Hall.
I tell you what, I was watching Trower. As she was walking, she has that nice big knee brace on her right leg. She kind of was a little stiff. Boy, when she got the chance to run, she had no problem with it.
Maddie hits them both. She needs to start shooting there from the field. In trouble in the backcourt as the ball almost stolen away. Here's Trower with it. Her shot rims out. No good. Tipped up in the air, and Maddie Hall gets it, and a foul going to be whistled on number 4, Taylor Martin.
Martin, who's recently come into the game, and that's going to be the fourth foul, here in the last about minute or so on Mark Twain.
Yep. 8-point game, and this is a spot with both of those starters on the bench for the Tigers for the Lady Owls to make a run. Howard with it. Trower gave her all sorts of fits, and it's taken away. Evans picks up the loose ball, trying to go 1-on-4, and she's tripped from behind by Taylor Howard, and Howard is a little worse for wear.
So I think Howard just couldn't stop. She had momentum carrying her that direction, and when she did, she just got tangled up with Mark Twain's offense there, and they all hit the deck.
Trower for 3 off the inbound, in and out. And the rebound pulled down by Sarah Gradicke for Silex. She'll hand it off to Abigail Mooney. I don't know if Taylor hit her head or had her hair stepped on.
Either way, she had some damage done to her head there, because that hurts when the girls step on your hair, too. You try to lift your head.
Inlet pass to Mudd, and she's fouled. That one's going to be on Audrey Ross, her first.
It hasn't taken long for the fouls to almost even up. 16 fouls for Silex, 5 for Mark Twain. Mark Twain has the lead by 8.
Mooney trying to find somebody. Gets it to Mudd. Underneath the basket, she can't handle the pass, and it's taken away by Martin. Martin trying to go along the sideline, gets it to Trower. Back to Martin. Back up top now and around to the far side for Audrey Ross. Her pass rejected back to her. And they go up top again to the near side for Trower. Free throw line. They'll work it down low. Actually tipped into the corner for Martin. Trower with 33 seconds to go in the quarter. So they're trying to find an open shot. Here's the three. That's a little long. Putback is short. Another putback off the glass is no good. Another one no good, but finally a foul will send Evans to the line after she missed a couple of shots.
And I agree with Taylor Howard right now. She turned around and held her hands up. I mean, she went in there. She blocked out. The ball wasn't even in Evans' hands, and she got called on the foul. So
as Emily misses the first one, she is 0 for her first 4 from the free throw line. 22.9 seconds to go in the third quarter. Here in this consolation game, she finally breaks that streak and hits the second one. That's the reverse jinx there.
That's the reverse jinx. I gotcha.
18.5 seconds to go to the near side for Taya Williams. Williams bounce pass out for Sarah Gradicke between the circles. Down to 9 seconds. Free throw line for Mooney. She tried to force it down to Mudd, and it's off of Mudd out of bounds.
Silex has 8 turnovers in the third quarter. They had 7 in the first half.
Yep, it's been a little sloppy here in the third. Here's Ross, and she's taken out by Maddie Hall. Maddie Hall's second foul. 3.3 seconds to go, and it's going to be a 1-and-1 situation here to end the third quarter. Ross at the line. She's 1 of 2. And into the ball game comes Adeline Palmer. She'll replace Emily Evans, who has 2 fouls. Little extended breather before the end of the third quarter. First shot. Can't get the second as it rimmed out, and that'll be it for 3 quarters of play. Our score, Mark Twain 31, Silex 22. Back with the fourth quarter of this ladies consolation game next on Eagle 102.
Need a little good news in your life? State Farm has new, lower car insurance rates in Missouri, so you can now get the service and convenience of State Farm agent Cindy Blaylock at an even better price. Call me today at 573-754-5575. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Cellular and Satellite Center is the only stop you need to make when it comes to satellite providers, offering DirecTV and Dish Network along with antenna installs. Now, a special message from Matthew Niemeyer himself.
If you call an 800 number and they say we will be the local installer, they are wrong.
Contact Matthew at Cellular and Satellite Center in Bowling Green, your local authorized dealer.
Bringing you all the action from the Eagle 102 broadcast booth, sponsored by Family Drug in Louisiana.
Start of the fourth quarter here from Clopton High School. The Clopton Invitational rolls into ladies championship night, and it'll be, I believe, Mark Twain with the ball to start the fourth quarter with a 9-point lead. They've led by as many as 10, I believe, here in the second half, but they are in control right now. But a couple of their starters who are back on the floor right now, actually, playing with 4 fouls, and Autumn Arndt and Emily Ross. Arndt with the ball right now. Trouble with it for Audrey Ross, and the ball is tipped and taken away from her, and then a trip as she grabbed the foot of Abigail Mooney, and that'll be the second foul on Audrey Ross. 7:48 to play in regulation. Silex with the ball down 9. Here's Mooney. Next foul against Mark Twain, and there's a steal on the far side and a bump going to be called on Tori Mudd.
So Tori Mudd picking up the foul, and we're going to walk to the other end, shoot some free throws.
Yeah, both teams will be in the bonus. That's the, 19th foul against the Lady Owls. So the next one will be double bonus for Mark Twain. So Tori picks up her first personal, and the first shot earns the second for Audrey Ross. She's got 4 points. Our coverage from the Clopton Invitational brought to you in part by Hayden's Motorsports Center, Brown's Processing and Smokehouse Meats, Converts Insurance, McDingers, Northeast Missouri Title Company, and McCoy Blossom Funeral Home and Crematory. As the ball goes out of bounds, it'll go to Silex off that free throw miss and ensuing scrum.
For everything that we've watched tonight, Mark, I have no idea how a foul wasn't called that time, but yet it's been called the rest of the game. I mean, not that I wanted to see
little contact.
Didn't want to see Sarah Gradicky pick up another foul, but you can't get much more than that.
There was maybe a skosh of contact.
A little bit. I just don't know what to do.
Just a pinch. That one through the hands of Taya Williams out of bounds. Turnover gives it back to the Tigers, and no need for an even up now.
I'm all excited for both teams not to have any more fouls. Let me make that clear. But that was one that it battles me. And
a travel called instead of a foul. Evans with the turnover.
Holy cow!
You could have had a blocking foul. You could have had a charge. They called a travel instead because she never put the ball
snowing outside? Because I was a little curious as to why that call went.
Here's Plackmeyer. And she's tied up. It's going to stay with Silex now with 7:13 to go in regulation. And a 10-point lead for Mark Twain. They go into the backcourt with it for Plackmeyer. Plackmeyer trying to find some room. Goes all the way, and a double dribble called, spoiling what was a pretty good drive, and a timeout taken by Coach Boswell and the Tigers. They lead at 32-22 over the Silex Lady Owls for Consolation here at the 25th Clopton Invitational on Eagle 102.
Community State Bank of Missouri in Bowling Green and Troy, where the #1 priority is the customer and adding new services to help simplify your life and building a strong, high-performance financial services organization. Community State Bank in Bowling Green and Troy, your community bank since 1887, member FDIC.
High school sports on KJFM is brought to you by Vicky Cadwallader Real Estate and Perkins Electrical Service.
7:06 to play in regulation, and Mark Twain has control right now, leading 32-22 over Silex. Our coverage of the Clopton Tournament brought to you all week long by Bowen Construction, Liggins Flooring, Wood Smoke Meats, One Multi-Sports Complex, and Midwest Heating and Cooling.
And again, we talked about this one. Take care of the basketball. Really, Silex, both teams with 2 turnovers here in the fourth quarter. But I think the third quarter turnovers is kind of what has led to this 10-point deficit where Silex had 8 turnovers.
And it hasn't slowed down quite yet. Here's Arndt with it in the backcourt for Mark Twain. Hands it to Emily Evans. Evans, long pass ahead. They work it across, and it's tipped out of bounds by Plackmeyer. One too many passes maybe, as it looked like Evans had no interest in going up with that herself. 6:59 to play here in the fourth, and a skip pass gets it inbounds to Arndt. Now for Audrey Ross into the corner. They tried to lob it in the middle, and it's intercepted by Lexi Plackmeyer for the Lady Owls.
Plackmeyer, as we mentioned, playing with 4 fouls right now, so she's going to be playing a little gingerly if she wants to stay into this ball game.
Almost lost control that time, and then has it tipped out of bounds. And back into the ball game come Rita Thurlman and Julia Granicky as Tori Mudd takes a seat. Who else is coming out? Taya Williams. Silex with the ball. Mooney to inbound. Gets it to Julia Granicky. Granicky going to try the 3. It's good.
That's her second tray of the night, Julia's.
That'll get you right back in a ball game. It's a 7-point affair. And a travel called. A turnover as Audrey Ross kind of got in too close and put the ball on the back of a Silex player and kept moving forward.
And right now it's Mark Twain with the 4 turnovers here in the fourth.
32-25 is the Tiger lead. Plackmeyer with it between the circles. Now she goes up on a run against Ross. Backs it up to Moody, now Thurlman. Go at her. Lob pass for Plackmeyer. She traveled. Yeah, it couldn't quite get set. The ball was a little bit too high on that inlet pass, but it is available. It's starting to become available with Arndt and Ross with 4 fouls each. Now the ball goes to the floor. Hall couldn't pick it up. It's being sat on by Thurlman, and a tie-up will favor the Mark Twain Lady Tigers. 6:04 to play here in the fourth. They get it inbounds, Mark Twain does, to the near side for Audrey Ross. Arndt with it. Works against Maddie Hall on the baseline into a double team, kicks it back. Audrey Ross again over to the far side. Emma Ross off the glass. She was wide open, and the first points in a while for her. She's got 9 in the game. Only 4 second half points. Thurlman hand checked a little bit, but got the pass back to Mooney. Here's Plackmeyer. Lexi has the ball knocked away momentarily. Mooney picks it up and gets it to Rita Thurman. Thurman going to try and get to the hoop. No, but a foul will send Rita to the line. Who's it on? That's it. Autumn Arndt has fouled out of the ball game with 7 points.
So she's going to have a seat, and that's going to be beneficial to.
She still doesn't know.
She doesn't know why she's going to the bench.
And Ross will come out as well to try and save her for the final minutes if needed. Arndt has fouled out with 5:22 to play. Mark Twain up 9. And if Silex is going to make their move, now is the opportunity.
I understand why Scott Hansen's confused with Ross coming out of the game as well. Her sub should have had to wait.
First shot no good for Rita Thurman. First time to the line tonight for Rita. She has 2 points. Taylor Howard getting ready to check back in. Second shot is good. The lead is 8 for Mark Twain as they get the ball back.
So Maddie Hall's going to have a seat as Howard checks back in.
A little pressure here from the Lady Owls. Trower got past 2 defenders. Now we got to try get past 2 more. And it's out of bounds, a turnover. Good work that time by the 3 Lady Owls on the full court press.
So Maddie Hall coming back into the basketball game. Looks like her and Taylor Howard playing a little offense-defense here.
And Julia Granicky to inbound. They come out high to Rita Thurman. Thurman passed it to the feet of Plackmeyer. She falls down, and it's called a travel. 5:09 to play. Turnover gives it back to the Tigers, up by 8. And they'll switch off again. Howard back in. She's got some fouls to give.
Well, her speed right now. Her speed has been spectacular.
Pass tipped, and they're going to call a foul on Rita Thurman.
That's her second, but we're walking to the line to shoot a 1-1. I always assume Becky Yates is ahead of me. This time she was not. Normally she has it up there before I look, so I just assume that she's got ahead of me.
10th team foul, so it is a 2-shot opportunity for Emily Evans.
And she's kind of struggled from the charity stripe tonight, so if somebody's going to be there, that's the one to do. Her first misses.
They'll switch out. Howard sprints back to the Silex bench. 3 minutes gone here in the fourth quarter, and she hit the second one, so it's a 9-point lead again. She's 2 of her last 4. 2 for 7 in the game. Here's Lexi Plackmeyer, and it's stripped from behind and taken. Almost lucked out there, but it was saved from going out of bounds by Evans. Lob pass ahead. They work at middle of the lane. Ross is blocked. Gets it to a teammate, though. That shot no good. Another putback no good, and the ball finally comes out to Abigail Mooney. Mooney going 1-on-2. She'll have to put on the brakes. Kick it back out to Rita Thurman. And you don't see too many teams able to go step for step with Silex back up the floor. They've done a good job of that tonight, Mark Twain has.
I tell you what, Mark Twain is a team that you just can't sleep on, and that's for sure. And but it just depends on the night.
Pass thrown away, may have been partially blocked. Here's Evans with it for Mark Twain, and she is called for a push-off. Evans, the 3rd foul.
4:10 to go here in the basketball game. 9-point lead, as you mentioned, for Mark Twain. 35-26 in this consolation matchup here for the 25th annual Clopton Invitational Tournament.
Our coverage brought to you by Bowling Green Lumber, Lid's Heritage House, Orff Construction, Pow Pow Cattle Farm and Fencing, and a Taste of Philly restaurant. Here's a shot, no good because of a travel call. It actually went in for Julia Granicki, but that travel has just plagued Silex all night long.
Well, between the two teams, we should be going to Cancun or somewhere because that's a lot of frequent flyer miles that they've racked up tonight.
They have walked a 5K at least tonight.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ross over to the far side, pass tip, gets it to Trower anyway. She goes high off the glass and scores.
Tell you what, Trower just bounced off the Silex defense but had the ball in the air early, so she was able to drop that one, extend that lead. It's an 11-point lead. That is the largest of the night for Mark Twain.
6 points now for Elizabeth. Thurman with it between the circles. Gets it to Blackmeyer. Blackmeyer just go in there after her, and that's a foul. And is it going to be on Ross?
She's walking to the bench. She's saying it is.
Yep, that's 5 fouls on Emma Ross. So her and Arch both out of the ball game. Emma Ross with 9 points tonight, and that is what, about 40% of your scoring in this game?
Probably so.
First shot for Blackmeyer is good. She's got 7 points herself.
Tori Mudd checking in the basketball game now for Rita Thurman.
And the second shot for Lexi is good as well. 9-point game.
We got a timeout on the court. Coach Boswell wants to talk to his Lady Tigers. We'll hear from some of our sponsors. 3:27 to go here in this ball game. Mark Twain leads Silex 37-28. You're listening to Clopton Invitational Tournament on Eagle 102.
Your 401k is likely one of your most important assets, but it's only one part of a comprehensive retirement strategy. Edward Jones can help you understand how your retirement assets fit into your entire retirement picture so you can work toward meeting your unique retirement goals. Contact me, Kayla Caldwell, your Edward Jones financial advisor, at 2604 Georgia Street in Louisiana. Edward Jones, making sense of investing, member SIPC.
Area High School Sports on Eagle 102 is brought to you by State Farm Insurance, Cindy Blaylock, Young Enterprises Incorporated, and Pike County Memorial Hospital.
Mark Twain leads at 37-28 over Silex here in the fourth quarter. We're past the midway point. 2 Lady Tigers have fouled out, and 2 of them are pretty significant. Emma Ross and Autumn Arndt both have fouled out of this ball game. Our coverage on KJFM from the Clopton Tournament brought to you by Pike County Title Company, Craig's Truck and Tractor Service, Alicia Koenig, that's a RE/MAX Realty agent in Bowling Green, Rawls County Mutual Insurance, and McMailer & Sons Backhoe and Excavating.
Mark Twain's going to have to take it the length of the court, and full court pressure is being applied here by the Lady Owls.
A lot of pressure falling on Trower right now, and she'll be actually the one up the floor. Ball gets loose, and it is picked up by Trower, and we're going to have it goes out of bounds. Goes out of bounds, last touch by the Tigers, as I think Evans was out of bounds when she grabbed the loose ball. So turnover from that pressure, gives it back to Silex, trailing by 9. A 3-pointer here would be huge. Lob it in, Blackmeyer, some space open for her now, but she drops that shot short. And Trower with the rebound, and she'll bring it up the floor, weaving her way through Ross. Back to Ross on the point. Near side, she'll try the 3. It's long, but the rebound pulled down by Trower. Shortest girl on the floor grabbing that rebound. Out the other side off her 3-point miss. 2:47 to play. Kick it out and they'll reset. With it is Zoe Miller. Miller has a return pass tipped away. Here's Mooney to the hoop, and she scores. Abigail Mooney in transition has 4 points. A timeout taken by Silex. 2:35 to play here in the fourth from the Clopton Tournament on KJFM.
Show off your school pride today with the Bulldog debit card from Bank of Louisiana. Every time you use your Bulldog debit card, Bank of Louisiana will make a donation to the Louisiana School District. Stop by the bank today and get your new Bulldog debit card so you can start supporting the teachers and students with every swipe. The Bulldog debit card from Bank of Louisiana. Member FDIC.
High School Sports on KJFM is brought to you by Abel's Quick Shops, Mike's Tire and Service Center, and all parts.
37-30. getting a little closer. 7 points here with 2:35 to play. Our coverage of the Clopton Invitational brought to you by People's Savings Bank in Bowling Green at Penrod Real Estate, Bolin Chevrolet, Sun Window Company, Spring Valley Accounting, and County Market in Vandalia. Mark Twain ball in the backcourt. With it is Evans. Evans feeling the pressure, gets it far side now for Zoe Miller. Miller, 2 owls out on her. Gets it to the near side for Audrey Ross. Ross has her pass tipped and taken by Plackmeyer. Goes to the floor now. And, Trower somehow able to get it and reset the offense. Center of the lane. Here's Trower. Off the glass, no good. Put back. Will we have a putback? Yeah, but a foul.
I know it's a shocker that there's a foul called.
Yeah, Emily Evans had her arm slapped back as she put that shot up.
Calling it on Sarah.
And the first shot is no good as Evans still stuck on 6 points.
So Julia and Taylor coming out of the basketball game as Maddie Hall and Rita Thurman return for the Lady Owls.
One more shot for Emily Evans. And that one rattles home for her. It's an 8-point ball game.
Stay tuned. Jim Ross, Zach Evans bringing you the third place matchup between the Elsberry Lady Indians and the Winfield Lady Warriors.
Here's Thurman. To Plackmeyer, skip pass near side. Maddie Hall, her shot from about 8 foot out, it's no good. And the rebound pulled down by Evans. Evans gets it to number 32, Zoe Miller. Now for Trower. Trower with 1:40. They're trying to kill some clock here. To Ross. Audrey has it tipped and taken away, and it's out of bounds. Last touch by Maddie Hall as she lost her balance, and I think Ross.
She may have got popped in the mouth there a little bit.
Mouth or the nose. They switch out. Hall now with Howard on the other end. Pass tipped, still gets it to Miller. To the near side for Trower. That pass through the hands of Howard as they almost got the steal, and it's knocked out of bounds. Going to stay with Mark Twain again. We're down to 1:13, and time started to become a factor for Silex.
Yeah, you're going to have to get a point. You really need to get a steal here and get down there and get some points.
That shot off the glass is no good, but a foul. And 2 more shots coming for Zoe Miller.
And that's going to set Lexi Plackmeyer down.
Her 5th foul.
She'll end her night with 8 points. Tori Mudd will come in for her.
Right now, 8 points is the team high. At the line is Miller. Her first shot is good. 9-point game.
Zoe Miller with 6 already tonight.
One more opportunity. Trying to make it a 10-point game, and that one is no good, but they get the rebound. That may have been the killer there. Evans with it. Back to Miller to the near side for Ross. Free throw line. They'll kick it back and around.
Yeah, they're going to kill as much clock as they can here, and then there's going to be another foul. Looks like that's going to go against Sarah Gradicke.
Her 4th. With 58.8 seconds to go. And it'll send Evans back to the line, where she'll have 2 opportunities. Maddie Hall coming back after the first shot, and she hit. 10-point game. She's hit 2 in a row now. To tie their biggest lead of the night, she drains both. Not the time for her to get hot if you're a Silex fan. Here's Thurman trying to find a little bit of room. Here's Hall for 3. That's long. Rebound. Thurman tipped it to herself. Go up with it to Gradicke. She puts it off the glass and scores. And a timeout taken by Silex after the Sarah Gradicke bucket. 41-32 is the Mark Twain lead with 39.7 seconds to go in regulation on KJFM.
Bowling Green Insurance is here to serve all your insurance needs. Bowling Green Insurance offers companies to cover your farm, home, auto, and crop needs. Give Bowling Green Insurance a call today to get a quote. 573-324-CROP.
Eagle 102 Sports on KJFM is brought to you by Ingram Plumbing, Bowling Green Pharmacy, and Mid-America Auto and Towing.
41-32, Mark Twain leading Silex here in the fourth quarter, 39.7 seconds to go in this Consolation Championship game from this Clopton Invitational, 25th edition of the Clopton Invitational Tournament. Mark Froelich, Marianne Eberhardt, Jim Ross, and Zach Evans will fill our seats for the next game. And then it'll be Jim and I for the championship a little bit later on tonight.
Then, of course, 3 games for you tomorrow. Tomorrow's games start a half hour earlier. First game at 4 o'clock.
That's a matinee.
Is that what we're calling it?
3:45 pregame here on KJFM on a Saturday afternoon from the Clopton tournament. And the reach-in called on Taylor Howard, her 4th.
This might be a very long 37 seconds.
0.5 seconds come off the clock after the timeout. And Zoe Miller will shoot 2. She's got 6 points in this contest. And the first shot is up and long out the far side, and she'll have one more opportunity.
Mark Twain came into this tournament seeded number 3. Was defeated by number 6 in overtime, so they're hoping to take some hardware home this evening.
And a travel called off the rebound. Mooney walk. First travel we've had in a while. So we say hello to the head and hair of Cash Evans. Caught in the corner is Trower. She gets it back. Up and around to the free throw line, down to 25 seconds. Trower with it. And finally, she's just thrown into the Mark Twain bench by Howard. And that's it for Taylor Howard. 5 fouls for her. She'll finish her night, no points.
But her defense, that's what the Lady Owls needed her for tonight with her speed on the court.
A lot of folks out there in the cafeteria area, the commentary, whatever you want to call it at this time of night.
So since they extended the number of tickets that they are doing, the gym has to clear out.
Yep.
So keep that in mind if you're coming, that you'll have to wait. You can't just come in and view the other games.
Good job. That was the exact segue I was looking for, as Trower hits 1 of 2 free throws and has 7 points. 42-32 as the ball goes out of bounds. Turnover back to Mark Twain, and they will finish this one up. Well, Silex going to steal it back. Work it down to Mooney. Her shot off the glass is no good. Another opportunity for Sarah Gradicke, no good. How about Mudd? No, the clock will expire before she can get her shot off. A 10-point Mark Twain victory, and they'll be awarded the Consolation Trophy in this 25th annual Clopton Invitational. Congratulations to the Mark Twain Lady Tigers. A little hardware for them. We'll be back with the postgame for you after this on Eagle 102.
The Eagle 102 postgame show is coming up, brought to you by Abel's Quick Shops.
Here's one question that has no wrong answer. Are you going to choose the new Shell and Fuel Rewards card to be used at Shell stations, or the Shell and Fuel Rewards MasterCard that can be used everywhere MasterCard is accepted? With both, you save 10 cents per gallon, up to 20 gallons every time you fill up. And you also earn 10% rebates on your first $1,200 in non-fuel purchases per year at Shell stations. See? You can't go wrong with either. Visit www.shell.us/getrewards and apply today. At participating Shell stations only. Terms and conditions apply.
This is Tracy Brookshire with the Pike County Health Department. With community transmission cases increasing in Pike County, it's becoming more difficult for healthcare providers to contact positive cases the same day these results are received. The state of Missouri has mandated that we prioritize first the investigations for school exposures, individuals 65 years and older, and cases associated with long-term care facilities. Those that do not fall into those categories will likely experience a delay in initial contact. Therefore, we have made some changes with our calling procedures to help streamline and make our calls more efficient. It is critical that if you have received a positive result or know you have been exposed to someone with COVID-19, you need to begin a 14-day quarantine starting from when your symptoms began or the last day of exposure to the positive case. Your patience awaiting your initial call from our office is very much appreciated. Visit our dedicated COVID page on our website, pikecountyhealth.org, for more information.
Hear all the action from the Eagle 102 broadcast booth. Sponsored by Family Drug in Louisiana.
Time now for the Eagle 102 post-game show on KJFM. Sponsored by Abel's Quick Shops.
42-32 our final as Mark Twain grabs consolation here at this Clopton Invitational tournament. And I don't want to waste too much time before the next game. So let's get right into the scoring. And congratulations to Coach Matt Boswell and the Mark Twain Lady Tigers.
Well, let's start with the Silex Lady Owls. They were led tonight by Lexi Plackmeyer. She had 8 on the night. Julia Gradicke was 6. Rita Thurman, Abigail Mooney, and Sarah Gradicke each had 4 points. Maddie Hall added 2 on the night, and I believe Tori Mudd had 5. Leading the way tonight for Mark Twain, both Emma Ross and Emily Evans had 9 on the night. Autumn Arndt and Elizabeth Trower with 7. Zoe Miller with 6, and Audrey Ross with 5.
There's your scoring in this ball game as Mark Twain would not be denied, even with the 2 starters on the bench having fouled out pretty early in the fourth quarter. They're able to come together and keep the pressure on the Silex Lady Owls and create those turnovers and eventually grab themselves some hardware. So Silex has some work to do establishing that low post still. And they were able to do it against Louisiana, but Mark Twain a little bit tougher down at the post, and that just wasn't available for Silex tonight as they fall by 10. 42-32, Mark Twain grabs consolation over the Silex Lady Owls. We'll be back with the third-place game for you after this on KJFM.
Here's one question that has no wrong answer. Are you going to choose the new Shell and Fuel Rewards card to be used at Shell stations, or the Shell and Fuel Rewards MasterCard that can be used everywhere MasterCard is accepted? With both, you save 10 cents per gallon, up to 20 gallons every time you fill up. And you also earn 10% rebates on your first $1,200 in non-fuel purchases per year at Shell stations. See? You can't go wrong with either. Visit www.shell.us/getrewards and apply today. At participating Shell stations only. Terms and conditions apply.
As many as 50% of people don't take their medication as prescribed. Some never even fill their prescription, even if they don't feel well. Missing or not taking medication can be deadly. For questions about medication, your local Health Mart pharmacy is here to help. For fast, friendly service and affordable prices every day, visit your local Health Mart pharmacy, Bowling Green Pharmacy, located right on the square at 8 North Court in Bowling Green.
Is it time to renew, redo, or rebuild? I'm Christine Rutherford, and we have loans designed specifically for repairs and renovations, along with home equity lines of credit. People's Bank and Trust, member FDIC, equal housing lender, MLO number 421603, NMLS number 407724.
When you support a locally owned pharmacy, you're contributing to the growth of the community. The dollars you spend stay right here to support our local community. Health Mart pharmacies are locally owned pharmacies. There's one right here. Health Mart pharmacists have a personal commitment to their communities because, just like you, they support their community. Health Mart pharmacies are locally owned and hometown proud.
Louisiana is a Health Mart town. Family Drug Health Mart Pharmacy. The right people, the right price, right downtown. Health Mart, caring for you and about you.
Bringing you all the action from the Eagle 102 broadcast booth. Sponsored by Family Drug in Louisiana.
It's time now for the Eagle 102 pregame show, sponsored by Bowling Green Pharmacy.
We're getting ready to turn things over to Jim Ross and Zach Evans for the next matchup tonight. That is Winfield and Elsberry going toe-to-toe. Of course, if you were listening to the last game, Winfield took Mark Twain to overtime in the opening round to get the win of 55-53. Elsberry beat Silex in overtime that opening round at 48-38. Then Elsberry ran up against a very tough Monroe City team in semifinals by the score of 60-27. Winfield ran up against Clopton, where Clopton got the win. So that's how both teams got here. Jim Ross, Zach Evans, they'll break it down for you during the Bowling Green Pharmacy pregame show next here on Eagle 102.
Daily life is a bit different right now than what we're used to. Some are feeling the effects more than others, but let's remember that this too shall pass and try to find ways to keep positive, help others in need, continue to support our businesses as best we can, but also take this time of distancing and shutdowns to self-reflect and improve. Spend quality time with family, exercise, pray, tackle a home improvement project, even if it's just a power cleaning inside and out, but do something that helps you feel empowered and moving forward. Vicki Cadwalder Real Estate, praying for good to come out of trials.
Hey, this is Ryan with Mid-America Auto and Towing in Bowling Green, and we've got the lot looking good and ready to go. We've got something for everybody's budget. We have a constant rotation of new inventory, including cars, trucks, and SUVs. So if you're out and you're looking for a new car, come by and see me. Mid-America Auto and Towing, just off Highway 54 in Bowling Green, is a one-stop shop. Like us on Facebook or check out our website, midamericaautoandtowing.com.
As many as 50% of people don't take their medication as prescribed. Some never even fill their prescription, even if they don't feel well. Missing or not taking medication can be deadly. For questions about medication, your local Health Mart pharmacy is here to help. For fast, friendly service and affordable prices every day, visit your local Health Mart pharmacy, Bowling Green Pharmacy, located right on the square at 8 North Court in Bowling Green.
The Mercantile Bank of Louisiana is introducing Merc BK Mobile with the ability to take a picture of your check and deposit it into your Mercantile Bank account. You'll never have to worry about getting to the bank. Find more information by visiting mercbk.com. The Mercantile Bank, located on the corner of 3rd and Georgia Streets in downtown Louisiana. Member FDIC.
Time now for the Eagle 102 Keys to the Game on KJFM, sponsored by Vicki Cadwalder Real Estate in Louisiana.
Welcome back to Clopton High School and the 25th annual Clopton Invitational. It's championship night on the girls' side, and Zach Evans has joined me. And Zach, have you seen either one of these teams play?
Yeah, I had the pleasure of watching these teams play in the semifinals the other night.
So the keys to the game tonight are normal things, right?
Mm-hmm.
Take care of the basketball, stay out of foul trouble, make some free throws in the end.
Yes,
sir. Would you go with those?
Throw a few rebounds in there, too.
Yeah, these two teams met early in the year. Elsberry won 43-28. Of course, Winfield coming off an upset win in the first round over Mark Twain in overtime, 55-53. Elsberry defeated Silex 48-36. Then in the semis, both of them had a bit of a rough go, if you will, as Monroe City beat Elsberry 60-27, and Clopton Lady Hawks defeated Winfield 56-36. So, Zach, both of these teams licking their wounds a little bit and probably ready to get after it here in this third-place game.
Yeah, certainly. They both came off disappointing losses in the semifinal, but I expect them both to come back strong here in the third-place game.
I would expect that's right. We have expanded the number of tickets available to players, so we expect the crowd to be a little bigger tonight than it's been throughout the week. When I came in, there was a little stuff coming out of the air. What about you? Same thing? Or?
Yeah.
And it was 32 degrees on my car, so hopefully that'll lay off for us and we can get home tonight in one piece without needing a dog sled. Let's take a break, and we'll be back with more of the pregame after this on Eagle 102.
Hi, everybody. This is Paul Hill from Community State Bank of Missouri in Bowling Green and Troy. On behalf of the officers, directors, and staff, we would like to extend our holiday greetings. May the warmth and cheer of the holiday season keep you and your loved ones safe and healthy. We sincerely appreciate your business and friendship and look forward to serving you in the new year. Happy New Year from Community State Bank of Missouri, your hometown bank since 1887. Member FDIC.
I'm Tylee Mills, the CEO of Pike County Memorial Hospital. You've heard it from your friends, family, and even neighbors. They choose Pike County Memorial Hospital. Quality care from quality people. Pike County Memorial Hospital.
Bundle at Pike County Mutual Insurance and save. Ask about the great rates on your personal vehicle, farm trucks, big or small, or even your motorcycle and side-by-sides. Stop by and see myself, Corey Buchanan, Buddy Bibb, or Kathy Gamm at your hometown insurance company since 1895. Pike County Mutual Insurance on the square in Bowling Green.
As many as 50% of people don't take their medication as prescribed. Some never even fill their prescription, even if they don't feel well. Missing or not taking medication can be deadly. For questions about medication, your local Health Mart pharmacy is here to help. For fast, friendly service and affordable prices every day, visit your local Health Mart pharmacy, Bowling Green Pharmacy, located right on the square at 8 North Court in Bowling Green.
The Eagle 102 starting lineups on KJFM are sponsored by Community State Bank of Missouri in Bowling Green and Troy.
Welcome back to Clopton High School. Jim Ross, Zach Evans with you. We kicked the old fogies out of the broadcast booth, Zach, so we can take this game tonight. Let's tell the folks about some of the key players in the game. You said you saw them play. I know one interesting thing about Winfield is that Chloe Kyman doesn't start, and she came off the bench the other night and was their leading scorer in the first-round game. So that's a little bit of an interesting contrast, having a sixth man come in like that. And I know you've seen Elsberry play quite a bit. What can we expect out of them?
Well, I expect Kylie Kinsler to do a lot of the scoring tonight. She led them in scoring the other night. She did a lot of work from the free throw line in the field. Candace Dow runs the point for him. Sophomore guard, really good, really talented. And I look for Mackenzie Gladney to clean up on the boards, and then Peyton Robinson should be a good addition from outside.
Winfield's got to stay out of foul trouble. Josie Bauer got in foul trouble the other night, and that was problematic for him. But Winfield's program of all the teams that in this tournament, in my opinion, the girls' teams, they've made the greatest strides from years past to this year. Their improvement has been pretty noticeable under new head coach Austin Godfrey. Of course, Elsberry coached by former All-Stater Carrie Koch Dow. Let's see, were you old enough to see her play?
No, I didn't get the pleasure to watch her play, Chuck.
She was, Chuck. Oh, my God. Oh, my, now I'm hurt. Chuck, did you hear that? He's hurt me. I'll never be the same. Carrie Koch was probably the best girls player I've ever seen play in this area, without a question. She had all the tools, inside, outside, go the hole, was a great free throw shooter, and, of course, she ended up going to Missouri State and had a great career down there. And so we're glad to see her. I'm a graduate of Elsberry, in case you didn't know that. Yeah. Glad to see her back at Elsberry coaching, and got the girls' team heading in the right direction. Let's take a look at the Community State Bank starting lineups for you. First, for the Lady Warriors of Winfield, they'll be in their road black jerseys. Elsberry will be the home team on the scoreboard, as they are the higher seed as the 4 seed. Winfield, the 6 seed, as we told you, they came had an upset over number 3 seed Mark Twain in that first round. Starting for them is a senior, number 2, Josie Bauer. A junior, number 12, Leanne Ford. A sophomore, number 20, Candace Berry. A junior, number 21, Kylie Howard. And a sophomore, number 23, Elena Parr. So it'll be Bauer, Ford, Berry, Howard, and Parr for head coach Austin Godfrey. Lady Warriors are 4-7 on the season. For the Indians of Elsberry, starting for them tonight, a 5'9 junior, number 4, Peyton Robinson. A 5'3 sophomore, number 10, Candace Dow. A 5'7 senior, number 12, Kylie Kinsler. A 5'5 junior, number 14, Abby Jenkins. And a 5'9 junior, number 20, Kelsey Plaster. So it'll be Robinson, Dow, Kinsler, Jenkins, and Plaster for head coach Carrie Koch. I got one new official in the crew tonight. It will be Mr. Redding, Mr. Hanson, and Mr. Fallon will blow the whistle for us in this third place game, as we got about 2 minutes to go before the tip-off. And so I got to ask you, did y'all have a little challenging practice today?
Yeah, we had a good practice coming off a disappointing loss last night. We had some things to work on, and we really worked on a lot of those tonight.
Winfield's got a good club. You guys have a good club, and, of course, Monroe City has a good club as well. So it'll be interesting to see how things shake out. Good luck tomorrow night as you get Louisiana. Louisiana, a dangerous team as well, as everybody knows, with the quickness and outside shooting skills that they have. And so Be sure and tune in tomorrow night. First game is at 4 o'clock. That would be the consolation game between Elsberry and Wright City. Then the third place game, 5:30, Louisiana Clopton, and the championship game, a rematch of last year actually, Monroe City and Winfield. We'll have the championship game here tonight. Following this game on the girls' side of the bracket is the number 1 ranked in the state and the top seed in this tournament, the Lady Panthers from Monroe City. They'll take on the 2 seed Clopton Lady Hawks, and that is also a rematch of last year's championship game. If you're just joining us, the first game of the night, the Consolation Championship, goes to Mark Twain in a slugfest. Is about the best way I could describe that game. 42-32 was the score. There was a lot of rumbling and tumbling going on in that one.
Yes,
and,
there was.
So congratulations to the Lady Tigers. Head coach Matt Boswell as they take home the first piece of hardware from tonight's tournament. So tell me, before we get to the opening tip, tell me how this COVID thing has been for you guys as players and as students. It's got to be pretty weird.
Well, yeah, we just had really daily school life hasn't really changed that much. We've had to socially distance in class, but wearing masks in the hallways to limit, transmission. But on the court, really, we haven't had to wear any masks. In certain locations, we'd have to wear a mask into the buildings. But other than that, not a whole lot's changed. We don't dap up the refs before the game. I'll say that, too.
So have you all been virtual at all?
No, we haven't had to go virtual at all, and I'm very happy about that.
Yeah, and I think a number of the schools around our area have been the same way. But we've also seen some schools with major hits.
Yep.
You guys haven't lost any games, have you, from COVID yet?
No, we haven't. Well, I take that back. We were supposed to play Mark Twain, I think, 1 or 2 weeks ago, and they went back into quarantine.
Right,
so we're
right.
going to have to make that one up.
Yeah, Mark Twain, Van Far, they've had a lot of COVID issues and lost a bunch of games. We were talking before I came down here. St. Louis University, who's got a really good club this year, they'll lose their 5th conference game tomorrow.
Wow.
As they're still in quarantine and can't play, and so I don't know how they make all that up. That's going to be a challenge for them.
There's a lot of stress on the athletic directors.
Yep, them and the athletic Atlantic 10. Tonight's game is brought to you in part by Hayden's Motorsports Center, Brown's Processing and Smoked Meats, Calvert's Insurance, A.G. McDinger Sports Bar and Grill, Northeast Missouri Title, and McCoy Blossom Funeral Homes and Crematory. As I said, Elsberry in their white home jerseys, red numbers, black trim. Winfield, direct opposite of that, black jerseys, red numbers, and white trim. And we look to see a rock'em sock'em affair. This should be a pretty decent game. Winfield, as I said, has improved quite a bit, playing pretty well right now. And, of course, as you said, it's turnovers, take care of the basketball, and stay out of foul trouble.
Yes, sir.
That's keys for everyone. So going to Mizzou, huh? Going to do a little journalism school, are we?
Try my run at journalism there.
Well, good. That'll be fun. I've got a daughter that's a senior at Mizzou this year and loved it up there, and I'm sure you'll probably been up to a football game or a basketball game.
I have been to a few.
So I'm sure you know what you're in for.
Hopefully by the time I get there, everything's kind of cooled down with the COVID and everything.
That would be nice. That would be nice. I can slide you a note before this tournament's over with and tell you some places to stay away from.
I got you.
And I'm fairly confident your mother would appreciate me telling you that. I won't tell him where to go, Sherry.
Just tell me where to stay away from.
Bauer will jump center for Winfield against Plaster, and Winfield controls the opening tip. Barry will run the offense for him. She'll try and get into Bauer right away in the right block, up off the glass. It won't go. Rolls out. Plaster with the rebound. She runs the point for Elsberry. Pretty good sized gal for a point guard. Had some troubles with the basketball controlling it, and then we have a traveling violation on Abby Jenkins, so a first turnover.
Yep, an early one for Elsberry.
Not exactly the way you want to start the ball game, but no harm, no foul, right? Still no score. We're just underway. Glad to have you with us. Bauer at the right elbow, kicks it to the right wing. That's Howard. Skip pass too tall and out of bounds. Trying to get it back to Barry at the point. And turnovers are even at one apiece. Elsberry will get it back. Got to mention we've got Ethan Everhart on the camera with us tonight. Speak up, Ethan, so we can hear you, will you? Okay, never mind. Don't say a word. Ball loose on the floor, knocked away from Robinson, and we'll have a jump ball.
I think Elsberry is going to retain possession here.
That they will. So inauspicious start to this. Is 2 possessions for both teams, no points yet. But Elsberry will get it back on the alternating arrow into the backcourt. Plaster. Straight up man by Winfield. As we start this game, Ford guarding Plaster, and we've got a double dribble violation.
Not how you want to start your game if you're Elsberry.
Anytime you look at your score sheet and there's more turnovers than points, just consider that a bad thing. So Winfield gets it back. We've played a minute, no score in the game. Left wing, they whip it into the corner. Parr to Ford, all the way around into the post area, and Parr goes up for the shot. It's no good. And we've got a whistle and a foul. And Elena Parr will go to the line. Looks like she'll get 2 shots.
Looks like they're going to get Kinsler with their first.
And the team's first for the Indians. Winfield was just, they were okay from the line the other night. Take a quick look back. I think I got the stat sheet here, actually. As Parr shoots the first, it's off the back of the rim.
Yep, there was a lot of free throw shot in that Clopton Winfield semifinal.
I bet there was.
A lot of fouls.
They were 12 for 19 in the first round game that I was on. But Parr starts 0 for 2 and still no score. Kinsler now walking across the timeline for the Lady Indians, right wing to Jenkins. Jenkins on a pick and roll. Nowhere to go with it. Gives it back to Kinsler. She'll dribble drive to the left wing. Back to Plaster. Plaster to the head of the key, down to 6:30 to play in the first. Still no score. Jenkins to Kinsler. Kinsler penetrates into the paint, loses a handle, goes off her foot out of bounds, back to Winfield. 3 turnovers on the Lady Indians. So let's see who's going to get the first shot on goal. We haven't had a shot yet. Bauer gets it to Parr. She'll shoot a runner in the lane. It's no good. Rebound to Kinsler for Elsberry. Don't forget, we'll have the championship game for you immediately following this. The host team, Clopton Lady Hawks and Monroe City Lady Panthers into the paint.
Another turnover early for Elsberry.
4th of the game. Winfield drives down, shot off the mark from Berry, and Elsberry with the rebound. They'll slow it down as Kinsler gets it back from Jenkins right at the timeline. Down to 5:40 to play here in the first. Still no score. Winfield, as I said, they've really improved. When they met, that was the first game of the year back on November the 21st. In the far corner, ball deflected by Kinsler's pass, and now we have a whistle and a foul as Plaster picked up the loose ball.
They're going to tag Howard there with her first.
And it'll send Kelsey Plaster to the line. They're going to give her 2 shots. A 5'9" junior.
Is that Elsberry's first field goal attempt?
It was. And the first free throw goes down for Plaster. She'll get a second. Slow rotating ball, but they both drop, and the 2-0 lead has someone on the scoreboard finally, which is a good thing. Back comes Berry for Winfield. Into the front court, dribbles into the right wing. Skip pass inside to Bauer. She makes a catch. It rattles around and drops. Bauer kind of acted like she really wasn't going to shoot it, then decided to shoot. Now a little full court man pressure by Winfield. Robinson gets it in the front court. Now she finds Jenkins open, or check that as Kinsler. She'll go to the hole, and there's a whistle and a foul.
That's Howard's second.
So let's see what Austin Godfrey's mentality is. Some coaches
take that back. They're going to give that one to Berry.
They are. Some coaches, if you get 2, you're out. Is that the way?
Never mind. They're going to give it back to Howard.
You had it right the first time. Maybe they should listen. No, we shouldn't say that.
What do these refs know about anything?
I refereed for 27 years. Be careful.
I'm just kidding, refs all out there if you're listening.
So to the free throw line, it's Kinsler with her first one. It's up no good. She'll get a second. Here come the subs now for Winfield. Rensley Davidson and Lily Boschert check in. Parr and Howard will take a seat. Kinsler will get her second free throw. We are tied at 2. We're still tied at 2. It won't go down, and then it goes off the fingertips, I believe, of Davison on the rebound, and Elsberry will maintain possession underneath their bucket left side of the paint. 4:54 to play here in the first. We're tied at 2. Can you keep up, Zach?
A lot going on.
Inside on the inbounds, good pass and bucket for Kinsler, and the foul.
She'll get the and-1.
Little pick-the-picker action that time. Work to perfection.
Great play there.
Looks like the foul will go against Barry, her first. And Kinsler a chance to complete an old-fashioned three-point play, and she does. 1 for 3 from the line, but the lead grows to 3, biggest of the game for either team. Full court pressure by Elsberry now. Winfield gets it in the front court. Barry skips it over. Now they work it around the horn to Ford. She'll drive in the paint. Her runner from about the free throw line is no good. And a rebounding foul. I believe that's going to be on Bauer.
You are correct. Tried to go over the back there. Can't do that.
Her first, team's fourth. And against the full court pressure, Elsberry. Kinsler gets it across the timeline now. Left wing to Robinson. Whips it inside quickly to Plaster. She's open for the layup, and it's good. Great look that time.
Great pass there.
Full court pressure again by Elsberry. Looks like a 1-2-1-1 press. Winfield breaks it. Davison gets into the paint. Up off the glass. No good. Rebound to Kinsler. Kinsler looks to push the pace. Now she decides to slow it down. She'll hand it back to Dow. To Robinson, her three from the left wing's off the mark. But Dow with the long rebound. She gets it stolen from behind by Davison. Davison to the glass with the left hand. Good. Davison with her first bucket of the game. And it's a 7-4 lead for Elsberry. Actually, they put the score on the wrong side, I think. Nope, 2-4, nope, 7. Haven't put the other one up yet. Winfield has 4. There they go. Inside, they kick it to Kinsler in the short corner. Her shot from 15 is off the mark. No good. Rebound to Winfield. They'll look to run. Davidson at 1-on-2. She's going to go to the glass. Up, in and out. No good. Robinson with the defensive rebound. Down to 3:28 to play. 7-4 is our score. Elsberry on top. Kinsler into the paint with the left hand up and good. Oh, my. Good shot there by Kylie off the glass.
She's got 5 early on.
And it's a 5-point lead at 9-4. Davidson in the far corner. Elsberry in a 1-2-2 zone now. Left wing to Barry. She'll drive baseline inside to Bauer. Can't hit it from point blank range. Then on the rebound, she's going to be fouled. It may be in the act of shooting. We'll have to check and see.
She did a good job getting her on board there.
Foul is on Jenkins, her first. And Bauer will go to the line and shoot 2. First one's off the back of the ring, no good. Olivia Kinsler will come in for the first time, and back in the lineup, Elena Parr for Winfield. Also off the bench, Addison Steele for the Lady Indians. Robinson will take a seat. Both teams go 8, maybe 9 deep. Well, those nachos look good, don't they? You're probably hungry.
Yeah, I haven't eaten since practice.
Free throws off the mark. And it goes out of bounds. So Bauer misses both free throws. And the ball off of Winfield on the rebound. And there's some question as to whose ball it went off, who it went off of. It went off a foot is what one of the officials says. So 2-2-1 press by Winfield. Jenkins in the backcourt, needs some help, has it stolen away.
There.
Davidson to the glass with the left hand, helping good. She's got 4. 6 turnover the game on Elsberry. Pressure working on the Indians. Another steal, this time by Parr. She goes into the paint and has it swatted away by Jenkins on the steal. Dow now across the timeline. Dribbles to the right wing into the corner to Plaster. Back to Dow. Dow's got some space. She'll pull up from 16. It's good. her first bucket of the night, and the lead back to 5 at 11-6. Davidson right wing for the Warriors, down to 2:09 to play in the quarter. In the mid-post area to Parr. Her shot's no good, but a whistle and a foul. Foul's going to go on Plaster. That'll send Parr to the free throw line to shoot 2. She missed her first 2 chances. This one rattles home.
Makes good on her third.
Hit a little bit of everything. Front of the rim, back of the rim, backboard, and dropped. Robinson back in along with, it's like Steele. Nope, Steele was in the game. Maybe just Robinson came in. Second free throw by Parr is good as well.
And Bauer's going to check back into the game for Winfield.
It was Riley Bosley that checked in and wasn't in very long. I'm not even sure the clock ran. I'm not sure she could come out of the game. Gets the full court pressure over on the far sideline. Olivia Kinsler gets it to Kylie, and she'll move it into the front court and set the offense to Dow now. Dow out by the center court circle with 1:50 to play in the quarter. 11-8, Elsberry on top. Robinson guarded by Bauer, has it swatted away, loose on the floor, and stolen away by the Warriors. They like to run with it now. Davidson into the front court. Backs up now. Good defensive movement by Elsberry to get back and stop the break. Bauer outside the arc, left wing now. Now the key to Boschert. Boschert right side to Berkemeyer, who checked in. She'll shoot it with the left hand from deep. No good. Bauer with the offensive rebound. Up and good. Give Bauer 4, and it's a 1-point game at 11-10. Kinsler dribbles and, oh my goodness, got away with a lot of stuff.
Yep.
Elsberry keeps possession inside to Robinson. Her shot's up, no good.
I think they're going to call that one on the ground.
Kinsler looked like she carried the ball for about 2 steps and then ended up in Elsberry's hand somehow. Not sure how that worked. Cadence Berry picks up the foul. You are correct. It's on the floor. So Elsberry will have it underneath as Plaster returns for the Indians. 1:07 to play here in the first. 11-10, Elsberry on top. Plaster to throw it in.
I think they ended up giving that one to Parr.
They did change it, didn't they? Trying to cross us up.
Mm-hmm.
Right wing to Plaster in the offense against a man-to-man. Kinsler on the right elbow, goes to the floor, kicks it back to Dow. Or check that, it was Steele. Left wing to Dow. And she'll reset things, dribble to the right wing to Plaster. She'll shoot the 3 from the corner. It's no good. Rebounds loose on the floor. Kinsler had it on the ground, but she rolled over.
They're going to call a travel there.
Yeah.
Can't do that.
8th turnover of the game for the Indians. Couple subs in now. Gillespie and Berry along with Bosley is Austin Godfrey is going about 10 deep tonight.
Yep, he's taking advantage of that deep bench that they have.
Elsberry in a 1-2-2 defense. Berry now whips it around the horn. They try and get it inside to Bauer. She goes up off the glass and good. Had it knocked free, but maintained possession and got to the glass and score. And the first lead of the night for Winfield is 12-11 under 20 seconds to play here in the quarter.
Looks like Elsberry's going to hold for the last shot.
Down to 10. Plaster on the right wing. Tries to lob it inside. Good catch by Kinsler. She can't make the bucket. Robinson with a putback. It won't go. Bauer with the rebound, and that's going to do it for the first quarter. It was a good one. But the Winfield Warriors lead 12-11. We're listening to the 25th annual Clopton Invitational on Eagle 102.
Ingram Plumbing has always been known for its outstanding plumbing service. But did you know that Ingram's is also the largest retail plumbing supply store in the area? We carry Delta faucets, a complete line of Whirlpool tubs and showers, jacuzzi pumps, and many other specialty items. Stop by Ingram Plumbing today, Highway 61, Bowling Green.
Here's one question that has no wrong answer. Are you going to choose the new Shell and Fuel Rewards card to be used at Shell stations, or the Shell and Fuel Rewards MasterCard that can be used everywhere MasterCard is accepted? With both, you save 10 cents per gallon, up to 20 gallons every time you fill up. And you also earn 10% rebates on your first $1,200 in non-fuel purchases per year at Shell stations. See? You can't go wrong with either. Visit www.shell.us/getrewards and apply today. At participating Shell stations only. Terms and conditions apply.
Hear all the action from the Eagle 102 broadcast booth. Sponsored by Family Drug in Louisiana.
Elsberry short a few cheerleaders tonight. They've been rocking the place with 12. They're down to 8 tonight. Must be the championship squad, eh?
Something like that.
12-11, Winfield leads it. They'll have it to start the second quarter. Let's see, it'll be Parr, Berry, Bradshaw, Bauer, and Bosley for Winfield. We'll check the Elsberry lineup when they get the basketball. In the far corner, Berry in trouble. And throws it too tall, but looks like Ford is going to let it go out of bounds. It went off her. She thought it was off of one of the Elsberry players, so the third turnover. We'll give it back to Elsberry. Dow, Jenkins, Plaster, Robinson, and Kylie Kinsler for the Lady Indians. Plaster on the left wing now. In the corner to Kinsler. Kinsler dribbles out of the corner to Dow between the circles. Dow with the left hand, spins. Gives it to Kinsler. She'll drive to the paint. It's swat away. Plaster picks it up, and she's going to be fouled. Another fortunate bounce for the Indians. Call a foul on Bosley.
That's her first. Team 6. Next one is a bonus.
Kinsler with 2. She misses the first. She'll get a second as Lily Boschert returns. Bosley will take a seat. Plaster with the second. High archer, that one's money. That had a good rotation to it, looked good. And we're tied at 12 with 7:20 to play here in the first half. Jim Ross, Zach Evans with you. Glad to have you with us tonight. Ladies Championship night. We're in the third place game. Winfield down underneath, shot up by Boschert, well off the mark. Bauer tracks down the loose ball in the near corner, gets it back to Parr. Parr will reset things between the circle. Now they whip it in the corner to Bauer. Ahead of the key, Parr, right wing now to Boschert. She'll pull up from 16, no good. Bauer on the offensive glass again. Her shot's no good. She grabs it one more time, and it's no good once again. Robinson with the rebound for the Indians. So Bauer had 2 chances from point-blank range. And Elsberry tries to force it down the floor, and the pass too tall for Plaster will give them their 9th turnover of the game and give it back to Winfield. So did you think about skipping Mizzou and playing basketball or football somewhere?
Yeah, the thought crossed my mind, but I don't know. I love Mizzou's program, and I didn't think I was going to be able to play any sports there, so I went ahead with it, and, I was going to ball out with journalism.
Winfield in a peck of trouble with the ball. That was Boschert, but she's going to be fouled from behind.
Grab Robinson on that one.
That's the 4th team foul on the Indians, so a couple away from free throws for the Warriors. So they'll throw it in from the far sideline. Berry at the free throw line, hands it to Bauer at the left elbow. She'll drive across the lane, up off the glass, and no good. Rebound to Dow. She throws it ahead to Robinson. She didn't see it. If Elsberry would take care of the basketball, that's 10 turnovers. This would be quite the different game. Parr gets it in the mid-lane area. Back to Berry from 15. It's good. Candace Berry with her first bucket of the night. And the lead grows to 2 at 14-12. Jenkins, or check that, it's Kinsler is knocked to the floor as she gets to the center court stripe. And that is the 7th team foul on Winfield. So Elsberry will shoot free throws the rest of the way in this half.
Ford there on the reach-in foul.
Kinsler will be the recipient. Davison checks in. Bauer will check out. We haven't seen Kyman tonight. That's strange. She didn't get hurt the other night, did she?
I don't believe so.
Huh. She had a big game in the first round game. Kinsler rattles home the first. She'll get a second. 2 for 4 from the line so far. 14-13, Winfield on top. Kinsler with the second. It's good as well. And we're tied with 5:50 to play in the first half. Berry walks it across the timeline for the Warriors. Elsberry in a man-to-man this trip down. Berry fakes the handoff to Davidson. Now she tries to throw it in the corner. Check that as Davidson has it now. And it's loose. And it goes out of bounds off of Boschard's fingers. Back to Elsberry.
Davidson was laying kind of awkwardly there on the ground for a minute.
Timeout on the floor. Looks like Elsberry's going to take it. We'll step aside as well. We're tied at 14. 5:35 to play in the first half. You're listening to 25th Annual Clopton Invitational on Eagle 102.
Farmers, the crew at Mike's Tire and Service Center is here to serve you. They know the hours you put in, which makes it difficult to get that equipment in for service. Therefore, they offer on-the-farm tire repair. Hi, folks. My name is Cody Kirkendall, Mike's Tire and Service Center, located on Business Highway 61 in Bowling Green.
Area High School Sports on Eagle 102 is brought to you by Community State Bank of Missouri, Family Drug, and Pike County Health Department, Home Health and Hospice.
14-all here from the Clopton Invitational. Crowd's starting to build a little bit. As we mentioned, they're allowing a few more tickets per player tonight and tomorrow night, so we expect to see some bigger crowds than what we've had earlier in the week. Elsberry out of the timeout, Dow into the front court for the Lady Indians, being dogged by Berry. She's dribbling all over the place. Now she gets in the paint, drops it down low to Kinsler. Her shot's no good, but we've got a whistle and another foul. And Kylie Kinsler going back to the charity stripe. Foul's going to go against Rensley Davidson. Her first. And a two-shot foul. First one in and out, no good, as Bauer will return for Winfield. Kinsler will get a second, however. Dribbles it twice and fires.
Good.
And Elsberry retakes the lead. Up by one at 15-14.
She's gotten a lot of free throw attempts tonight, Jim.
That she has. What, 2, 4, 6, 7 already. That's a game's worth.
Yeah.
Most nights. And Winfield throws away, stolen by Plaster. 5th turnover of the game for them. Plaster up the far sideline, and she double dribbled.
They're going to give it right back.
Tried a crossover dribble, but in the middle of that crossover, grabbed it with two hands. Don't think you can do that anymore. Well, maybe ever, actually. Berry across the timeline for the Lady Warriors. Elsberry in his zone. They try and force it inside. It's deflected away and stolen by the ends. Then they turn it right back over to Davidson, and she'll shoot the layup.
Davidson turning defense into offense there.
Now full court pressure by Winfield, 2-2-1. Kinsler to Jenkins into the front court right wing. Now back to Dow between the circles. Winfield back on top by 1, 16-15. Dale dribble entry to Jenkins. In the corner now to Kinsler. Kinsler guarded by Bauer. Gets away from her. Now back to Dow. Down to 4:20 to play here in the half. Dow hands it off to Jenkins to Robinson in the far corner. Now into the post area to Kinsler. She makes a tough catch but can't get it to go. And the defensive rebound goes to Berry. She looks to push the pace. Into the front court. Right wing three on the way. In and out and no good by Ford. Elsberry with the rebound.
Pace starting to pick up a little bit here in the second.
Need to get some flow in this game. Turnovers and fouls have really chopped this first half up. Been a tough first half for both teams, actually. But Winfield leads 16-15. A three ball by Dow on the way left wing. It's no good, and we've got a rebounding foul, and they're going to catch
Robinson there with the offensive foul on the rebound.
Pushing it back. Still just the 15th foul for Elsberry.
That's her second, though.
Howard and Kirkmeyer return for Winfield. And it would appear that Coach Kerry Coke Dow does not implement you get 2 fouls, you come to the bench, as Robinson will stay in the game. Winfield with the ball, however. Howard skip pass to the right wing. That's Davidson. She'll drive baseline into the double team, kicks it back out to Kirkmeyer. Kirkmeyer, the lefty, now look for some help, gets it to Howard. Howard still on the right wing. Skips it back to Davidson. Davidson penetrates into the paint, down the paint, up, blocked by Dow. And it's going to go out of bounds off of Winfield. Kinsler returns. Robinson will take a seat. Timeout on the floor. We'll step aside as well. 16-15. Winfield leads at 3:11 to play in the half. You're listening to Clopton Invitational on Eagle 102.
Daily life is a bit different right now than what we're used to, but let's remember that this too shall pass and try to find ways to keep positive, help others in need, spend quality time with family, exercise, pray, do something that helps you feel empowered and moving forward. Vicki Cadwalder Real Estate, praying for good to come out of trials.
High school sports on KJFM is brought to you by Pike County Mutual Insurance, Browns Processing, and Bank of Louisiana.
Well, Zach, not much of a flow to this first half action, and it'd be nice if we could get a few trips without a whistle, huh?
Yeah, or a turnover.
Yeah.
A lot of them building up here early.
Yes, they are. 7 for Winfield, 12 for Elsberry. Yeah, that's a boatload.
Mm-hmm.
As I said, that's a game's worth.
That's what I was about to say. That's what you want for 4 quarters, not 2.
I'm guessing Coach Tony Francis said we don't want more than 12 turnovers in the game, boys.
You don't want more than 10.
Fair enough. So out of the timeout, the Winfield timeout, Elsberry will have it in the backcourt. Winfield will back off of the full court pressure. 3:11 here to play in the half. Winfield on top, 16-15. Man-to-man defense by Winfield. Dow into the front court. Gets it to Olivia Kinsler. Kicks it back to Dow.
Looks like Winfield's in some sort of zone. I think it's a 1-3-1.
You're right, it is. That can cause problems because you don't see it very often, and Dow travels.
Another turnover. My.
If you've got a point man and a back man in that 1-3-1 that are agile and can run side to side, the 1-3-1 will work great.
Cause a lot of problems for an offense.
Yep, entry passes are very difficult. Speaking of entry passes, tries to go to the wing, but Dow kicks it and it goes out of bounds back to Winfield. It'll be triggered in by Boschert. Boschert to Davison. Rensley, R-E-N-Z-L-E. That's not a name you see all the time. They tried to force it inside, but Elsberry deflects it. Goes out of bounds. Olivia Kinsler had her fingers on it, but couldn't corral it. So Winfield will have it left side of the paint on the baseline. Davidson to throw it in. She's got Kirkemeyer now back to Davidson. Her three's an air ball, and Elsberry with the loose ball rebound. Dow tries to get it across the timeline. Davidson waiting for her. She'll dribble, still dribbles around, right side, left side. Now tries to get it in the key area to Kinsler, and she traveled. It looked like she was trying to shake the defenders and was doing a little dance across the.
What's the turnover count now, Jim?
Well, we're up to 14 for Elsberry. Back in for Elsberry. Addison Steele returning for Winfield is Parr and Barry.
I've noticed early on here, neither team is really good in the half-court offense yet. They're getting a lot of points in transition or at the foul line.
That is correct. So across the timeline comes Davison, right wing to Barry. Barry gets to Howard. She's got a look from the left elbow and scores.
She makes me eat my words there. Good bucket there in the half-court.
I think I said Barry. It was actually Kylie Howard with the bucket. And that's the biggest lead for Winfield at 3, 18-15. Plaster now dribbles to the wing, gets it back on the right elbow, decides not to shoot it, and gets it back to Steele. Steele in reverse. Now to Plaster out near the center court stripe. It's deflected into the backcourt. She'll pick it up. Barry all over her. And we've got a whistle and a foul. Yep. A little hand check action, forearm check, whatever you want to call it. And Barry whistle for the foul. That's her first.
Team's 9th.
To the line will go Kelsey Plaster. She'll get a 1-1. First one short. Winfield with the rebound. Down to 1:30 to play here in the first half. Parr into the front court now. Off to Davison. Davison skips it over to Barry. Back to Davison on the left side. Back to Barry, playing a little Annie over this zone by Elsberry. Barry on the right wing. Pulls up at the free throw line. Barry catches an errant shot, or Bauer, I should say, doesn't get it to go, and then she's going to foul.
That'll drive coaches crazy there, Jim. You miss a shot, then foul 94 feet away from the basket.
That's it. and the biggest girl on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
Can't do that. But nonetheless, we'll walk to the other end, and Abby Jenkins will walk for her first trip to the free throw line tonight. That's the 10th team foul, so she'll get 2. And it drops, does the first one. And to me, it's hard to get any flow into play when you got so many subs going in and out. That's I understand they're keeping them fresh and getting a lot of people in the game, but boy, for continuity, it makes
hard
it
to get a good
tough.
rhythm.
Yep, for sure. Jenkins' second free throw's off the mark, and the rebound's going to go off of.
They're going to give it to Elsberry.
Yeah, they're going to say Gillespie hit it last of Winfield. Dow will return, and Steele will take a seat for the Indians. Triggered in is Plaster, right side of the paint. On the baseline. Looks, lobs it inside. Nobody home, but it's tracked down by Dow. She'll bring it out between the circles, and she's going to be fouled by
Barry. That's her second.
So the foul's starting to build for Winfield. And Dow will go to the line and get 2 shots.
Like what we saw from Winfield in the semifinal game against Clopton, they fouled a lot.
Did they?
Yes, they did. Both teams were in double bonus early on.
They haven't forgot that part of the game, that's for sure.
Yes, sir.
Dow can't get the first one to go. She'll get a second with 55 seconds to play here in the first half. Second one's good, however. She's got 3. That's a 1-point lead for Winfield. Davidson will walk it across the timeline as the zone awaits. 1-2-2 zone, it looks like, by Elsberry. And maybe they're trying to employ a 1-3 as well, 1-3-1 as well.
They're applying a little bit of pressure at the top.
Davidson.
May have gotten away with the carry there.
They work it inside to Parr. Her shot from the left block is good. Elena Parr with her fourth point. And it's a 3-point lead, down to 24 seconds. Little full court pressure again by Winfield. Elsberry with no problem this time. Into the front court, down to 15 seconds. Dow holds it, looks at the bench, for some direction to the key area. To Jenkins, back to Dow, down to 8. Right wing to Kinsler. Kinsler down to 5. They're not going to get a shot off. It's any good anyway. Well, here's a desperation 3 at the head of the key. At the horn, it's no good. And that'll do it for the first half of action. The Winfield Warriors 20, the Elsberry Indians 17. The halftime show's next on Eagle 102.
The Eagle 102 halftime report is coming up. Brought to you by Cellular and Satellite Center in Bowling Green.
Cellular and Satellite Center is the only stop you need to make when it comes to satellite providers, offering DirecTV and Dish Network along with antenna installs. Wait, there's more. They also offer several options for internet service with Viasat, HughesNet, and AT&T. Hold on, there's still more. They can also do security system installations, have TVs in stocks, mounts, and cables. Now, a special message from Matthew Niemeyer himself.
If you call an 800 number and they say we will be the local installer, they are wrong.
Contact Matthew at Cellular and Satellite Center in Bowling Green, your local authorized dealer.
As many as 50% of people don't take their medication as prescribed. Missing or not taking medication can be deadly. For questions about medication, visit your local Health Mart pharmacy, Bowling Green Pharmacy, located right on the square at 8 North Court in Bowling Green.
Community State Bank of Missouri in Bowling Green and Troy, where the #1 priority is the customer and adding new services to help simplify your life and building a strong, high-performance financial services organization. Community State Bank in Bowling Green and Troy, your community bank since 1887, member FDIC.
Bringing you all the action from the Eagle 102 broadcast booth, sponsored by Family Drug in Louisiana.
It's now time for the Eagle 102 halftime report on KJFM, sponsored by Cellular and Satellite Center in Bowling Green.
Welcome back to championship night on the ladies' side of the bracket. In the third place game, it's been an offensively challenged first half, but the Winfield Lady Warriors go to the locker room on top 20-17. They led 12-11 at the end of the first quarter, outscored Elsberry 8-6 in the second. They led their biggest lead tonight is this 3-point lead. Elsberry led by as many as 5 that first half, Zach, and it was just, I guess, a disjointed half would be the way I describe it.
Yeah, it was a little sloppy if you ask me. neither team, like we said earlier, could get into a real flow on offense. I think defense could attribute to that. Both teams have applied a lot of pressure in the full court and half court. I think Winfield did a good job rebounding on the offensive end. They got a lot of points early on just off offensive boards. Josie Bauer, I think, got all 6 of hers in the half court off 0 boards. So I think if they keep that up and they can expand the lead with the pressure, they should be looking at a good second half.
Yeah, and on Elsberry's side, they got the majority. They got 9 of their 17 points, over half of their points from the free throw line. And you mentioned that during the first half that Winfield has a propensity to foul.
Yep.
And you just got to back off of that a little bit and keep the other team off the line, and it does wonders. I know you're familiar with the Van Far teams of the last 3 or 4 years. They were very good at not putting the other team on the line and getting to the line themselves, and that's a recipe to have a chance to win. Let's take a break here in the halftime show. We'll be back to tell you about the scoring in the first half after this on Eagle 102.
Cellular Satellite Center is the only stop you need to make when it comes to satellite providers, offering DirecTV and Dish Network along with antenna installs. Wait, there's more. They also offer several options for internet service with Viasat, HughesNet, and AT&T. Hold on, there's still more. They can also do security system installations, have TVs in stocks, mounts, and cables. Now, a special message from Matthew Niemeyer himself.
If you call an 800 number and they say we will be the local installer, they are wrong.
Contact Matthew at Cellular and Satellite Center in Bowling Green, your local authorized dealer.
Need a little good news in your life? State Farm has new, lower car insurance rates in Missouri, so you can now get the service and convenience of State Farm agent Cindy Blaylock at an even better price. Call me today at 573-754-5575. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
This is Tracy Brookshire with the Pike County Health Department. With community transmission cases increasing in Pike County, it's becoming more difficult for healthcare providers to contact positive cases the same day these results are received. The state of Missouri has mandated that we prioritize first the investigations for school exposures, individuals 65 years and older, and cases associated with long-term care facilities. Those that do not fall into those categories will likely experience a delay in initial contact. Therefore, we have made some changes with our calling procedures to help streamline and make our calls more efficient. It is critical that if you have received a positive result or know you have been exposed to someone with COVID-19, you need to begin a 14-day quarantine starting from when your symptoms began or the last day of exposure to the positive case. Your patience awaiting your initial call from our office is very much appreciated. Visit our dedicated COVID page on our website, PikeCountyHealth.org, for more information.
Eagle 102 Sports on KJFM is brought to you by People's Bank and Trust, County Market in Louisiana, and Bowling Green Insurance.
Welcome back to Dale Miller Gymnasium, Ed Lindsay Court. As I joke every year, I always thought you had to be dead before you got stuff named after you. But those guys are both alive and well. Edgar was here the other night. I haven't seen Dale. I went by his house on the way through here. The TV was on, looked like on a sports channel, so I imagine he's locked in for the night, getting popcorn and drinking
He's staying busy.
Diet Pepsi or something. 20-17 our score. Winfield leads it. We're in the third place game here at the 25th annual Clopton Invitational. And Zach, you've got the first half scoring for us.
Yes, sir, I do. Leading the way for Elsberry, it's Kylie Kinsler with 8. Kelsey Plaster is adding 5. Candace Dow with 3, and Abby Jenkins with 1 free throw. And for Winfield, it's Josie Bauer and Rensley Davidson with 6 points each. Cadence Berry and Kylie Howard both have 2, and Alina Parr is around that scoring with 4 points.
Winfield is 2 for 6 from the free throw line. Elsberry 9 for 16, so a 7-point advantage for Elsberry from the charity stripe. You take that away, and Winfield's got a commanding lead. Elsberry with 14 turnovers in the first half and 7 for Winfield. So Elsberry trails. Put your coach's hat on. What are both coaches saying to their teams right now?
Well, I think Winfield's coach is saying, keep the foot down, keep the pressure on, but limit fouls. You want to play aggressive, but stay smart. You got to find the healthy balance in there. And for Elsberry, I'd say just clean it up. You're a better team. You're playing bad. You need to, find what you're doing wrong. Obviously, you're being a little careless with the ball. Just slow it down. Control what you can control and make smart decisions here and there.
Elsberry's 6-3. I don't think I mentioned that in the pregame. Winfield 4-7, and as I told you, Elsberry won the first game of the year 43-28. But tonight, right now, it's 20-17. Winfield leads it. Third quarter is next here at the Clopton Invitational on Eagle 102.
Your 401k is likely one of your most important assets, but it's only one part of a comprehensive retirement strategy. Edward Jones can help you understand how your retirement assets fit into your entire retirement picture so you can work toward meeting your unique retirement goals. Contact me, Kayla Caldwell, your Edward Jones financial advisor, at 2604 Georgia Street in Louisiana. Edward Jones, Making Sense of Investing, member SIPC.
Show off your school pride today with the Bulldog debit card from Bank of Louisiana. Every time you use your Bulldog debit card, Bank of Louisiana will make a donation to the Louisiana School District. Stop by the bank today and get your new Bulldog debit card so you can start supporting the teachers and students with every swipe. The Bulldog debit card from Bank of Louisiana, member FDIC.
Area High School Sports on Eagle 102 is brought to you by Cellular and Satellite Center, the Mercantile Bank, and Bowling Green Tractor.
About 1:50 to go before we start the second half. Winfield is back on the floor. I think I mentioned this during the broadcast a little bit. Interesting that Chloe Kyman hasn't played at all in this game. Did she play a tall blonde, number 22? Did she play against Clopton the other night?
I actually don't remember seeing her play, Jim.
She had a nice game against Mark Twain. In fact, in the first round, upset. Had 21 points, led them in scoring. And so I don't know if she's injured or what's going on. She does have a knee brace on. I see her out there warming up. So she may have some sort of health issue we're not aware of. But nonetheless, the Lady Warriors lead Elsberry 20-17 as the Indians return to the bench. It doesn't look like they're even going to warm up any. See a few of the Clopton Lady Hawks are in the house. Haven't seen a sign of the Lady Panthers of Monroe City. So let's see who's going to have it. Looks like Elsberry will have it to start the second half. So do you guys have a shoot around tomorrow morning?
Yes, we do.
You do, yeah. Do you watch tape or have you already done that?
We already watched film. Coach is getting us out here early in the morning, get us woke up so we're not sleeping in, not too tired, Usual coaching tactics. I got to give him a shout out while I'm on here.
There's one thing about Coach Francis. If there are tactics to be had, he knows them. Mm-hmm. For sure.
He's seen a lot of basketball in his day.
Yes, he has. Old Tony goes way back to his days as Silex. Coming around here.
It'll be great to see if Elsberry gets a good solid offensive possession here early, or if they continue their first half trend with the turnovers.
That's a fact. They do have the ball to start the second half. It looks like it's Jenkins, Dow, Plaster, Kinsler, and Robinson, the original starting lineup. And for Winfield, Kyman is in the game, so she must have had a first half
suspension, maybe
in jail for the first half. And Plaster gets trapped over in the far sideline. They call a 5-second violation on her. And so that's not the way you want to start it off. Barry, Ford, Bauer fires a three from the corner. It's good. Oh, my. The big girl Bauer drains a three. Kyman and Howard start the second half for Winfield. And now in the double team, Winfield steals it. It looks like they're going to throw it right away. Back-to-back turnovers. Got Elsberry in the trap. Got the ball but didn't take care of it. So the biggest lead now for Winfield is 5 at 22-17. And they can put a knockout punch on Elsberry here if Elsberry's not careful. Dow gets it in the front court to Plaster over on the far sideline. Inside to Jenkins. She throws it away. Stolen by Bauer.
3 possessions, 3 turnovers here early.
Not a shot on goal yet. Into Barry. She'll shoot a runner down the paint. It won't go. Howard with the offensive rebound. She tries to get it out to the corner, but it's kicked out of bounds by Dow, and Winfield will have it underneath their own bucket right side of the paint. We played about a minute. Actually, 1 minute and 1 seconds. And Winfield leads it. 3 ball on the way off the inbound short. Kyman with the rebound. It won't go. And she'll get fouled in the process and go to the free throw line for 2 shots.
Kyman's getting in on the action early.
Ford attempted the three off that inbounds, couldn't get it to go. Foul's going to go against Jenkins, her second. Kyman's first free throw, in and out, no good. She's a senior, wears number 22. Got a knee brace on that right knee. And she'll get a second. Off the front of the rim, no good. Rebound's loose, picked up by Dow. She'll head the other way. Elsberry might want to speed this game up a little bit if they can. Robinson fires a three. It hits nothing. It's loose on the floor, and it's still loose. It bounces off 2 or 3 legs, and they're going to say it's off of Winfield, back to Elsberry. That was some odd stuff there. Plaster to trigger it in for the Lady Indians. Gets it to Kinsler. She'll back it out to Jenkins. Jenkins on the right wing now, hands it off to Dow. Dow between the circles. 22-17, Winfield on top. We're in the third. Jenkins on the right wing on a pick and roll with Robinson. With the left hand, hands it off to Plaster, head of the key. Crossover dribble now left wing to Dow. She'll shoot the three. Good.
And it's money.
Candace Dow with her first 3 ball of the night. And it's 22-20 Winfield. Little three-quarter court pressure by Elsberry. Kyman gets out of the double team, tries to lob it down to Bauer, and she turns it over. And it's back to Elsberry. Well, if Elsberry can't take care of the basketball, they need to force some turnovers out of Winfield, and they've done that 2 so far here in the first half. Full court pressure, full court man pressure, it looks about like, by Winfield. They'll try and jump and trap, and Kyman's going to be whistled for the foul. Over on the far sideline, Billy and Vicky Lagerman sitting over there by themselves. What's the deal? Billy must not have showered tonight or something. Came off the farm and nobody wants to sit next to him. Good folks there, the Lagermans. Inside to Robinson. Shot in and out, no good. A long rebound out to Berry. She's going to push the pace, 2-on-2. She's taking it to the rim, off the glass, no good. Dow with the rebound. Dow turns the corner on the far sideline. Now she's in a peck of trouble. Gets it to Plaster into the front court. Plaster with some space. To Jenkins. Short corner to Robinson. Robinson back to Jenkins in the paint to Plaster. To Dow. She'll shoot the three. Had a key. Back the ring. No good. Howard with the rebound for Winfield. Plaster a little hesitant to shoot the three tonight. She let it fly a bunch the other night in the first round game. Berry at the head of the key. Winfield leading by 2. Howard now at the free throw line. Near corner to Kyman. She puts it on the floor, pulls up from 15.
A little long there.
But it's going to go off of Elsberry as it hit nothing. Back to Winfield. Davison and
Parr
come into the game for Winfield. Berry will trigger it in left side of the lane. Gets it to Davison, to Parr, head of the key. She can shoot it from there. To Davis in the corner to Berry. She'll shoot the three. It's partially blocked. And short picked up by Plaster. She's in a double team, looking for some help. Gets it to Dow. Dow up the far sideline. There's going to be a blocking foul on Davison. I believe that'll be her second. And Elsberry will have it at the 28-foot mark in the back court. Trailing by 2 with 4:50 to play here in the third. Plaster gets it in the high post against the down low to Robinson. Her shot up off the glass, no good. But she'll go to the charity stripe. As we've got a whistle and a foul. Oh, that's 3 on Bauer. That's not a good thing for Winfield. She leads them in scoring.
Yep, she's got 9 tonight.
Robinson's first free throw doesn't draw iron. She's a little distraught about that, as most would be. Second free throw, none to net. That's usually what happens. You hit nothing, and then you hit nothing with the second, except for the second one goes through the net. In the backcourt, Kyman out of a double team, gets it to Davison up the right sideline. She tries to split the defense, and we've got a whistle and a foul.
It's going to be Plaster there with a blocking foul.
And
I take that back. They're going to get Robinson.
That's her third. Non-shooting foul, 2 team fouls apiece. Winfield has it underneath their own bucket. Down to 4:30 to play here in the third. And Winfield nearly throws it away. Kyman has it in the far corner. Still loose. She picks up the loose ball. Now gets it back to Davidson. Davidson skips it to Bauer. It's knocked free by Robinson, but she can't save it in bounds right at the end of the Winfield bench. And Winfield will get it back. And Robinson, I'm guessing, is coming out of the game with those 3 fouls as Steele checks in for the Lady Indians. Winfield will have it right in the middle of their bench. 22-21 our score. Winfield still on top. Parr on the right corner to Berry. Now to Davidson. Davidson cycles to the head of the key. To the right wing now with the dribble to Bauer, I should say, in the corner. Back to Berry, head of the key. Left-hand dribble to the elbow. Her pass is deflected, stolen by Plaster. Another turnover by Winfield.
And
now,
she stripped.
Davidson's literally picked her back pocket. Goes into the paint. Her shot's no good, and they're going to be a blocking foul. And it's going to be a 2-shot foul, I believe. Foul's going to go against Dow. And that'll send Davidson to the free throw line to shoot 2.
Davidson's played some pretty good defense here early on.
She'll get a couple free throws. Where's number 4? And she is just a freshman. Man, it's good. Good-looking freshman. Bunch of good-looking freshmen in this tournament, actually.
A lot of great players,
Especially on the girls' side. You don't see freshmen play that much on the boys' side. A little more common on the girls' side. Second free throw by Davidson off the front rim, no good, but the rebound's tapped out of bounds, goes off of Kinsler's fingertips. Back to Winfield. Boschert in for Berry.
Elsberry's struggling to control the rebounds here.
After they led by 5 in the first half, they've got behind and trailed ever since. Got it to within 1. Now they trail by 2. Davidson now to Boschert. Boschert right corner to Kyman. She tries to get it inside to Bauer. It's stolen away by Elsberry. That's Plaster. She's taking it the other way. She's going all the way to the backboard. No good. And Bauer with the rebound. If they call that on her, that's her 4th. Yep, that's what they call.
If I'm correct, I think she fouled out the other night against Clopton as well.
That was an interesting foul call there. She'll take a seat, though, as Parr returns. That's the break for Elsberry. They need to take advantage of it. Inside to Jenkins. Her shot's up off the block, no good. And Winfield with the rebound. Davidson up the left side. Drives to the baseline, keeps her dribble. Now in the mid-post area to Kyman. Yeah, shot up off the glass and good. Chloe Kyman with her first bucket of the game. It's back to a 4-point lead, 25-21. 3:10 to play here in the third. Elsberry needs a bucket. Dow, right wing to Steele, to Plaster in the far corner, and she's going to be fouled. Well, the foul's on Kyman. She's played almost 5 minutes and got 2 fouls. That's not a real good combination. So Elsberry will have it out near the 3-point line on the baseline. Plaster will throw it in. Gets it into Dow in the far corner. Dow with the left-hand dribble into the paint, goes to the floor. Ball's loose, and Howard will come away with it. 5th turnover of the half, 19th of the game. Davidson back for Winfield. A little Euro step into the paint. They're going to wave off the bucket and call a foul. Let's see who the foul's on. Jenkins picks up the foul, her 3rd, and that'll send the freshman Rensley Davidson to the free throw line. No, actually, it's going to be Berry.
On the ground.
Oh, they did call it on the ground.
I thought that was in the act of shooting.
I did too. So Winfield gets it. I had Davidson shooting free throws already. They get it in the post area to Parr, mid-post. Her turnaround from H, no good. Plaster with the rebound for Elsberry. Down to 2:40 to play in the third. 25-21. Winfield still leads. Dow on the left-hand dribble now to the key. To Steele on the left wing. Steele in between the circles to Plaster. Right wing now to Dow. Dow drives right baseline, goes all the way underneath the basket. Throws it to Plaster on the near side. Ball's loose. She'll pick it up, gets it to Jenkins, and Jenkins will check that. It's Kinsler will reset it. I keep calling Jenkins and Kinsler each other. They look alike and have 12 and 14. Now Steele in trouble, hounded by Boschert. Still keeps her control, then throws it away to Berry. Berry's going to try and beat Dow to the glass, stops and pops. It's off the rim, no good. The ball's loose.
Looks like it bounced off the official there.
And he was standing out of bounds, so it should have been out of bounds. Ahead to Elsberry. Kinsler with a wild shot, but it goes down.
Shooting that, I didn't think she knew where she was on the court.
That was one of the higher arcing shots that goes off the glass on a layup you'll ever see. Back comes Winfield. Par for 3. It's an air ball. It'll go out of bounds with 1:35 to play, and Elsberry will get it back trailing by 2. And Robinson will return with her 3 fouls. And Elsberry's going to call a timeout. 25-23, Winfield leads it. 1:35 to play in the third. You listen to the 25th Annual Clopton Invitational on Eagle 102.
Bowling Green Insurance is here to serve all your insurance needs. Bowling Green Insurance offers companies to cover your farm, home, auto, and crop needs. Give Bowling Green Insurance a call today to get a quote. 573-324-CROP.
High School Sports on KJFM is brought to you by Vicki Cadwallader Real Estate and Perkins Electrical Service.
Well, an entertaining third quarter, Zach, but not a whole lot of points scored. 5 for Winfield and 6 for Elsberry. So 25-23 our score, and they just need a team to get on track, Ken.
Relatively low-scoring game, like you said. Like I mentioned earlier in the broadcast, either team can really find it on offense. Everything's in transition. I think the coaches need to look to set up some good set plays here in the half court and get some easy buckets here to get them going.
Yeah, you don't see a lot of pick and roll or shuffle cut type stuff. Both teams actually doing a good job of switching defenses. Different trips. We've seen zone, we've seen 2-3, we've seen 1-3-1 by both of them. So they're mixing it up a little bit, and obviously it's got the offenses confused. So out of the timeout, Elsberry will have it. 1:35 to play. They trail by 2. Dow moseys across the timeline now, picked up by Berry on a pick and roll with Plaster in the far corner to Robinson. Robinson skips it, tries to skip it, and it hits the rim, and it's loose, bounces all the way out to the center court stripe, tracked down by Dow. She'll get it to Robinson on the baseline. To Jenkins, now to Plaster on the elbow, back to Dow, head of the key 3 on the way, in and out, no good. Rebound saved in by Winfield, good athletic play, and then it's going to go out of bounds as it's knocked out of bounds by Dow, but they're going to call a foul on her, I believe.
You are right.
That'll be her second. So 1:06, Winfield to get it back. Elsberry backs up. And it looks like they're going to play a little zone action. Maybe that 1-3-1.
1-3-1, yep.
Howard right wing to Parr. Parr ahead of the key now to Boschert. Boschert to Howard. She's going to fire the 3, but they're going to call traveling. Had a little bunny hop in there before that shot.
She shuffled her feet there.
5th turnover, 12th in the game. And Elsberry will get it back. Gillespie in for Winfield. And Ford returns as well. Elsberry will have it. Just under a minute to play in the third, trailing by 2. I'm guessing this one's coming down to the wire.
Yep.
Robinson, left wing. To Plaster in the near corner. Now tries to get it in the post. It's knocked free. We've got 3 players on the floor, and we'll have a jump ball. Alternating arrow says it's Winfield. So another turnover.
Kirkemeyer did a good job getting on the floor there. Earns a lot of coaching points.
You get plus on the plus-minus chart for that, don't you? So Winfield gets it back down to 30 seconds to play. Berry, we're in the third quarter. In the high post to Gillespie. She turns, goes to the bucket. It's in and out, no good. Robinson with the rebound. Up the far sideline. Now she slows down and maybe got away with a double dribble. Gets it into the front court, though, to Dow. Dow with a reverse dribble into the paint, and she's going to be fouled. Foul is going to be on, let's say, Kirkemeyer, I believe. Her first.
One more for Winfield, and they're going to be in the bonus. Elsberry is going to be shooting free throws.
Off the inbounds. Kinsler gets it to Plaster. Kinsler tries to put it up. It's stolen away by Winfield. Down to 6. Berry with a 3, way too early. Dow catches the loose ball, dribbles into a double team. Now Jenkins will shoot it from deep, and it's about 15 feet short.
Just a little short.
Just a little short. That'll do it for the third quarter. Winfield 25, Elsberry 23. Your fourth quarter is next on Eagle 102.
Bowling Green Tractor wants to change the way you think about yard work with their Ego 56-volt ARC lithium battery-powered lawnmowers, weed eaters, blowers, trimmers, and chainsaws. At Bowling Green Tractor, you can walk in and see for yourself just how easy these products are to handle. Bowling Green Tractor, your home for Ego. Power beyond belief.
Cellular and Satellite Center is the only stop you need to make when it comes to satellite providers, offering DirecTV and Dish Network along with antenna installs. Now, a special message from Matthew Niemeyer himself.
If you call an 800 number and they say we will be the local installer, they are wrong.
Contact Matthew at Cellular and Satellite Center in Bowling Green, your local authorized dealer.
Hear all the action from the Eagle 102 broadcast booth, sponsored by Family Drug in Louisiana.
25-23 our score. Winfield on top. Elsberry outscored Winfield 6-5 in that third quarter to cut the lead by 1. But I'm telling you, if either one of these teams can get untracked a little bit on offense, they can run away with this game.
Go ahead.
Elsberry will start at the half in the fourth quarter. Moving from our right to our left on your radio dial. Dow to Robinson. Robinson dribbles to the wing, kicks it back to Dow. She's open for 3 again. Back of the rim, no good. Long rebound. Loose, picked up by Davidson. Check the lineups for you as we go. Davidson in a double team at the half-court line, and we've got a whistle and a timeout on the floor. Austin Godfrey wants to talk about it, bailed out his offense. We'll step aside as well. 25-23, 7:40 to play in the game. Listen to Clopton Invitational on Eagle 102.
Is it time to renew, redo, or rebuild? I'm Christine Rutherford, and we have loans designed specifically for repairs and renovations, along with home equity lines of credit. People's Bank and Trust, member FDIC, equal housing lender, MLO number 421603, NMLS number 407724.
Area High School Sports on Eagle 102 is brought to you by State Farm Insurance, Cindy Blaylock, Young Enterprises Incorporated, and Pike County Memorial Hospital.
Well, who's going to get untracked? That's the question. Winfield has it out of the timeout.
Elsberry staying in that 1-3-1 zone.
Kyman gets it down to Bauer, who's in the game. She's got 4. Tries to force it into Bauer. Now we've got a loose ball. Looks like Plaster will come up with it for the Indians. 6 turnover the half, 13th of the game for Winfield. Dow back into the front court, over to the far corner. Still has her dribble. Being chased around by Boschert. Dow, right wing to Plaster. Tries to get it into Robinson, but it's deflected out of bounds. It'll stay with the Indians. Plaster needs to get untracked. She's got 5 so far.
I think if I were Elsberry right now, I'd go right to number 12, Kylie Kinsler.
Plaster triggers it in. She tried to get it to Kinsler, but now she'll get it to Jenkins. Had the key to Dow. Dow's had some open looks, but hadn't been able to get it to go. It's hit 1-3. Plaster picks up the loose ball now to Jenkins. Jenkins on the dribble into the paint, kicks it to Robinson, right wing. Back to Plaster. Plaster between the circles. 25-23, Winfield on top. To Dow, she'll dribble down the paint, loses the handle, but regains it, kicks it out to Jenkins for 3. Back of the rim, no good. Long rebound picked up by Boschert. Boschert will get it into front court now for the Lady Warriors. They lead it by 2. 6:20 to play in the game. Davis, far wing to Kyman. She'll shoot the 3. It's good. Chloe Kyman drains the 3. She's got 5. She didn't play at all in the first half.
They're going to need her down the stretch.
Bet they are. Matches the biggest lead of the game at 5. Right wing to Plaster. Guarded by Kyman. Plaster will drive the baseline, tries to get inside to Jenkins, but it's deflected out of bounds.
Winfield's doing a better job of playing defense without fouling here in the second half.
16 fouls on the Warriors, 5 on the Indians. So the next Elsberry will shoot free throws from here on out. Kinsler triggers it into Dow. Dow with the right-hand dribble on a pick and roll with Robinson. Pick and pop is what it turned out to be, but try to get it inside. It's loose. Now picked up by Plaster. Now a steal by Boschert, and she's clipped from behind and goes down. I believe they'll get Robinson. If I'm not mistaken, that'll be her fourth.
And they have Robinson there.
Plaster will take a seat for Elsberry, and was Steele, I believe.
And the next foul by either team are going to be shooting free throws.
Davidson, far corner to Howard, in the post to Kyman. Her turnaround up off the glass and good.
She's starting to come alive. She's got 5 early here in the fourth quarter. 7 for the game.
That she is. Across the timeline now, Dow. They need a bucket in the worst way. To Steele on the left wing. She's in a double team. She double dribbled. Eighth turnover of the half, 22nd of the game for the Indians. When they go to evaluate that game, they need to go to one stat only, and that's it, the turnovers. But we're far from being over. 5:19 to play. It's 30-23. Winfield on top.
Yep, Elsberry's staying in striking distance.
Winfield really in no hurry, but they can't really change. They shouldn't change what they're doing of how they got here. 3 ball by Davidson, short. Rebound by Jenkins for Elsberry. They got to pound the ball into Kyman, does Winfield. Make sure she touches it. She's got the hot hand right now. Dow picks up her dribble, now looks for some help and throws it away. That will drive a head coach to have gray hair.
And if I do say so myself, Miss Koch is too young to be having gray hair.
30-23, Winfield leads. They get the ball back after the 23rd turnover of the game.
Matches their score.
That's a bad sign, too, when you've got the same number of turnovers as you do fouls. Boschert drives right wing, and we got a whistle and a foul. So entry pass to Kyman is deflected. And Chloe Kyman will go to the line and shoot a couple. Well, it'll be a 1-and-1, actually. Foul goes against Plaster, her second. And the senior, 0 for 2 from the line so far. And that one hit the back of the ring, bounced 3 feet in the air and dropped.
Cashes in on her 3rd free throw of the night.
They just call that shooter's touch, right?
That's a shooter's bounce.
She'll get a second. And it's good.
Winfield expanding the lead to 9 here.
Biggest of the game by either club. Plaster to Steele. Now to Kinsler, and we've got a whistle and a foul. Well, that'll help Elsberry maybe get back into the game. That's on Bauer. That's her 5th, I believe. And it is. This is in my opinion, this is the only way Elsberry can get back into it, because if you think about it, they've only scored 23 points in 3 quarters, and they're down by 9.
How many of those points have been from the free throw line there, Jim?
Yeah, well, they only had 1 free throw going in the second, so 10 of those points, 10 of those 23s make it 11 of those 24.
So just about half?
Yes. As Kinsler makes the first.
I agree. They need to take advantage of Winfield's aggressiveness and take it to him. Maybe get a few fouls around the basket, maybe get an and one here and there, and you're shooting free throws from here on out.
Parr checks in. Howard will take a seat for the Lady Warriors. It's an 8-point lead for Winfield. Kinsler's second, rattles around and drops. She's got 12 for the night. Full court pressure by Elsberry. No problem for Winfield. Davidson up the far sideline, gets it inside to Berry. Her shot's no good, but we've got a whistle and a foul. And it looks like they'll whistle Olivia Kinsler for the foul.
Her first of the night.
And to the line, Candace Berry. Her first trip to the free throw line tonight. And she'll drain the first. Robinson will turn for Olivia for the Indians. Elsberry will get a second. It rattles around and drops. So 2 for 2 for the line for Berry. Dow returns. Steele will take a seat for the Indians. They've got to go now. As there's 4:15 to play, they trail again by 9. Dow across the timeline, guarded by Davidson. And she nearly throws it away as Jenkins makes the catch, gives it right back to her out of a double team. They're doing just a lot of dribbling around, just not a lot of offense being run. Jenkins on the right wing now.
They're struggling to penetrate that three-point line, get anything going to the basket.
Now she tries to lob it inside. It's loose, but picked up by Robinson. She'll bounce out beyond the arc to Dow. Dow dribbles to the right wing to the corner of Plaster. Inside, all alone's Kitzler, and their layup's looking good.
That's good for your confidence right there.
Full court pressure by the Indians. They throw over the top to Davidson. Davidson's going to take it to the glass. Up and good.
Gives it right back to him.
Robinson couldn't foul. She has 4. So Davidson with the left hand scores a layup, and it's 36-27. Down to 3:17 to play in the game. Dow between the circles, guarded by Davidson. Davidson's been hounding her all night. And the pass too tall on the entry to the wing. Ford Jenkins goes out of bounds back to the Warriors.
That defense right there from Winfield's going to get Coach Godfrey fired up.
Pressure in the ball. There's a lot of ways you can stop things from going on. One of them is pressure the basketball, and they've done really good at that tonight, have the Warriors. So they get it back after the turnover. Parr has it. A couple of subs came in. Kirkemeyer and Ford returned for Winfield. To Kyman, left block, up off the glass, no good. Jenkins with the rebound for the Indians, and we've got a whistle on the foul, and that'll be on Kirkemeyer. And we'll walk to the other end and shoot those all-important free throws without the clock running.
They're going to give that one to Kyman, actually, her third.
Really? Interesting. So to the line is Kinsler. She's been pretty good from the free throw line. Missed her first 2, has only missed 1 since. She'll drain the first.
Don't jinx her here, Jim.
I'm not saying a word. I'm going to put this one on you. Silence. It's good. Man, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8 free throws as we've got a timeout. We'll step aside as well. 36-29. Elsberry trails. 2:53 to play in the game. This is the Clopton Invitational on Eagle 102.
When you support a locally owned pharmacy, you're contributing to the growth of the community. The dollars you spend stay right here to support our local community. Health Mart pharmacies are locally owned pharmacies. There's one right here. Health Mart pharmacists have a personal commitment to their communities because, just like you, they support their community. Health Mart pharmacies are locally owned and hometown proud.
Louisiana is a Health Mart town. Family Drug Health Mart Pharmacy. The right people, the right price, right downtown. Health Mart, caring for you and about you.
High school sports on KJFM is brought to you by Abel's Quick Shops, Mike's Tire and Service Center, and All Parts.
36-29. Elsberry trying to cut into the biggest lead of the night, which was 9 by Winfield.
And they're going to look to do that with some pressure. Looks like they're going to full court. Let's wait and see what they're in.
2:53 to play in the game. Elsberry trailed 12-11 at the end of the first. Was outscored by Winfield 8-6 in the second. Went to the locker room down by 3, 20-17. And a 6-5 scoring advantage by Elsberry made it 25-23 at the end of the third. Winfield stretched it out here in the fourth a little bit. Off the full court pressure, stolen by Plaster. Plaster's going to be fouled from behind by Parr. So back to the free throw line to shoot free throws without the clock running. I sound like a broken record, but that is so important in a game when Elsberry just hadn't scored much from the
It's a great opportunity for them to cut into the lead.
Plaster with her first free throw attempt of the second, and she makes that. She'll get a second. 9th team foul on Winfield, so Elsberry will shoot 2 from here on out. But there's just 2:43 to play as Plaster drains them both. She's got 7 and the lead's down to 5. Full court pressure, all 10 players in the backcourt. Parr takes the inbounds pass, guarded by Kinsler. And we've got a whistle and a timeout. Austin Godfrey wants us to talk about it. We'll step aside. 36-31. Winfield leads, 2:37 to play in the ball game. Listen to Clopton Invitational on Eagle 102.
Here's one question that has no wrong answer. Are you going to choose the new Shell and Fuel Rewards card to be used at Shell stations, or the Shell and Fuel Rewards MasterCard that can be used everywhere MasterCard is accepted? With both, you save 10 cents per gallon, up to 20 gallons every time you fill up. And you also earn 10% rebates on your first $1,200 in non-fuel purchases per year at Shell stations. See? You can't go wrong with either. Visit www.shell.us/getrewards and apply today. At participating Shell stations only. Terms and conditions apply.
Eagle 102 Sports on KJFM is brought to you by Ingram Plumbing, Bowling Green Pharmacy, and Mid-America Auto and Towing.
36-31, 2:37 to play here in the ball game. Winfield on top. With the exception of early in the first quarter, Winfield has led the entire way. Elsberry got to back within one, I believe, at 22-21. But that's as close as they've been since early in this ball game. Keep in mind, Elsberry won this game, the first game of the year, 43-28. That gives you an idea how much Winfield has improved. We talked about that a little bit in the pregame. But full court pressure by Elsberry. Winfield gets it into Kyman. Kyman dribbles up the sideline, gets it ahead to Davidson. She's checked back in the game. She'll penetrate, and there's a whistle and a foul. And we'll go to the free throw line on this end now. And it will be Davidson to the charity stripe.
We're going to call that one on number 14, Abby Jenkins. That's her fourth.
Davidson, the freshman, at the line. And she drains the first. So she'll get a second. Big free throws for this freshman. Second free throw's on its way. Ooh, front of the rim, rolls out, no good. Kinsler with the rebound. Into the front court. Jenkins all alone. She'll shoot the layup. Good look that time from about the half-court line. And it's 37-33. Elsberry still in this. 2:14 to play in the game. Davidson across the timeline. Elsberry needs a turnover. Parr in between the circles slows things down. The clock is Winfield's friend. To the glass is Ford. Her shot won't go. Plaster with the rebound. She'll get it off the dial. Head the other way for the Lady Indians. Across the timeline with 1:53. Jenkins open for three. Left wing. Rattles around. Won't go. Parr with the rebound. Ooh, that was close. Davidson, behind the back dribble now. Crossover to the paint, to the glass. Oh, she couldn't get it. Oh, that's a freshman, folks. What a move by her. To Plaster now. She'll get it into the front court. Short corner, back to Jenkins. She throws it away. Stolen by Ford. Ford's going to head the other way. Stops, pops from 10 off the side of the backboard. Loose ball rebound, and we're going to have a tie-up. What an exchange that was. And on the alternating arrow, it looks like Winfield will maintain possession. Down to 1:19 to play in the game. Ford will take a seat, and Boschert will return for Winfield. Barry to trigger it in. Gets it into the corner to Davidson. Davidson dribbles out of trouble. Winfield in no hurry. When will Elsberry start to foul? That's the question. Parr with it now on the dribble. Dow tries to pick her pocket. Nothing doing there. Back to Barry. Barry's fouled by Plaster with 57 seconds to play in the game. Third on Plaster, I believe. And the sophomore, Cadence Barry, to the line. It's a two-shot foul, and the first one's good. Don't say it. Don't say it.
I'm not going to say anything here.
She'll get a second. Where's number 20? We didn't say it, but she missed. She was perfect from the free throw line. Now she's 3 for 4. Now she fouls. They got the ball to Plaster off the rebound. And Barry foul, and that's not what Coach Austin Godfrey wanted to see happen.
Seems very frustrated. Just threw his water bottle on the sideline.
Yeah. You 14 to 18-year-olds, I don't know about you guys sometimes. To the free throw line is Kelsey Plaster. She'll get 2, and she drains the first. In comes the foul squad now. Olivia Kinsler and Steele. They'll try and steal the inbounds, and if they don't get it, they'll foul. Might actually let the press work a little bit. But that's going to burn off 10 seconds, and there's only 55 seconds left as Plaster drains the second. She's perfect in the second half from the free throw line. The lead down to 3, one-possession game. And, almost a steal by Steele. But we've got a whistle
on Elsberry here. On a steal.
And we'll walk to the other end.
And I'll tell you what.
It was close.
If you're not here, the Elsberry fans are pretty riled up about that one.
At least one of them. So to the line will go Elena Parr. She's a sophomore as well. A lot of young players on the floor for Winfield. They've got good things coming. Free throws up and good by Parr. So that makes it a 2-possession game with 52 seconds to play. Robinson and Jenkins return, the old offense for defense substitution. Can Parr make the second? She dribbles it 3 times, takes her time, and fires. And in and out, no good. Did a 360, wouldn't drop. Kinsler with the rebound. They got to hustle to Dow. Dow gets it into the front court now.
44 seconds left here.
To Robinson. Robinson on
Time
the
to
wing.
go.
Skips it to Jenkins. Jenkins to Dow. Down to 37. Corner to Plaster. She tries to force inside. Stolen away. Davidson with the steal again, and then we got a foul. Davidson's been the real deal tonight for Winfield. Great defensive pressure on Dow. And now she's going to go back to the free throw line and shoot a couple of free throws that can just about ice this thing. First free throw's up and no good. Still a 2-possession game, however, at 39-35.
It's important to note that Elsberry's got the possession there as well, so they can go for a tough tie-up.
Davidson second. It's good. So the lead grows to 5, 31.5 ticks to go. Elsberry's got to hurry. Dow into the front court, dribbles to the corner, gets it to Kinsler for 3. Off the mark, no good. Rebound to Boschert. They'll foul her. Well, they don't call a foul, but it goes out of bounds off of Plaster. So with 16 ticks to go, Winfield will trigger it in from the sideline. They get it to Parr. She gets out of trouble to Boschert, to Barry, ahead to Davidson, and now she'll be fouled by Robinson. And that'll be 5 on Peyton Robinson. Back to the free throw line will go Rensley Davison for 2. Steele will come in for Robinson. Robinson leaves the game with 1 free throw. Davidson, with a 5-point lead, makes the first. This is the big one. Make it a 3-possession game, and you can pretty much ice this one away. It would be tough
Even
as
on a
it
made
is.
basket, you can just let the ball roll.
Absolutely. Davidson's second, back to the rim, no good. Kyman with the rebound, putbacks up and good, and that'll do it for sure. 43-35, Dow into the front court. She'll shoot it from 28 feet off the glass, no good, and that'll do it. The Winfield Lady Warriors are your 3rd place winner here at the 25th annual Clopton Invitational Tournament. The final score, 43-35 over Elsberry. The postgame show is next on Eagle 102.
Eagle 102 postgame show is coming up, brought to you by Abel's Quick Shops.
Here's one question that has no wrong answer. Are you going to choose the new Shell and Fuel Rewards card to be used at Shell stations, or the Shell and Fuel Rewards MasterCard that can be used everywhere MasterCard is accepted? With you stay You also earn 10% rebates on your first $1,200 in non-fuel purchases per year at Shell stations.
Do I?
See? You can't go wrong with either. Visit www.shell.us/getrewards and apply today. At participating Shell stations only. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, this is Ryan with Mid-America Auto and Towing in Bowling Green, and we've got the lot looking good and ready to go. We've got something for everybody's budget. We have a constant rotation of new inventory, including cars, trucks, and SUVs. So if you're out and you're looking for a new car, come by and see me. The Mid-America Auto and Towing, just off Highway 54 in Bowling Green, is a one-stop shop. Like us on Facebook or check out our website, midamericaautoandtowing.com.
This is Tracy Brookshire with the Pike County Health Department. With community transmission cases increasing in Pike County, it's becoming more difficult for healthcare providers to contact positive cases the same day these results are received. The state of Missouri has mandated that we prioritize first the investigations for school exposures, individuals 65 years and older, and cases associated with long-term care facilities. Those that do not fall into those categories will likely experience a delay in initial contact. Therefore, we have made some changes with our calling procedures to help streamline and make our calls more efficient. It is critical that if you have received a positive result or know you have been exposed to someone with COVID-19, you need to begin a 14-day quarantine starting from when your symptoms began or the last day of exposure to the positive case. Your patience awaiting your initial call from our office is very much appreciated. Visit our dedicated COVID page on our website, PikeCountyHealth.org, for more information.
Bringing you all the action from the Eagle 102 broadcast booth. Sponsored by Family Drug in Louisiana.
Time now for the Eagle 102 post-game show on KJFM. Sponsored by Abel's Quick Shops.
Well, the consolation game is in the books. So is the third place game. And an upset, 2 upsets by the Lady Warriors from Winfield as they beat the third seed Mark Twain in overtime on Monday night, and here tonight in the third place game, they upset the 4th-seeded Elsberry Lady Indians by the final score of 43-35. Winfield led 12-11 at the end of the first, outscored Elsberry 8-6 in the second, went to the locker room on top 20-17. Elsberry outscored them 6-5, however, in the third. It was 25-23 Winfield, and the big scoring advantage, 18-12 for Winfield in the fourth. And they won it 43-35, and you've got some scoring for us. Yes? See? I've got scoring for us. Okay, let's take a look at the Elsberry Indians first. They were led by Kylie Kinsler with 16, 9 for Kelsey Plaster, 6 for Candace Dow, 3 for Abby Jenkins, and 1 for Peyton Robinson. Elsberry was 18 for 26 from the charity stripe tonight, but they turned it over 26 times. For the victorious Winfield Warriors, they were led by the freshman, Rinsley Davidson. She had 12. Chloe Kyman playing 1 half, had 11. 9 for Josie Bauer, 5 each for Cadence Berry and Elena Parr, and 2 for Kylie Howard. Winfield was 12 for 24 from the free throw line, so that'll tell you what kind of game it was. 50 free throws shot in this game.
Wow.
But Winfield only turned it over 14 times, and so as we mentioned during the broadcast, when you start looking at stats and you want to try and figure out what happened, Coach Dow won't have to look far, but look at the turnovers. Final thoughts about this third place game, Zach?
Relatively low scoring, but it was a good game to watch, good game to call. I think Elsberry's just major thing that killed them was the turnovers, like you said, 26 of them, I believe. Just can't have it in a game like this. Winfield took advantage of that, scored a lot of points in transition, and ultimately deserved to be the third place champion.
So glad to work with you. It was fun. Good luck tomorrow night.
Thank you.
And I'm sure I'll see you before the year's over. I was going to say have fun at Mizzou, but we'll see each other before this is all over with. So your final score, the Winfield Lady Warriors, the third place winners by the final score of 43-35 over the Elsberry Lady Indians. We'll reset things here and be back with the championship game as both teams are on the floor. The top seeded Monroe City Panthers and the second seed Clopton Lady Hawks. You're listening to the 25th Clopton Invitational on Eagle 102.
One question that has no wrong answer. Are you going to choose the new Shell and Fuel Rewards card to be used at Shell stations, or the Shell and Fuel Rewards MasterCard that can be used everywhere MasterCard is accepted? With both, you save 10 cents per gallon, up to 20 gallons every time you fill up. And you also earn 10% rebates on your first $1,200 in non-fuel purchases per year at Shell stations. See? You can't go wrong with either. Visit www.shell.us/getrewards and apply today. At participating Shell stations only. Terms and conditions apply.
Bundle at Pike County Mutual Insurance and save. Ask about the great rates on your personal vehicle, farm trucks, big or small, or even your motorcycle and side-by-sides. Stop by and see myself, Corey Buchanan, Buddy Bibb, or Kathy Gam at your hometown insurance company since 1895. Pike County Mutual Insurance on the square in Bowling Green.
I'm Tylee Mills, the CEO of Pike County Memorial Hospital. You've heard it from your friends, family, and even neighbors. They choose Pike County Memorial Hospital. Quality care from quality people. Pike County Memorial Hospital.
Daily life is a bit different right now than what we're used to, but let's remember that this too shall pass and try to find ways to keep positive, help others in need, spend quality time with family, exercise, pray, do something that helps you feel empowered and moving forward. Vicki Cadwalder, Real Estate, praying for good to come out of trials.
As many as 50% of people don't take their medication as prescribed. Some never even fill their prescription, even if they don't feel well. Missing or not taking medication can be deadly. For questions about medication, your local Health Mart pharmacy is here to help. For fast, friendly service and affordable prices every day, visit your local Health Mart pharmacy, Bowling Green Pharmacy, located right on the square at 8 North Court in Bowling Green.
Hear all the action from the Eagle 102 broadcast booth, sponsored by Family Drug in Louisiana.
It's time now for the Eagle 102 pregame show, sponsored by Bowling Green Pharmacy.
And it is finally championship time here for the ladies in this 25th annual Clopton Invitational. Mark Froelich back in the broadcast booth along with Jim Ross. And we're getting ready for Monroe City and Clopton. It's been a fun night so far. That game got pretty close there at the end between Elsberry and Winfield, and was talking with Mary Ann, and the Bowling Green tournament seeds had to be submitted by the coaches today, and I think this tournament shot Winfield up in that bracket for sure.
I would think. You and I talked a little bit about it in the Mark Twain game, how if you want to try and gauge who is the most improved on the girls' side of the bracket that we've seen this year so far, I would give that nod to Winfield as they two upsets in this tournament, and defensively, man, they just locked Elsberry down in that game and forced 26 turnovers by the Indians. And congratulations to them and Coach Godfrey on and they're young. Their two big girls are seniors in Bauer and Kyman, but they've got a lot of young players on the floor getting a lot of time. So good things may be coming for the Lady Warriors.
Boy, and if they got the buy-in throughout the girls on their roster, boy, they'd be double tough to play against, especially coming up into this area. So that put the wraps on that one. And now let's talk about Monroe City and Clopton, the 6th year in a row that these two teams had battled for this tournament championship, and they've split the last two. And, probably of the last, say, 4 years, Clopton beat the most well-rounded Monroe City team. I haven't seen this version yet, but they're kind of centered around two very good players as opposed to 4 or 5 pretty darn good players that they had in the past.
Yeah, they're the real deal. Are the Lady Panthers? They wouldn't be ranked 1 in the state if they weren't. They get a ton of scoring out of Riley Quinn. I don't know how many she had last night, but she had a streak of 6 games, I believe, with 20 or more points going into last night. Or it was last night. Was it? Yeah, it was last night the semifinal. No, it was Wednesday night. I'm sorry. And so I don't know what she scored Wednesday night, but she's the real deal. And you got Bailey Hayes that's returning, and Hallie Dyer as well. Have multitudes of varsity experience for this club. And they can step outside and shoot the 3. They'll press. They're the real thing. And so Clopton's got their hands full, without a question.
Oh, without a doubt, they're going to have to play a perfect game of Clopton basketball to be in this one, and if they want to have a chance to overtake these Monroe City Lady Panthers, hand them their first loss like they did 2 years ago in the championship game. We'll take a break. We'll come back with your keys to the game after this on KJFM.
It's a great time to buy or sell a home. I'm Vicki Cadwalder, and I take pride in offering skills that make the process go smoothly from beginning to end. Even after closing, I enjoy staying in touch and being there to help you if you have any other needs or questions. During the process, I'll work closely with your lender and other professionals to make it as effortless as possible. I'm here with you every step of the way, so when you're ready to buy or sell, call me and we'll create a personalized plan just for you. Vicki Cadwalder Real Estate, loving our small town life.
The Mercantile Bank of Louisiana is introducing Merc BK Mobile with the ability to take a picture of your check and deposit it into your Mercantile Bank account. You'll never have to worry about getting to the bank. Find more information by visiting mercbk.com. The Mercantile Bank, located on the corner of 3rd and Georgia Streets in downtown Louisiana. Member FDIC.
As many as 50% of people don't take their medication as prescribed. Some never even fill their prescription, even if they don't feel well. Missing or not taking medication can be deadly. For questions about medication, your local Health Mart pharmacy is here to help. For fast, friendly service and affordable prices every day, visit your local Health Mart pharmacy, Bowling Green Pharmacy, located right on the square at 8 North Court in Bowling Green.
Time now for the Eagle 102 Keys to the Game on KJFM, sponsored by Vicki Cadwalder Real Estate in Louisiana.
Well, I'll defer to you, Jim. You've been around this game a lot longer than I have. How do you stop this Monroe City attack if you're the Clopton Hawks? Do you pick your poison, or
you do? You just gotta make sure you're in front of the players. You can't let them get on odd man breaks and you can go through all the stuff about don't turn the ball over, don't get in foul trouble, with the same stuff we always talk about. But the big thing with Monroe City is you got to stay away from the runs and the surges that they have, because they can put points on the board in a hurry. Mm-hmm. And I think this sounds simplistic, but it's very important for Clopton to get off to a good start, because if they get popped in the mouth right out of the gate here, it could be Katie bar the door for them, because like we've said, this Monroe City team is seasoned. And they only dress 9 players, I think. So they're not going to go deep on the bench. You're not going to get a second crew that comes in necessarily. If the lead starts to balloon some, you're going to get the real deal from the start to finish. And so you got to be able to take care of the basketball and stay away from the runs. And if you can do that, you got a chance. You said it right. Clopton's got to play their best game. And probably they got to hope that Monroe City's maybe off just a hair. And if those two things happen, they could theoretically win this game. But it's going to be fun to watch. It's going to be a good test for Devin Street's group. She's going to find out for sure right where they are. They're 7-3, and Monroe City comes in at 11-0. We're looking forward to it. I'm glad to have you all with us.
Those are our keys to the game. We'll have starting lineups coming up next on the Eagle 102 pregame show.
Hello, everyone. This is Mark Gooden from Community State Bank of Missouri in Bowling Green and Troy. On behalf of the officers, directors, and staff, we would like to extend our holiday greetings. May the warmth and cheer of the holiday season keep you and your loved ones safe and healthy. We sincerely appreciate your business and look forward to serving you in the new year. Happy New Year from Community State Bank of Missouri, your hometown bank since 1887. Member FDIC.
Ingram Plumbing has always been known for its outstanding plumbing service, but did you know that Ingram's is also the largest retail plumbing supply store in the area? We carry Delta faucets, a complete line of Whirlpool tubs and showers, jacuzzi pumps, and many other specialty items. Stop by Ingram Plumbing today, Highway 61, Bowling Green.
Farmers, the crew at Mike's Tire and Service Center is here to serve you. They know the hours you put in, which makes it difficult to get that equipment in for service. Therefore, they offer on-the-farm tire repair. Hi folks, my name is Cody Kirkendall, Mike's Tire and Service Center, located on Business Highway 61 in Bowling Green.
As many as 50% of people don't take their medication as prescribed. Some never even fill their prescription, even if they don't feel well. Missing or not taking medication can be deadly. For questions about medication, your local Health Mart pharmacy is here to help. For fast, friendly service and affordable prices every day, visit your local Health Mart pharmacy, Bowling Green Pharmacy, located right on the square at 8 North Court in Bowling Green.
The Eagle 102 starting lineups on KJFM are sponsored by Community State Bank of Missouri in Bowling Green and Troy.
And our starters, first for the number 1 seed Monroe City Lady Panthers, are coached by Cody Leonard, and like he said, come into the game with a record of 11-0, and they'll start number 11. It's senior guard Clara Miner. Number 12 gets a start, a senior guard Holly Driver. Number 20, senior forward Riley Quinn. Number 33, a senior forward Bailey Hayes. And a sophomore forward, number 34, Haley Hagan, gets the start tonight. So again, it's Miner, Dyer, Quinn, Hayes, and Hagan. Those are pretty easy names to say in the ball game. And then for the number 2 seed Clopton Lady Hawks, they're coached by Devin Street. They'll start a 5'2 senior, number 11 Taylor Akers. Number 22, 5'6 senior Mary Margaret Garrett. Number 24, a 5'6 sophomore into the starting 5 tonight, Shanna Yates. Number 33, a 5'5 sophomore Madeline Bruni. And number 35, a 5'10 senior Kerrigan Lockhart. So those are your starters for Clopton and Monroe City ahead of this championship game. About to have the national anthem played here in the Dale Miller Gymnasium. We'll take a break. We'll come back with your opening tip next on Eagle 102.
Community State Bank of Missouri in Bowling Green and Troy, where the number 1 priority is the customer and adding new services to help simplify your life and building a strong, high-performance financial services organization. Community State Bank in Bowling Green and Troy, your community bank since 1887, member FDIC.
As many as 50% of people don't take their medication as prescribed. Missing or not taking medication can be deadly. For questions about medication, visit your local Health Mart pharmacy, Bowling Green Pharmacy, located right on the square at 8 North Court in Bowling Green.
Need a little good news in your life? State Farm has new, lower car insurance rates in Missouri, so you can now get the service and convenience of State Farm agent Cindy Blaylock at an even better price. Call me today at 573-754-5575. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Your 401k is likely one of your most important assets, but it's only one part of a comprehensive retirement strategy. Edward Jones can help you understand how your retirement assets fit into your entire retirement picture so you can work toward meeting your unique retirement goals. Contact me, Kayla Caldwell, your Edward Jones financial advisor, at 2604 Georgia Street in Louisiana. Edward Jones, Making Sense of Investing, member SIPC.
Area High School Sports on Eagle 102 is brought to you by Community State Bank of Missouri, Family Drug and Pike County Health Department, Home Health and Hospice.
Getting ready to introduce the players on the floor right now ahead of our opening tip. A reminder that coverage of the Clopton tournament all week long on KJFM, brought to you in part by People's Savings Bank in Bowling Green, Penrod Real Estate, Bolin Chevrolet, Sun Window Company, Spring Valley Accounting and County Market in Vandalia. Glad all those sponsors are with us to bring you all the action, all 22 games of this Clopton Invitational right here on KJFM Radio and KJFMradio.com. Also on the KJFM Radio app, on your Alexa-enabled device. We're just everywhere. We got you covered.
We are. And it's always fun to come down. We enjoy it. But my personal opinion is I'm about ready to see a different gym. And we'll do that on Monday night, right? As I think we're going to Van Far.
That new floor?
I haven't seen that. Elsberry travels to Van Far on Monday night, so we'll get right back at it. Of course, tomorrow night we'll have the boys' championship games for you. They start a half hour earlier, 4 o'clock for the Consolation game, 5:30 for the third place, and 7 for the championship game. And I hadn't even looked at my watch. I just did. I had a guy text me wanting to know what time the game started. We are about a half hour behind. That game lasted forever.
Oh, yeah.
With all the fouls and all the turnovers. And so we're about a half hour behind, but we're about ready to get underway here. Clopton in their home whites with black numbers and red trim. Monroe City in their Missouri Tiger look, black jerseys with gold numbers and white trim. And I am looking forward to this. This could be fun.
I like those Monroe City uniforms with the piping up the sides and that rich gold lettering. Those are sharp-looking uniforms.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are.
And I'm glad Clopton stuck with these. I know the boys got new uniforms, but this is a good look for the Clopton Lady Hawks.
You know, I understand the younger generation likes all these different deviations. I'm sorry, I'm a traditional guy.
White at home, school colors on the road.
Exactly. Quinn jumps center against Lockard, and Clopton will control the opening tip. They'll move from our left to our right on your radio dial. They get it inside to Garrett, kicks it out. 3 ball on the way, and good by Shanna Yates. Well, that's the way you want it to start if you're the Clopton Lady Hawks. As we mentioned, they need to get off to a good start in this game, and maybe they hit Monroe in the mouth right out of the gate, right?
That would be the plan.
We'll see how that goes as they try and force it inside, but we've got a whistle and a foul. We'll see who that's on.
Yeah, it's on Kerrigan Lockard.
That's one thing they can't have happen. Kerrigan Lockard has to stay out of foul trouble in this game, or it's curtains for the Clopton Lady Hawks. They get it inbounds quickly. Dyer tries to force it inside, and that's 2 fouls on Lockard already. We've played 36 seconds. Boy, your mask good tonight. What the heck?
I put my glasses on. I look smarter, so I am smarter.
Okay, well, I'm going to try that.
Logan Hall into the ball game. I don't know with those glasses.
Dyer triggers it in. They try and work it inside to Quinn. Kick it out back into Hayes. Her shot up off the glass, no good. Dyer with the rebound. She tries to flip it to a teammate, but it rolls out of bounds. She had Haley Hagan underneath with her, but couldn't get her the basketball. And so they'll come with the full court pressure, will Monroe City. But Akers dribbles right through that without any incident at all, and now they'll reset things. We played a minute. Clopton on top, 3-0. Inside they go to Garrett. She'll spin around. Gets it to the left side. Driving in the paint, shot up no good. That was Bruni on the drive, and she'll be fouled.
You know, you've talked all week that it's not a good idea to try and dribble through a press. Taylor Akers is a player that can dribble through a press.
She's got quickness and ball handling skills to do that for sure. So to the line, Madeline Bruni, her first free throws of the night. It's off the mark, no good. Historically, a good free throw shooting team are the Lady Hawks. Foul was on Riley Quinn. We might want to mention that. I don't think Monroe City wants her in foul trouble either. Second free throws off the mark is good, so empty come up the Hawks from the charity stripe. And they'll walk it up the floor, will Hallie Dyer and the Monroe City Lady Panthers. Minor in the far corner now. Clopton in a 2-3 zone. They whip it out to Dyer. Check that, it's Hayes. She has it on the wing. She'll fire the 3. It's off the back of the rim. No good. And Quinn with the rebound for Monroe. Right wing now to Minor. Holds it above her head. Back to Hayes. Hayes on the dribble entry and loses the handle. They're going to say it went off of Clopton.
Yeah.
Like Shanna Yates maybe got her hand in there.
Quinn definitely in the conversation for tournament MVP.
No doubt about it. Off the inbounds. Minor in the corner to Dyer. She'll shoot the 3, so Monroe hasn't found the mark yet from long range. Akers on the run for Clopton. Defense back quickly. Yates nearly throws it away, but Akers pulls up from 17. It's short. Ball's loose on the floor, and it's going to be saved by Hall. Hall in the corner, gets it back to Akers on the right wing. We played 2 minutes. 3-0, Clopton on top. To Yates in the paint, down underneath the Hall. Her shot off the ring won't go. Quinn with the rebound for the Panthers.
That's where they miss Kerrigan Lockard.
Absolutely, and you got to make those point-blank shots. They get it in, try to force it inside, and we got a whistle and another foul. That'll go against Garrett, I believe.
Yeah, first on Marge comes with 5:48 to play here in the opening quarter.
Hagan, a tall girl, and has some strength to her as well, so Clopton having trouble fronting her. They get it to Dyer. Her shot from three-point range in the corner is no good again, and Clopton goes the other way. Now they're about turned it over, but Akers is going to come up with loose ball. She'll stop and pop from 15 from him, no good. Hall with the rebound, kicks it out to Yates. She'll step back 3, off the backboard, no good. Rebound to Minor. So a slow start offensively for both clubs. 3-0, Clopton on top. To the back bucket, a running one-hander by Dyer off the glass, no less. It goes down, and it's a 3-2 lead for the Lady Hawks. Again, full court pressure by the Panthers. Akers going to be fouled. Oh, they don't call it. Holy smokes. Got clobbered. Garrett now in the short corner, and she's fouled. Well, don't get the first one, get the second one, right?
Yeah, I think that was a bit of a makeup call there on Clara Minor.
Akers got banged pretty hard by Minor in the backcourt, and they let it go. So Yates will trigger it in right side of the paint on the baseline for the Lady Hawks. 3-2 our score. Into Garrett in the short corner. She'll shoot it from 15. It's off the mark, no good. Long rebound tracked down by Bruni on the far sideline. She'll reset it to Akers between the circles with 4:45 to play here in the first. Inside to Garrett against Quinn. Kicks it back out. No room for her. She throws it away. Stolen by Dyer. Dyer's going to take it coast to coast. Up off the glass. Good. Count the bucket and the foul. Good jump stop by Dyer. Gave a little ball fake. Akers flew by but swatted at it on the way. And it's whistled for the foul.
Well, I thought on that jump stop that maybe she drugged that foot a little bit ahead of the contact.
Dyer's and one is good. She's got all 5 for the Lady Panthers. She's a coach's daughter. She probably shoots the free throws very well. Now she picks up a foul, and another coach wouldn't think much of that. Just a little swipe at Akers that time, so Dyer picks up her first. And the Hawks will have it at the 28-foot mark, far sideline with 4:31 to play, trailing 5-3. Akers between the double team, gets into the paint, drops it down to Garrett. Her shot from 10 is good. Garrett with her first 2 points. We're tied at 5, down to 4:15 to play here in the first. Dyer back for the Panthers. Entry pass swat away. She gets it right back. Thinks about the 3. Now right wing to Hayes. Drives baseline up. Hits underneath the bucket. On the backboard actually. Ball still loose. Picked up by Yates. She'll spin and throws it wildly, but Garrett happens to be there. Now it's swatted and they go out of bounds off of Minor. A wild exchange that time as nobody, it was like a hot potato. Nobody could get their hands on it.
A little bit of chaos. It's interesting to see the respect that the Monroe City defense is giving to the ball handling of Taylor Akers out top.
Tries to get it inside Hayes. She does on the block, up off the glass, no good. Quinn with the rebound for the Panthers. She'll get it to Dyer, and she'll mosey across the timeline with 3:40 to play in the first. We're tied 5-all. Right wing now to Hayes. Back to Dyer. To Hayes. She traveled. Shuffled her feet as she entered the bucket.
Brea Smith coming in the ball game for the first time for Shanna Yates.
First turnover of the game by either club. And the Hawks will have the full court pressure backs up. To your point of respecting the dribbling skills of Akers. Akers into the front court now to Bruni. Into the high post to Garrett. Her shot's blocked by Quinn and picked up by Dyer. Down to 3:15 to play in the first. Dyer to the head of the key. She'll fire the 3. Money.
Wow.
Monroe City has 5. Hallie Dyer, I should say, has all 5 or all 8 of them. 3 minutes to play here in the first. 8-5. Monroe leads it. From the short corner, 15-footers up and good by Bruni. So the sophomore answers. And it's 8-7. Back come the Monroe City Panthers. Hayes on the right wing inside to Quinn. She hasn't scored yet. Up off the glass, no good. Rebound put back up and good by Hagan that time. Just too tall inside that time for the Lady Hawks. 10-7 our score. Monroe on top.
Coach Street giving Adam Falloon a mouthful as he walks off the floor.
Yeah, she wanted it over the back. Now they throw it away. Akers tries to force it in, and first turnover on the Hawks. Back comes Dyer. She's going to go to the glass, and she's lobbing it up for Quinn, but she was fouled on the way to the bucket.
Brea Smith going to pick up her first personal.
Double checking to make sure both officials had the same person, and they do. Monroe will have it underneath their own bucket, the left side of the paint. Dyer to throw it in. Gets it in easily and takes it right back in the corner. Skip past to Hayes on the far sideline. She'll skip it back to Dyer. She's open for 3. That one's on line and good. Woo! She's having a first quarter, isn't she? Yeah. 13-7 is the score. And after the quick start by the Hawks, Monroe City woke up. Down to 150 to play here in the first. They are the top-ranked team not only in this tournament, in the state. They get it to Hall, and her shot's blocked, but there's a whistle and a foul. That'll go against Hagan.
Her first, team's third.
And Logan Hall will go to the free throw line and shoot 2 shots. 5'7" senior. Where's number 40? And we'll have our first sub off the bench for Monroe as Mackenzie Moss will check in. First free throw for Hall's off the mark. Yates will return for Brea Smith for the Hawks.
Coverage of the Clopton tournament on Eagle 102 brought to you in part by Bowen Construction, Lincoln's Flooring, Wood Smoke Meats, One Multi-Sports Complex, and Midwest Heating and Cooling.
Second free throw by Hall's good. Cuts the lead to 5 at 13-8, down to 1:40 to play here in the first. Hayes on the right wing in between the circles, now to Moss. Moss on the dribble entry to the corner to Hayes. Gets it back to the head of the key, whips it, tries to get inside, deflected outside, goes right to Dyer. Right wing to Hayes, she'll drive right baseline, nothing doing there. Kicks it back to the head of the key. Into the paint goes Moss, and she throws up a wild shot, and it goes out of bounds back to Monroe. Pretty good defense that time. I think it was Hall, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Tried to take the charge, no whistle, but Moss's shot went wildly out of bounds.
Yeah, it was like she hit a brick wall.
And it goes back to the Hawks, down to 1:15 to play in the first. 13-8, Monroe on top. Akers walks it up to the front court, outside the arc, 2-3 zone by Monroe. And Dyer with the steal. She's going to take it to the glass, up and scores. Second turnover by the Lady Hawks, and Dyer's having a game in the first quarter.
Those passes between the points have to be crisp. Any bit of float underneath them, and she's going to come out of nowhere and get them.
15-8 our scores. Biggest lead of the night for either club. At 7, Akers dribbling around looking for somewhere to go. It's kind of a 1-2-2 looking zone. Hayes gets it on the left, or check that Hall on the left elbow. She can't get it to go. Gets it off to Dyer, down to 30 seconds. Into the front court. Has it stolen from behind by Bruni. Bruni heads the other way. The coast is clear. Her layup's up and good. Give Bruni 4, and it's 15-10. Down to 18 to play. Dyer back quickly for Monroe. In the corner to Hayes. She'll drive baseline, loses a handle, but picks it up. Now skips it back to Hayes at the head of the key. Ball fake for her to Hayes in the corner. She can't find the handle again. She's got a little butterfinger action going. Inside now to Quinn. She makes the catch on the block. It won't go, and she and Hall tie up. And it'll be an alternating arrow situation.
I think it favored Monroe, which is good. Now Clopton will get the ball to start the second quarter.
With 8/10 of the second to go, it's going to be a hard shot to get off as Stasia Talbert steps into the game for the Hawks. Dyer to throw it in. She'll get it to Hayes. That's too much time, and that'll do it for the first quarter. Your score, the Monroe City Lady Panthers 15, the Clopton Lady Hawks 10. You're listening to the 25th Annual Clopton Invitational on Eagle 102.
Show off your school pride today with the Bulldog debit card from Bank of Louisiana. Every time you use your Bulldog debit card, Bank of Louisiana will make a donation to the Louisiana School District. Stop by the bank today and get your new Bulldog debit card so you can start supporting the teachers and students with every swipe. The Bulldog debit card from Bank of Louisiana. Member FDIC.
Bowling Green Insurance is here to serve all your insurance needs. Bowling Green Insurance offers companies to cover your farm, home, auto, and crop needs. Give Bowling Green Insurance a call today to get a quote. 573-324-CROP.
Bringing you all the action from the Eagle 102 broadcast booth, sponsored by Family Drug in Louisiana.
Quite a first quarter as Monroe City leads Clopton 15-10. But you saw some good things from the Hawks, some good defense out of Logan Hall. You didn't like to see the 2 fouls on Kerrigan Lockard, but she's back into the ballgame now. But the guard play's been good. They just got to figure out something to do with Hallie Dyer.
Yeah, she scored 13 of the 15 in the first quarter. Lockard from 16 to start the second quarter. Drains it. You tell how she's missed, and she'll spread things out. She's just got to be smart on the defensive end. They get it to Haggett on the block. Gives Monroe her shot off the glass. No good. Garrett with the rebound for the Lady Hawk. Nearly threw it away and traveled.
Yep.
Dyer with a great defensive play, acting like she was going down the floor, spun around and got in the passing lane, and Garrett hesitated and drug that pivot foot. So Monroe gets it back underneath their own basket. Dyer into Hayes in the far corner. They'll lob it inside to Quinn. She's way underneath the basket. That's not going to work. But Hagen's there for the offensive rebound and putback. She's got 4, and it's 17-12 Monroe.
Basketball IQ.
That's exactly right.
Dyer's got it.
There goes Locker to the hoop with the left hand. It's up and good. So she's going to try and make up for lost time after spending the majority, all but 36 seconds of that first quarter on the bench with 2 fouls. Yep, she picked up 2 in the first 30-some-odd seconds. Back comes Monroe. Dyer's open for 3. Off the back of the rim, no good. Hagan tries to corral rebound. She does. Her putback won't go. And there's a whistle and a foul.
That's going to be the second on Mary Margaret Garrett, I believe. No? They gave it to Bruni.
Yeah, they are. So Hagan will go to the line. She's just a sophomore. And she'll shoot 2 shots. She's a lefty. Got to point that out for your benefit.
And she missed.
I'll leave that part of it alone. Hall back in. Garrett will take a seat with her 2 fouls. Where's number 34? She rattles the second one home. And the lead is 4 at 18-14. Akers back into the front court. Haven't heard from her on the scorecard yet. Got to get her untracked. To the left elbow, kicks it to Hall. Now to Yates. Yates on the wing, had the key between the circles to Bruni. Back to the elbow to Lockhart. She'll shoot it from 15. It's about everything and won't go. Hagan with the rebound for the Panthers. Off to Dyer. Dyer in the corner to Hayes. Far sideline back to Dyer. Back to Hayes in the corner. She tries to get inside. It's deflected and loose and bounces right to Dyer outside the arc with 6:20 to play in the half. And Dyer's 3's an air ball, but there's Hagan on the weak side with the offensive reel. First time won't go. Second time it will. And they'll count the bucket and the foul. Wow, Clopton getting killed on the glass by Monroe on the offensive end.
Now, Marianne pointed out to me when Hagan's at the line, she has an interesting approach.
Dribbles twice.
There, she kind of turns the ball in her hands right at the last second. You see that?
She missed the free throw, but it's a 20-14 lead. They get it down low to Hall. She's in a peck of trouble, kicks it out to Bruni, had the key to Akers. Now to Lockett on the left elbow. She'll put it on the floor, goes to the hoop, front of the rim, no good, short. Hagan with the rebound. She'll hand it off to Dyer. Dyer into the front court. So they had the key to corner to Quinn. Or check that, it's Hayes. Her 16-footer's no good. Long rebound to Bruni for the Hawks. Down to 5:45 to play here in the half. Akers now avoids the Dyer defense, pulls up at the free throw line from 15, in and out, no good. Did a 360, wouldn't go. There's Hagan. She is all over the glass on both ends of the floor. Dyer gets it back down low to Quinn. She can't corral it. It goes out of bounds. Back to Clopton. Just 2 turnovers for each club so far. So a pretty clean game. And timeout on the floor. We'll step aside as well. Monroe City 20, Clopton 14, 5:28 to play in the half. You listen to Clopton Invitational on Eagle 102.
Bowling Green Tractor wants to change the way you think about yard work with their Ego 56-volt ARC lithium battery-powered lawnmowers, weed eaters, blowers, trimmers, and chainsaws. At Bowling Green Tractor, you can walk in and see for yourself just how easy these products are to handle. Bowling Green Tractor, your home for Ego. Power beyond belief. High school sports on KJFM is brought to you by Pike County Mutual Insurance, Brown's Processing, and Bank of Louisiana.
2014, Monroe City leads it. 5:28 to play here in the half. And Mark, the Hawks are hanging around. They got to get something out of Akers from out front. Maybe free things up a little bit inside for Locker to run around, who's back in the game, has already scored 4 in her return. So let's see what the Hawks draw up out of the timeout. Akers will come across the timeline. Looks like a 1-2-2 zone by Monroe. Akers dribbles and stares. Now to Bruni. They're thinking about it. Got to penetrate somewhere. Akers with the left ball on the left wing. Now she picks up a dribble, and her pass is deflected, but saved by Yates. And now they'll reset with just under 5 minutes to play in the half. Lockard near the three-point line, puts it on the floor, tries to go to the glass. Her shot's no good. Quinn with the rebound. Had Hagan all over on that one. Pretty good defense. Back comes Dyer, left wing to Minor. She'll shoot the 3. It's good.
Wow.
Clara Minor with her first three-pointer of the game, 3rd of the game for the club. And it's a 23-14 lead, 9 being the biggest of the game. There's Akers for three. Can she answer? She can't. Minor with the long rebound. Now they're wandering into dangerous territory with Monroe. Minor, right wing to Dyer. She'll shoot the three again. It's good. Another timeout by the Lady Hawks, and the lead is ballooned to 12. 26-14, 4:11 to play in the half edition of the Clopton Invitational on Eagle 102.
Cellular and Satellite Center is the only stop you need to make when it comes to satellite providers, offering DirecTV and Dish Network along with antenna installs. Now, a special message from Matthew Niemeyer himself.
If you call an 800 number and they say we will be the local installer, they are wrong.
Contact Matthew at Cellular and Satellite Center in Bowling Green, your local authorized dealer.
Eagle 102 Sports on KJFM is brought to you by People's Bank and Trust, County Market in Louisiana, and Bowling Green Insurance.
16 points already for Dyer, and Quinn still hasn't scored a point.
Well, it's pretty much the Dyer-Hagen show right now. Minor just chipped in with a three, but as you see, you got to take advantages of your opportunities, do the Lady Hawks, and then when you don't, boy, they come back and hit you with the dagger. That Minor threes, and you kind of felt like Clopton might be okay, and then bam, a three-pointer by Hayes, and all of a sudden it's a 6-0 run, and you're like, what happened?
Exactly.
So the Hawks get it back after the timeout. Akers into the front court. They're having trouble on the offensive end getting any flow going at all. Yates is going to fire a three from the wing. That's way off the mark. Actually doesn't hit anything, but it's saved in by Locker. They'll get it back to Akers. She'll shoot the three. That one's on the mark. Taylor Akers with her first three ball of the night, and it's 26-17. Into the front court comes Dyer, right corner to Hayes, into the block to Quinn, up off the glass. It won't go, but there's Hagen on the backside. Her offensive rebound and putback is good, and she's got 9. And it's 28-17. 11 being the biggest lead of the night. Bruni between the circles now for the Hawks. Back to Akers. Dribbles across the key area and throws it at their feet. We used to call that an Elsberry bounce pass. Monroe City with the steal, and it's deflected out of bounds on the break, but Monroe will get it back.
Back into the ball game, Mary Margaret Garrett and Brea Smith, as Hall and Bruni will have a breather.
Dyer to trigger it in to Minor. Minor penetrates to the paint. Nobody stops her, puts it up and scores. Give her 5 for the game, and it's 30-17.
You can't let the smallest player on the floor drive the lane like that.
You cannot take a breath on defense, so they've got a dagger for you. Akers now to Lockett outside the arc between the circles. Back to Akers, down to 2:50 to play in the half. 30-17, Monroe on top. In the far corner now to Lockett outside the arc to Smith as they work it around against this 1-2-2 zone. Inside to Garrett. Her shot up off the glass, no good. Rebound by Yates. Her putback's blocked by Hagen, and she controls the loose ball to Minor. They don't have numbers, but they will get it to Quinn on the block, up and score. Her first points of the game, Riley Quinn. And that's what you call running the break when your center beats everybody down the floor and shoots the layup.
Right.
Short corner to Garrett. Her 10-footer won't go. Hagen with the rebound. Well, they look to run. They don't take much time. Dyer presses forward, gets it to Quinn. She goes up in a crowd, but they're going to call a foul. I'm going to guess that's going to be on the floor.
And I think it's going to be on Yates. It is.
You are correct.
Her first.
And ironically, that's the 8th team foul on Clopton. And so Riley Quinn will get a one-on-one opportunity for the Lady Panthers. They're 11-0 on the season. And Quinn just can't find a bucket tonight. She's had one of those first halves that you want to forget. They still lead, though, by 15 at 32-17. 3-ball in the corner by Yates. It's no good. And Hayes will track down the loose ball for the Lady Panthers. Dyer into the front court to Hayes. Right wing into the post now to Quinn. She'll back her way down. That time she's at point-blank range, and she'll score. 34-17. I'm sorry.
She can turn a disappointing night into a 18, 20-point night in a blink of an eye.
You got that right. Garrett to Lockard, and mid-block area, mid-paint area, I should say, off to Akers, and she double dribbled.
Yeah.
Made a nice move to the hole. I think wanted to crossover dribble, but grabbed it with both hands. And the turnover will give it back to Monroe City. Another timeout on the floor, 34-17. It's all Monroe, 1:27 to play in the half. You're listening to the Clopton Invitational on Eagle 102.
Is it time to renew, redo, or rebuild? I'm Christine Rutherford, and we have loans designed specifically for repairs and renovations, along with home equity lines of credit. People's Bank and Trust, member FDIC, equal housing lender, MLO number 421603, NMLS number 407724.
Area High School Sports on Eagle 102 is brought to you by Cellular and Satellite Center, the Mercantile Bank and Bowling Green Tractor.
Minute 27 to go in the first half, 34-17 Monroe City. Thanks to that three ball here in the second quarter has turned that into a double-digit deficit for the Lady Hawks. Clopton Tournament coverage this week brought to you in part by Bowling Green Lumber, Lynn's Heritage House, Orff Construction, Powwow Cattle Farm and Fencing, and a Taste of Philly restaurant. Glad you're with us on KJFM Radio at 102.1, KJFMradio.com, on the KJFM Radio app, or on Alexa.
You can't turn around without finding KJFM somewhere.
That's a good thing.
If you got anything electronically, you can find us. So after the Monroe City timeout, they have the ball, lead by 17. Hayes gets it to Miner at the head of the key. Clopton in a 1-3-1 zone to Hayes. Hayes drives right baseline, tries to skip along the baseline. It gets to Dyer. Back to Miner, head of the key. She thinks about it, decides not to let it go. Dribbles in, gets it down to back-cutting Hayes. Her shot's no good, and we're going to have a jump ball, I believe.
And they'll keep possession again.
Clopton faithful don't like that, but Hagan was about a head taller than the defender, and it was a long rebound, and they tied each other up. They wanted an over-back foul. So Monroe has it after the alternating arrow. Dyer back to Miner, head of the key. We're under a minute to play in the half. Dyer's three's off the mark for once, and then we have a whistle and a getaway foul. And I believe they're going to call that on Quinn, and that'll be 2 on her, I believe.
That is what we're looking at. 49 seconds to go in the half.
And her half is over. Savannah Utterback will check in for her. See what kind of intestinal fortitude she has when she comes back in the second half. Hawks have it after the foul, and Bruni nearly throws it away as Dyer in the passing lane swatted it away, goes out of bounds. Bruni will throw it in on the far sideline, down to 40 seconds. Akers gets it off to Smith. She'll drive baseline and has it partially blocked by Hagan. To Dyer. Let's see if they want to play for one. Down to 28. Dyer right corner to Utterback. Skip pass over to Miner. She'll put it on the floor into the paint. Stop and pop from 10. Rattles around, won't go. And a loose ball picked up by Smith. To Akers. She's got 13. She tries to get it ahead to Hall. She makes the catch. Her layup's up and good. Good agility by Logan Hall to track down that pass that was actually behind her. And she spun around and caught it. Back comes Monroe, down to 3. Miner gets it in the paint. Too much time to get the shot off, and that'll do it for your first half of action. The score, the Monroe City Lady Panthers 34, the Clopton Lady Hawks 19. The halftime show's next on Eagle 102.
The Eagle 102 halftime report is coming up, brought to you by Cellular and Satellite Center in Bowling Green.
Cellular and Satellite Center is the only stop you need to make when it comes to satellite providers, offering DirecTV and Dish Network along with antenna installs. Wait, there's more. They also offer several options for internet service with Viasat, HughesNet, and AT&T. Hold on, there's still more. They can also do security system installations, have TVs in stocks, mounts, and cables. Now, a special message from Matthew Niemeyer himself.
If you call an 800 number and they say we will be the local installer, they are wrong.
Contact Matthew at Cellular and Satellite Center in Bowling Green, your local authorized dealer.
When you support a locally owned pharmacy, you're contributing to the growth of the community. The dollars you spend stay right here to support our local community. Health Mart pharmacies are locally owned pharmacies. There's one right here. Health Mart pharmacists have a personal commitment to their communities because, just like you, they support their community. Health Mart pharmacies are locally owned and hometown proud.
Louisiana is a Health Mart town. Family Drug Health Mart Pharmacy. The right people, the right price, right downtown. Health Mart, caring for you and about you.
Hey, this is Ryan with Mid-America Auto and Towing in Bowling Green, and we've got the lot looking good and ready to go. We've got something for everybody's budget. We have a constant rotation of new inventory, including cars, trucks, and SUVs. So if you're out and you're looking for a new car, come by and see me. Mid-America Auto and Towing, just off Highway 54 in Bowling Green, is a one-stop shop. Like us on Facebook or check out our website, midamericaautoandtowing.com.
Hear all the action from the Eagle 102 broadcast booth, sponsored by Family Drug in Louisiana.
It's now time for the Eagle 102 halftime report on KJFM, sponsored by Cellular and Satellite Center in Bowling Green.
Well, a 19-9 second quarter for Monroe City, and they lead the Clopton Lady Hawks in this ladies championship game 34-19. Mark Froenig, Jim Ross back in the booth for this championship game at the 25th Clopton Invitational, and just a whole lot of weapons out there for Monroe City. Maybe the best is the defense of Haley Hagan. Clopton just can't get in there, and if they do, she's gobbling up all the rebounds.
And she's been all over the offensive glass, too. Clopton hasn't had an answer for her on that end of the floor either. And, we knew they had a lot of weapons, and, as we talked about, their number one weapon didn't score in the first quarter, and now is in a little bit of foul trouble, and so we'll see how that materializes in the second half. But you got to admit, when Clopton's leading scorer and big girl in the middle gets her second foul 36 seconds into the game, that doesn't bode well anytime, anywhere against anybody for the Hawks.
Yeah, that being Kerrigan Lockhart, she picked up 2 in the first 30 seconds, but is still at that 2 mark as we played 2 quarters. Did come alive for a couple of buckets there in the second quarter, and hopefully she can be a more integral part of the game in the second half of this one.
Well, the biggest thing that I've noticed with Monroe City, you cannot go to sleep on defense at all, because they've got, like you said, multiple weapons, and if you don't defend, and I think I mentioned it in the pregame, you got to stay in front of that girl, whoever it is, whether you're in a zone or you're in a man. If you're in a zone, you got to play man-to-man principles with whoever's around you, and you got to stay in front of them. And that's where the problem's been. There's been way too many open looks, and of course Dyer was just up and down and running wild, basically in that first quarter. And then when they finally got her to stop penetrating, she started draining threes. So.
Yeah, and kind of in respect to the speed of Dyer in transition, it looks like Clopton may be cheating a little bit. When they take a shot, they're already starting to head back up the floor, and that's why they're getting so many uncontested rebounds. Right.
And so the hill was steep before the game started. It's really steep now as they trail by 15 here at half.
34-19 is our score. We'll go through the full scoring recap when we come back on the Eagle 102 halftime report.
Cellular and Satellite Center is the only stop you need to make when it comes to satellite providers, offering DirecTV and Dish Network along with antenna installs. Wait, there's more. They also offer several options for internet service with Viasat, HughesNet, and AT&T. Hold on, there's still more. They can also do security system installations, have TVs in stocks, mounts, and cables. Now a special message from Matthew Niemeyer himself.
If you call an 800 number and they say we will be the local installer, they are wrong.
Contact Matthew at Cellular and Satellite Center in Bowling Green, your local authorized dealer.
I'm Tylee Mills, the CEO of Pike County Memorial Hospital. You've heard it from your friends, family, and even neighbors. They choose Pike County Memorial Hospital. Quality care from quality people. Pike County Memorial Hospital.
Bundle at Pike County Mutual Insurance and save. Ask about the great rates on your personal vehicle, farm trucks, big or small, or even your motorcycle and side-by-sides. Stop by and see myself, Corey Buchanan, Buddy Bibb, or Kathy Gamm at your hometown insurance company since 1895. Pike County Mutual Insurance on the square in Bowling Green.
The Mercantile Bank of Louisiana is introducing Merc BK Mobile with the ability to take a picture of your check and deposit it into your Mercantile Bank account. You'll never have to worry about getting to the bank. Find more information by visiting mercbk.com. The Mercantile Bank, located on the corner of 3rd and Georgia Streets in downtown Louisiana. Member FDIC.
High School Sports on KJFM is brought to you by Vicky Cadwallader, Real Estate and Perkins Electrical Service.
Monroe City already out of the locker room, ready for the second half of action. About 4 minutes to go before we tip things off in the second half. Our scoring numbers, first for Monroe City. 4 points in the first half for Riley Quinn, 5 for Clara Miner, 9 points for Haley Hagan, and Holly Dyer has 16, 13 of those in the first quarter, and 9 of them via the three-point shot. For the Clopton Lady Hawks, they have 2 points from Mary Margaret Garrett, 3 from Logan Hall, 3 from Taylor Akers, 4 each from, or 3 for Shanna Yates as well, 4 for Madeline Bruni, and 4 for Kerrigan Lockard. As Clopton scored 10 in the first quarter, 9 in the second quarter. Monroe City 15 in the first and 19 in the second to open up this big 15-point lead after 2 quarters of play.
Well, now if you're the Clopton Hawks, you got to try and break this game down into the second half into segments. Where do you need to be at the end of the third quarter? Obviously you'd like to get it below 5, but your first challenge is to get it below 10. If you're in the 5 to 10 range at the end of the third quarter, you're still in this ball game. I don't know who. It looks like Clopton will get the ball to start the second half, so you need a positive thing to happen on that first possession, get a bucket. You don't get a bucket, they come down and score. Now all of a sudden things could snowball on you and you might be in trouble.
Yeah, those back-to-back threes to start the second quarter took it from a 6-point to a 12-point game, and you just can't allow big possessions like that to compound like what happened to Clopton there in the quarter.
Yeah, and both teams have taken care of the basketball. Clopton with only 4 turnovers, Monroe with only 2. Not a lot of free throws, 2 for 5 for Monroe and 1 for 4. I think you may have already said this for Clopton, but unlike what we've seen in this tournament, most of the points are being scored from the field rather than the free throw line and things off a turnover. So it's actually an entertaining game to watch. It's just not going Clopton's way right now, as Monroe City's got some horsepower, no question about it.
This coverage of the Clopton tournament on Eagle 102 is brought to you by Pike County Title Company, Craig's Truck and Tractor Service, Alicia Koenig, RE/MAX Realty Agent, Rawls County Mutual Insurance, and McMaylor & Sons Backhoe and Excavating. We'll take a quick break, come back with second half action after this on Eagle 102.
Ingram Plumbing has always been known for its outstanding plumbing service, but did you know that Ingram's is also the largest retail plumbing supply store in the area? We carry Delta faucets, a complete line of Whirlpool tubs and showers, jacuzzi pumps, and many other specialty items. Stop by Ingram Plumbing today, Highway 61, Bowling Green.
Farmers, the crew at Mike's Tire and Service Center is here to serve you. They know the hours you put in, which makes it difficult to get that equipment in for service. Therefore, they offer on-the-farm tire repair. Hi folks, my name is Cody Kirkendall, Mike's Tire and Service Center, located on Business Highway 61 in Bowling Green.
Area High School Sports on Eagle 102 is brought to you by State Farm Insurance, Cindy Blaylock, Young Enterprises Incorporated, and Pike County Memorial Hospital.
Hawks have it as we start the second half. Akers quickly into the paint. It's off the mark, no good. And who's there for the rebound? Sure enough, Haley Hagan. Back comes Monroe. Hayes from the corner from 15. It's off the mark. Lockard with the rebound, so 2 empty possessions for each club. As we start the second half, 34-19, Monroe on top. Yates over in the far corner. Gets it to Akers. Ooh, she was open for 3, didn't take it. To Lockard inside the arc. Working around now to Yates. Right block to Garrett. Garrett does a 360 pirouette. Nowhere to go. Back to Akers between the circles now. Left wing to Garrett. Garrett holds it above her head. Or check that, it's Bruni. Garrett's underneath. Lockard's going to shoot it from 17. It's good. Kerrigan Lockard about a step inside the three-point line. Makes it 34-21. 7 minutes to play in the third. Hayes in the high post now for Monroe as they change things up a little bit. She'd been in the corner all night to Hagan. Hagan now tries to get it to Hayes. It falls through her fingertips. She tracks it down the far corner. Now it's stolen away by Lockard. Into the front court now comes Bruni to Yates. To Akers, and she'll reset thing for the Hawks. Lockard gets it on the block, goes to the glass, up, no good. Hagan with the rebound once again.
Lockard got a shot to the nose there.
Back comes Dyer. She'll skip it over to Miner. Miner penetrates to the free throw line inside to Quinn. Quinn on the right block, up off the glass, in and out, no good. Lockard with the rebound. Pretty good defense that time by Lockard. She'll get it to Akers into the front court now. Right wing to Bruni. Bruni gets it into the post to Lockard. She'll drive to the right block. Her shot's partially blocked by Quinn. Hagan picks up the loose ball. And now Coach Cody Leonard hollering, go. He wants them to push the pace. Hayes drives right baseline and dribbles it off her foot. Stolen away by the Hawks. Akers on the run, up to Yates on the right sideline. Yates into the paint with the left-hand runner. No good. Hagan with another rebound. Offensive struggles for both teams. Dyer goes to the glass up and scores. Why not? She's scored all night. She's got 18 now. Monroe City's having trouble scoring. She'll do it, and Coach Devin Street's going to stop the game again with a timeout. 36-21, Monroe City. This is the Clopton Invitational on Eagle 102.
Here's one question that has no wrong answer. Are you going to choose the new Shell and Fuel Rewards card to be used at Shell stations, or the Shell and Fuel Rewards MasterCard that can be used everywhere MasterCard is accepted? With both, you save 10 cents per gallon, up to 20 gallons every time you fill up. And you also earn 10% rebates on your first $1,200 in non-fuel purchases per year at Shell stations. See? You can't go wrong with either. Visit www.shell.us/getrewards and apply today. At participating Shell stations only. Terms and conditions apply.
High school sports on KJFM is brought to you by Abel's Quick Shops, Mike's Tire and Service Center, and All Parts.
Well, Devin's not quite as far along as Carrie Koch down, but you still get worried when she starts getting into her players like that during a timeout.
She's already been through it once. I'm sure she knows her limits. Loose ball over on the far sideline after the timeout, and there's a whistle and a foul. Looks like Savannah Utterback. Don't check that. It's Mackenzie Moss who checked into the game during the timeout. She'll be whistled for her first, and the Hawks will have it free throw line extended on the far sideline. Down to 5:15 to play here in the third. Big lead for Monroe, still at 15. That was the halftime lead. Akers now left wing. Monroe with an interesting zone. If you're watching it on the air, they're playing a 1-2-2, but they're spreading the wings way out wide. As the pass, the backdoor cut goes off the knee of Bruni, and the turnover will give it back to Clopton. Here comes a full court pressure. I haven't really seen a zone like that. They're leaving the middle pretty wide open until Lockard comes, and then one of the big girls comes with her. Dyer up the sideline, being hounded by Akers. She'll pull up, tries to get inside. Lockard swats it out of bounds. 36-21 her score.
They've got such good lateral movement. I mean, they can get to those spaces fairly quickly.
On the inbounds, Hayes makes the catch, gives it back to Dyer from three. It's off the mark. Who's there for the rebound? Hagan, the putback's up and good. Woohoo! She's got that weak side rebound thing patented tonight, and she'll get a chance for the old-fashioned three-point play.
Up to 11 points, chance to make a dozen from the line with 4:45 to go in the third.
Fouls on Garrett, her second, team's first. The lefty fires, and I see what you're talking about, spinning her hand on the free throw. It was nothing but that time. And we're going to have an official's timeout for Kerrigan Lockard to Tyre Tinney.
Well, in the first game of the night, it was Sarah Granicke putting her shoe back on. That took a while after suffering that ankle injury.
Yates gets it over in the corner to Bruni. They work it inside now to Lockard on the right block. She's double teamed. Her shot's no good, and Garrett and Hayes tie up, and on the alternating arrow, it'll go back to Monroe. Oh, they're going to call a foul.
Wow.
Called a foul on Hayes, I guess, huh?
Oh, yeah.
That fooled me. On the inbounds, they get it into Lockard. She's in a double team. It's loose on the floor. Akers will pick up the loose ball.
Nice job by Yates to poke that out.
Lockard, she'll shoot it from 18.5, which isn't quite three-point land. It's short. And rebound to Dyer into the front court. She's got Hayes in the corner. She'll drive right baseline to the block, up off the rim. No good. Rebound's loose. Yates will pick it up. She'll head the other way. Across the timeline now, stolen by Dyer. Dyer with Lockard to beat. She'll take it to the glass, up and good. Lockard didn't want a foul. And Dyer with her fourth of the half, 20th of the game. And the lead is 20. It's in itself, 41-21.
So that means she's the difference, right?
Like I said, those glasses are helping your math pretty well. Clopton turns it over again. And Monroe heads the other way. Down low to Hayes to Quinn. Little tic-tac-toe, and Quinn with the layup. She's got 6. 3:25 to play. 43-21. Monroe stretching their legs here in this third quarter. Akers in the corner to Bruni. She'll let the 3-ball fly. It's off the back of the rim, no good. Rebound to Dyer. Dyer pushes it up the side, middle of the court. Now gets it into Quinn. Quinn with the turnaround up off the glass and good.
Wow.
They're scoring at will now, are the Lady Panthers. The Hawks do not have an answer. Down to 2:50 to play here in the third. Lockard drives into paint, pulls up from 8 from the rim, no good. Dyer with the rebound once again. Doesn't have much help with her, so she'll slow things down. Waits for the trailer. That's Quinn. They get it to Hayes in the corner. Back to Dyer. Left wing now to Moss. She'll shoot the 3, and they can all shoot it.
Oh, my goodness.
3-pointer by Moss. And it's 48-21. Holy smokes.
They are impressive.
That they are. Doesn't seem like there's anybody on the floor that can't score. You got that weapon in your hip pocket. It doesn't matter who's off some night. You always got somebody else. Now the ball's loose, and it was swatted away. I believe they're going to call the foul on Bruni as she jumped on top of Moss, who had swatted the ball away. And that's exactly what the call is going to be. If you're just joining us, the Mark Twain Lady Tigers won the Consolation Trophy 42-32 over Silex. And Winfield, in their second upset of the tournament, out of the 6th seed slot, they win the third place trophy 43-35 over the Elsberry Lady Indians. And here it's all Monroe in the championship game. Minor gets it inside to Quinn. She'll go up in the crowd. It's partially up. They're going to call a jump ball. Lockard pinned her a little bit, blocked it, and they call a jump ball. And on the alternating arrow, Monroe will keep it.
2:08 to play here in the third quarter. All Monroe tonight.
Dyer looks and gets it into Moss. Moss penetrates in, drops it off to Quinn. She'll go up in the crowd. It's no good, but we've got a whistle on a foul. Quinn will go to the line and two shots.
0 for 1 from that spot tonight.
Foul on Smith, Brea, her second, team's third. Quinn's first free throw rattles in. And back into the game is Bailey Hayes. Had some subs for Clopton. I guess it was Smith came in, and did somebody else? I thought, Hall returned as well. Second free throw by Quinn is good. And the lead is 29. Clopton has scored 2 points in this quarter. 3 balls short by Akers. Loose ball, still loose. Oh, great basketball smarts by Dyer to get it ahead to Meyer to Hayes. A little up and under by her. It's good. Ooh, nice move that time by Bailey Hayes. Her first bucket of the night. She joins in the fun for Monroe. Akers to the right wing. Now they get it into Lockard back to Hall. She'll shoot it from 17. It rattles in.
That's a good spot for Logan Hall right there.
That it is. A step behind the free throw line. And it's 32-23. 1:23 to play in the game. Akers whistles steal, and then we've got a whistle and a foul. I believe that'll be on Dyer.
Her second.
One thing to keep in mind is that Monroe City doesn't bring very many people.
No.
9, and they play pretty much, well, they played 7.
Yeah.
Only 2 players, Paff and Smith, haven't played yet. They get it in the block, and it's blocked by Quinn on Lockard, but they'll call the foul on Quinn. That'll be her third.
That it will.
And Kerrigan Lockard will get a couple free throws with 1:09 to play here in the third.
Yeah, looking at their bench, I don't think the last 2
don't look like they're too interested in playing, are they?
No.
They may not even have uniforms.
I don't think they have uniforms on. One's keeping a scorebook.
Yeah, I think you're right. As Lockard makes the first free throw. So that tells you a couple things, that Cody Leonard understands his players aren't going to get in foul trouble, as the second free throw is good. The second thing is they're in great shape. And we know they're all good basketball players. Quinn into the front court. She'll go up off the glass and good. Her numbers start to balloon. She's got 8 in the second half, 12 for the game after going scoreless in the first quarter. Into Lockhart. She'll shoot the turnaround jumper. Up and good. Lockhart's still working hard in the paint. She's got 5.5, 9 in the game. Ahead now. Minor. Inside to Quinn. Ooh, nice drop step move. Count the bucket and a foul. That was nice.
Yes, it was.
Foul's going to go on Hall. And Quinn will go to the line to complete the and one.
Second foul on Logan Hall. Would you say this is the golden age of Monroe City athletics?
Boy, I tell you what, they're good at everything, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
Sofrito's good. Had a good football team. Their softball team was good. Both basketball teams are exceptional. Yeah, if you lived in Monroe City, it's just you just buy your all sports season pass. Of course, you can't get in, but
yeah, right.
You listen to people like us as much as you can. Ball deflected in the backcourt, but Dyer can't beat Akers to it. She'll get it back into the front court. Well, Akers off to Bruni. In the high post now to Lockhart. She'll try and get it down low. That's Smith. She goes up in the crowd and scores. Brea Smith with her first bucket of the night.
And such great support from their community. They keep improving the facilities up at Monroe, and it's becoming a class in its own up there.
They call it Titletown up there, and they're on their way to another title. That's the end of the third quarter. Monroe 57, Clopton 29. The fourth quarter's next on Eagle 102.
Daily life is a bit different right now than what we're used to, but let's remember that this too shall pass and try to find ways to keep positive, help others in need, spend quality time with family, exercise, pray, do something that helps you feel empowered and moving forward. Vicki Cadwalder, Real Estate, praying for good to come out of trials.
Community State Bank of Missouri in Bowling Green and Troy, where the #1 priority is the customer and adding new services to help simplify your life and building a strong, high-performance financial services organization. Community State Bank in Bowling Green and Troy, your community bank since 1887, member FDIC.
Bringing you all the action from the Eagle 102 broadcast booth, sponsored by Family Drug in Louisiana.
Start of the fourth quarter, Clopton is in a hole, 57-29. Monroe City leads here in this Clopton Tournament Championship. Our coverage all week long on KJFM brought to you by People Savings Bank in Bowling Green, Penrod Real Estate, Bowling Chevrolet, Sun Window Company, Spring Valley Accounting and County Market in Vandalia.
Hawks have to start the fourth. They get it into Lockhart immediately. Guarded by Quinn, kicks it out to Akers. She decides not to shoot three. Back into Lockhart, and Hayes blocks the shot. Or check that, Quinn blocks the shot. Now the challenge. A goal for the Lady Hawks is to keep this from being the turbo clock. Hayes gets it underneath to Hagan, and it crawls over the front of the rim. Haley Hagan with her 5th point in the second half. Give her 14 for the game. And it's a 30-point lead at 59-29.
Jasmine Hammond getting ready to check in for the first time for Clopton.
Smith pulls up from 14. It's off the back of the rim. Garrett with the rebound, kicks it out to Akers. She'll shoot the three. It's short. And the rebound is going to go off of Hayes. I think that was the right call.
And now the official talking to both Hayes and Smith.
I can't imagine what he's talking about.
Watch those arms, maybe. Watch.
In a 30-point game as an official, you just try and hide.
Maybe he was just trying to burn another minute and a half off the clock there.
Eat your whistle. Smith to trigger it in. Check that. Bruni to trigger it in. It's stolen by Minor. She'll head the other way, slows down, waits for Quinn. She'll be the trailer and shoot the layup. Very well coached are these Lady Panthers. Run that trailer fast break. They can run what's called a sideline break, and it's always set up for the trailer, and then there's usually a second one coming as well. Bruni in the far corner, drives right baseline, tries to get it inside. Good catch by Garrett, but nowhere to go with it, and it's loose and stolen away by Monroe. 4th turnover of the half, 8th of the game for the Hawks. Into the right corner, down to 6 minutes to play. Quinn's going to shoot it from 15. It's no good. And the rebound off to Jasmine Hammond, as you said, had just checked into the ball game. Now she looks for some help. Jasmine, a freshman, getting some Clopton Tournament Championship game experience. 3 ball by Bruni's off the mark. Hagen with another rebound. We don't have rebounding stats, but she's certainly got a double-double. And she's in double figures scoring, and she's led the crew in rebounds. As Miner goes to the hoop, it won't go. And there's Hagen with another rebound. Put ball won't go. Try it again. She does. So 2 rebounds and 2 points in that exchange, and it's 63-29.
I think boatload would be an understatement for the amount of rebounds. A tanker full.
Yeah, that's probably right. Up and under for Garrett, and her shot's blocked by Quinn. That'll be Quinn's 4th foul, and Mary Margaret will go to the line and shoot 2. Well, this is a good learning experience for the Lady Hawks. As I said before the game started, you always want to win. Odds were against you, so now you just find out where you are and evaluate in terms of one of the best teams in the state. Garrett's first free throw is good. Clopton's been in that position. He's the best team in the state over the years, so they understand what this is all about. Not that they're liking anything that's going on tonight, though.
No.
Second free throw by Garrett is good as well. Hall will return. Garrett will take a seat. 63-31, continuous clock right now, as it's a 32-point lead. And pass from Hayes to Dyer on the far side. Line is deflected out of bounds by Bruni.
There was some conversation in the hospitality room amongst some coaches about if this is how the championship game tomorrow night will go between Monroe City and Winfield.
That's another interesting question, because the Monroe City boys are good, but Winfield's got some length and some speed. Is up and under for Hayes. She'll score the bucket. She's got 4. Yeah, I'm kind of looking forward to that one. You tend to think that Monroe City would have a pretty significant advantage, but with the size Winfield has, they've got some quickness. They can shoot the ball a little bit, and they play a pretty decent schedule coming out of the GAC. Mm-hmm. So we'll see. Inside to Lockard, her shot's up, won't go, and there's Hagen with another of her tanker load of rebounds that she's had tonight. Hands it off to Dyer. We're down to 3:15. Miner gets it inside to Hayes. Her shot won't go. Dyer with the rebound from 15. It won't go as well. Hall gets it for the Hawks on the defensive rebound to Akers up the left sideline. Pulls up, hits the brakes, gets it inside to Lockard. She's got some space, and it's blocked by Hayes. And she'll check that Hagen, and she retains possession as well. That's one thing you teach. Block it and don't swat it out of bounds. Block it so it comes right back to you. Now they get it into Hagen. Her turnaround shot's off the glass and good. She's had a night, boy.
Oh, man.
And it's 67-31, down to 2:40 to play. And at this point, the Clopton Hawks just want this game to be over with.
She is just manhandling Kerrigan Lockhart down there, too, away from the ball.
They working around the horn. Now to Hammett. Hammett on the right wing, drives in, pulls up and stops and pops from 8. It bounces twice, won't go. Hall with the offensive rebound to Akers. She'll pull up, toes on the 3, off the glass, no good. Rebound to Bruni, off to Hall. Her shot's up and good. Good teamwork that time, and Clopton's going to call a timeout. They just want to get the subs in the game, I think. But both teams are going to go to the bench and take the timeout. It appears. 2:06 to play. We'll step aside as well. 67-33. It's all Monroe. It's the Clopton Invitational on Eagle 102.
As many as 50% of people don't take their medication as prescribed. Missing or not taking medication can be deadly. For questions about medication, visit your local Health Mart pharmacy, Bowling Green Pharmacy, located right on the square at 8 North Court in Bowling Green.
Eagle 102 Sports on KJFM is brought to you by Ingram Plumbing, Bowling Green Pharmacy, and Mid-America Auto and Towing.
Well, the teams are back on the floor, but the cheerleaders are still there, too.
Stanford band time, huh?
Uh-huh.
The players are ready to go. Well, they have that cheerleading trophy. That's going to be kind of interesting with COVID. Some teams didn't even bring cheerleaders. Some teams brought more cheerleaders than they brought players.
Right.
It's quite an interesting
Elsberry.
thing. Yeah. So Monroe, let's see if they want to burn some clock. They put a couple of subs in. Savannah Utterback's in the game. Moss is back in. Quinn's back in. Quinn takes a shot. It won't go. She gets the rebound, puts it back, and scores. Do you get the feeling that he's got Quinn in the game to maybe pad her stats a little bit and help her all-state chances?
That's a possibility.
Or is it just me? I mean, it's
there is an all-tournament team here.
69-33. The last thing you'd want would be for one of your star players to get hurt at the end of this thing. But I'm not coaching. Cody Leonard knows his players much better than I do.
Oh, yeah. And their fitness level is fantastic.
You're saying they're in better shape than you and I?
I know better shape than I.
Smith drives in, and there's Quinn with the steal. Another turnover for the Hawks.
I'd be on oxygen by about the middle of the first quarter.
I'd be on oxygen with a trip up and down the court. What are you talking about? Dyer's open for three. She'll let it go. It's off the mark. Rebound's loose, and it's going to go off of Monroe, they say. And back to Clopton.
Final 45 seconds. Our coverage all week long brought to you by Hayden's Motorsports Center, Brown's Processing and Smokehouse Meats, Calvert's Insurance Agency, McDingers, Northeast Missouri Title Company, McCoy Blossom Funeral Home, and Crematory. And we will name that Eagle 102 All-Tournament team after the conclusion of this one.
Miner and Hagan in. I have to point this out since I made that statement that Quinn and Dyer both go to the bench. So having said that, Moss drives straight to the bucket after the turnover and scores a layup. Her fifth of the game. Inside, Hawks can't get it to go again, and there's Hagan for the rebound, and that may do it. The clock may run out here on the Lady Hawks, and it's going to be Monroe City. In back-to-back years, they're going to take home the championship trophy here from the 25th annual. And it's the final score, 71-33, all Monroe City. The postgame show's next on Eagle 102.
The Eagle 102 postgame show is coming up, brought to you by Abel's Quick Shops.
Here's one question that has no wrong answer. Are you going to choose the new Shell and Fuel Rewards card to be used at Shell stations, or the Shell and Fuel Rewards MasterCard that can be used everywhere MasterCard is accepted? With both, you save 10 cents per gallon, up to 20 gallons every time you fill up. And you also earn 10% rebates on your first $1,200 in non-fuel purchases per year at Shell stations. See? You can't go wrong with either. Visit www.shell.us/getrewards and apply today. At participating Shell stations only. Terms and conditions apply.
Need a little good news in your life? State Farm has new, lower car insurance rates in Missouri, so you can now get the service and convenience of State Farm agent Cindy Blaylock at an even better price. Call me today at 573-754-5575. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Your 401k is likely one of your most important assets, but it's only one part of a comprehensive retirement strategy. Edward Jones can help you understand how your retirement assets fit into your entire retirement picture so you can work toward meeting your unique retirement goals. Contact me, Kayla Caldwell, your Edward Jones financial advisor, at 2604 Georgia Street in Louisiana. Edward Jones, making sense of investing, member SIPC.
Show off your school pride today with the Bulldog debit card from Bank of Louisiana. Every time you use your Bulldog debit card, Bank of Louisiana will make a donation to the Louisiana School District. Stop by the bank today and get your new Bulldog debit card so you can start supporting the teachers and students with every swipe. The Bulldog debit card from Bank of Louisiana, member FDIC.
Hear all the action from the Eagle 102 broadcast booth. Sponsored by Family Drug in Louisiana.
Time now for the Eagle 102 postgame show on KJFM. Sponsored by Abel's Quick Shops.
The all-tournament team has been announced, and let's just go down the line. Emma Ross from Mark Twain, Rensley Davidson from Winfield, Riley Quinn from Monroe City, Kerrigan Lockhart from Clopton, and Holly Dyer from Monroe City is the tournament MVP, and there they are at center court right now. I think Emma Ross might be a big Kerrigan Lockhart fan. Did you see when she was walking out? The big woo from Emma Ross?
Well, I'm telling you right now, if I'm starting a team, I'd take those five.
Yeah, that'd be a pretty solid starting five, and they may get you through to the final horn as well. Yeah, that's a pretty good group out there.
No more than I know about coaching. I could probably help. We might be able to win a tournament at that 5.
Yeah, with as much as I know about coaching,
you might be able to.
We might get consolation. I could screw it up that bad. Our final in this one, Monroe City 71, Clopton 33. And, boy, those Monroe City Panthers are impressive, winning for the 5th time in the last 6 years. And guess how many years they've been in the tournament?
6.
6. So they have dominated here at Clopton since coming into this tournament. Before we get into wrapping this thing up, let's thank some of our sponsors: Bowen Construction, Liggins Flooring, Wood Smoke Meats, One Multi-Sports Complex, Midwest Heating and Cooling, also Bowling Green Lumber, Lynn's Heritage House, Orff Construction, Powwow Cattle Farm and Fencing, and a Taste of Philly restaurant. And Clopton played a good tournament. They played a decent game tonight. It was just going to take a Herculean effort to beat this Monroe City team.
Well, I mean, when you got small schools like this, if you've got a couple, top tier players, you're going to be a pretty good basketball team.
Yeah.
Monroe City's got about 5 or 6 of them, and so when you're talking about Clopton and one of their top tier players getting in foul trouble right off the bat, this hill was steep enough at full strength. When Locker goes to the bench 30 seconds into the game, you can see trouble's brewing in a hurry, and then you got Hallie Dyer going completely carnal in the first half and scoring 16 points. It's tough. I mean, you knew coming in. I mean, they're not ranked number 1 in the state for nothing. You know? I mean, the people that vote on that kind of know what's going on, and they're the real deal. So they've won 2 tournaments now. They won their own tournament. That was back the first week of December, and now their next tournament experience will be at Palmyra. And
I think they have a pretty good shot up there as well.
Smart money says they will.
Yeah. I think they have a pretty good shot once they get into the state tournament.
They may run the table. You think about the Clarence Cannon. Macon's got a pretty good team this year. Clark's always kind of dangerous. I don't think they're as good as they've been lately. Centray is decent this year. So, I think there's a fair chance that they could run the table going into the district. I haven't got the district. I know the districts are out, and they're kind of wonky this year because of the COVID thing. So we'll have to start talking about that probably around the Bowling Green tournament about who goes where and what. And it is kind of crazy. But very impressed. Congratulations to all the trophy winners. We might run down the scores of the earlier games. Mark Twain 42-32 over Silex. They win the Consolation Trophy. And Winfield, they had an impressive tournament as they win a trophy. Out of the 6th seed, they defeat Elsberry 43-35.
We'll take a break. We'll come back with the final scoring numbers from this championship game and tell you what's coming up tomorrow, starting tomorrow afternoon when men's championship night gets underway, when we come back on the postgame show after this on KJFM.
Here's one question that has no wrong answer. Are you going to choose the new Shell and Fuel Rewards card to be used at Shell stations, or the Shell and Fuel Rewards MasterCard that can be used everywhere MasterCard is accepted? With both, you save 10 cents per gallon, up to 20 gallons every time you fill up. And you also earn 10% rebates on your first $1,200 in non-fuel purchases per year at Shell stations. See? You can't go wrong with either. Visit www.shell.us/getrewards and apply today. At participating Shell stations only. Terms and conditions apply.
This is Tracy Brookshire with the Pike County Health Department. With community transmission cases increasing in Pike County, it's becoming more difficult for healthcare providers to contact positive cases the same day these results are received. The state of Missouri has mandated that we prioritize first the investigations for school exposures, individuals 65 years and older, and cases associated with long-term care facilities. Those that do not fall into those categories will likely experience a delay in initial contact. Therefore, we have made some changes with our calling procedures to help streamline and make our calls more efficient. It is critical that if you have received a positive result or know you have been exposed to someone with COVID-19, you need to begin a 14-day quarantine starting from when your symptoms began or the last day of exposure to the positive case. Your patience awaiting your initial call from our office is very much appreciated. Visit our dedicated COVID page on our website, PikeCountyHealth.org, for more information.
Bowling Green Insurance is here to serve all your insurance needs. Bowling Green Insurance offers companies to cover your farm, home, auto, and crop needs. Give Bowling Green Insurance a call today to get a quote. 573-324-CROP.
Bowling Green Tractor wants to change the way you think about yard work with their Ego 56-volt ARC lithium battery-powered lawnmowers, weed eaters, blowers, trimmers, and chainsaws. At Bowling Green Tractor, you can walk in and see for yourself just how easy these products are to handle. Bowling Green Tractor, your home for Ego. Power beyond belief.
Area High School Sports on Eagle 102 is brought to you by Community State Bank of Missouri, Family Drug, and Pike County Health Department, Home Health and Hospice.
Final score in this one, Monroe City 71, Clopton 33. Final scoring numbers for the Lady Hawks had 2 points tonight from Brea Smith, 3 for Shanna Yates, 3 for Taylor Akers. In fact, Shanna's were the first 3 of the night for the team. 4 points for Mary Margaret Garrett, 4 for Madeline Bruni, 7-point night for Logan Hall, and 10 for Kerrigan Lockard. As the big names for the Hawks just never really got going against this Monroe City defense and that blocking and rebounding power of Haley Hagan.
We don't have rebounding stats. We mentioned that she had 18 points.
Yeah.
Well, you haven't got to that yet. I'm stealing your thunder.
Oh, you're fine. You're fine.
And a boatload, and you said a tanker truck load.
Yeah, that was like the Exxon Valdez, and
yeah.
It wasn't leaking.
Unbelievable.
All right, so for Monroe City, 4 points for Bailey Hayes, 5 for Clara Miner, 5 for Mackenzie Moss. Like you said, an 18-point night for Haley Hagan, and I guess the average length of her shot would have been about 1.5 foot.
It wasn't far.
They were all right underneath the basket. 19 for Riley Quinn after only 4 in the first half, but this game was driven by Holly Dyer as she scored 13 in the first quarter, 16 by halftime, and finishes the game with 20, including 3 from beyond the arc. And they don't put the running clock on. They don't win this game this convincingly without Dyer, and that's why she was the tournament MVP.
Yeah, she was impressive, and she's not lightning quick, but man, she's under control. She's shifty. She can shoot. She handles the basketball at the point guard position, and she's certainly the straw that stirs the drink on this team, and then that helps make everybody else better as well. And that's a key attribute to a good player.
So congratulations to Coach Cody Leonard and the Monroe City Panthers. They win this one 71-33 and capture their second straight Clopton Tournament Championship and 5th in the last 6 years. So very good run for the Lady Panthers in this Clopton tournament. So that'll wrap up tonight's action. We'll start tomorrow at 3:45 with the pregame ahead of the consolation game between the number 5 seed Wright City Wildcats and the number 7 seed Elsberry Indians, who have opened some eyes, taken a step forward in this tournament.
Yes, they have.
And at 5:30, the Louisiana Bulldogs will take on the Clopton Hawks. 3-4 matchup to decide third place. That's what you want to do, a 3-4 for third place. And then the 7 o'clock championship game, 1 versus 2, Monroe City against Winfield. So the seeding a little more on point on the boys' side of the bracket. We didn't have that big upset like the Winfield Lady Warriors pulled off, but they've shown some things, and I think they're going to get jetted up the next bracket when Bowling Greens comes out.
I would say you're right. And that'll be our next big tournament, but we got a big night tomorrow night, so join us.
All right, men's championship night, less than 24 hours away. We'll see you at 3:45 tomorrow right here on Eagle 102. Good night, everybody.
You've been listening to Area High School Sports on Eagle 102. Join us each week as we bring you the best of Area High School Sports on air at 102.1, online at kjfmradio.com, and on the KJFM radio app. You can find a full recap of scores online and daily during Eagle 102 Sports, all from your area sports leader, KJFM Radio. You're listening to KJFM Louisiana